Chapter 1096. The blood-red tip of the sword was still dripping with blood. Long Chen, quickly come and save us. Those disciples shouted Long Chen's name. Wu Yang and the others' expressions changed. They glanced at each other in dismay, but they weren't too happy. After all, Long Chen didn't have the strength to destroy the violet flame divine steel. If the real third cave master appeared, he would also be finished. Even Long Chen didn't know if he could deal with Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong looked at Long Chen for a while, took a deep breath, and smiled. He was still fearless. He didn't care about the death of some small fries. At this moment, he looked at Long Chen with interest and said, "I really don't understand. How did you see through my flaws?" Long Chen was indeed the only one who knew that Long Chen was a swindler. It was just that Wu Yang and the others didn't believe Long Chen at that time. Hence, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain it to him. At this moment, Long Chen pointed the tip of the scarlet blood sword at Yang Xiong and said, "Yang Xiong, one of the 10 deputy cave masters of the Moon Devil Cave, nicknamed the Earthen Demon Bear. It's been a long time since I've seen a beast warrior. This feeling is really nostalgic." Yang Xiong was stunned. Even Wu Yang and the others glanced at each other. "How does he know so clearly?" Wu Yu asked in astonishment. There was absolutely no such information. The true Martial Emperor Palace only had information on the 3 cave masters. There was very little information on the deputy cave masters. According to the records, there were a total of 7 deputy cave masters. She didn't expect to hear from Long Chen that there were 10. Moreover, this Yang Xiong was a rarely seen beast warrior. Earthen Demon Bear, a 6th grade divine rank fierce beast. It's incomparably brutal and has boundless strength. Let's not talk nonsense. Long Chen used the soul control method to obtain a lot of information from the experts in the Moon Devil Cave. He knew that the Moon Devil Cave was currently in a sealed state. Half of the passageways were sealed, and the night of the full moon was approaching. They left some people behind to deal with the youths from the true Martial Emperor Palace while the others entered the sealed area. They were waiting for the night of the full moon to open the so-called Moonlight Treasure Box. Yang Xiong had always been known for his mysteriousness. Because of his trickery and the violet flame godly metal, many experts had died at his hands. Previously, he was able to accurately pinpoint the location of Long Chen and the others and appear in front of Long Chen and the others because of the puppets they had created in the sky. These special puppets resembled eagles and had sharp eyes that could transmit information about Long Chen and the others' location. Since that's the case, I'll take care of you before the 3rd cave master appears. A beast warrior's strongest point was his physical body. At this moment, Yang Xiong was enraged. His body was undergoing a huge transformation visible to the naked eye. This was a terrifying transformation. A tyrannical bestial nature was emitted from his body like thick smoke. Crackling sounds could be heard as his originally dark skin became even darker. His body also started to swell, and the sound of his bones increasing in size became exceptionally ear-piercing. Black hair started to grow densely on his body. His fingers started to turn into thick claws that looked like sharp blades. His entire body was surrounded by black air currents. His eyes turned scarlet, and his teeth turned sharp. He let out a roar that sounded like a beast's roar. Such a form was undoubtedly very terrifying. Transforming from a human into this form was even more terrifying than a real berserk beast. That murderous aura made the girls present scream in fear. The most terrifying part of a berserk beast was its physical body. Right now, Yang Xiong was a humanoid berserk beast. In terms of physical body, he had reached a super strong level. Roar! That violent roar rushed towards Long Chen. As the thick feet advanced, the Moon Demon Cave rumbled and shook, and a lot of dust fell from the sky. But what Yang Xiong didn't know was that the thing Long Chen was least afraid of was wild beasts. A competition of strength? Long Chen picked up the Scarlet Blood Desolation. With his weak body, he directly collided with Yang Xiong's terrifying body. The situation where Long Chen would be sent flying did not occur as everyone had expected. At this moment, Yang Xiong's body was twice as tall as Long Chen's. One big and one small arm suddenly intertwined. Yang Xiong's thick claws tore through the air, emitting ear-piercing sounds. But Long Chen's speed was much faster than the Earth Demon Bear. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen directly rushed to his back and swept his feet. Compared to Yang Xiong, his very small and skinny legs suddenly produced an explosive force, directly knocking Yang Xiong's huge body to the ground. It could be said that although Yang Xiong's strength had increased immeasurably, His speed and agility were restricted. For such a beast warrior, Long Chen was simply his nemesis. In front of Long Chen, he didn't even have the chance to fight back. Seeing Long Chen knock down such a huge beast, everyone felt that the current Long Chen was a true humanoid beast, incomparably terrifying. After knocking down his opponent, he turned around and pressed down on his opponent's head, punching it repeatedly. What was even more frightening was that Yang Xiong was pressed down by him, unable to move. After a short while, he was completely covered in blood. Those terrifying claws and legs repeatedly hit the ground. Yang Xiong struggled and let out terrified roars, but it was to no avail. At most, the entire Moon Devil Cave trembled. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Wu Yang and the others. They didn't expect Long Chen to be so powerful. Even if Yi Zhang was the one to deal with Yang Xiong, it wouldn't be so easy. Even Wu Yang might not be a match for Yang Xiong's earthen demonic bear. Long Chen was originally having fun. Within the range of his spirit-devouring demon eye, someone rushed over. It must be the so-called third cave master. Long Chen knew that he couldn't delay any longer. At the last moment, the Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation sword appeared at his fingertips. Long Chen firmly pressed down on the struggling Yang Xiong with one hand, and the sword tip of the other hand directly pierced through Yang Xiong's head, piercing through it. Only then did the huge and violent body gradually calm down. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the youth calmly stand up. After killing such a powerful opponent, he acted as if nothing had happened. Yang Xiong's physical body was already close to a 7th-grade body-refining battle skill. In truth, it had even surpassed the vice leader Chen Yuantong. However, in front of Long Chen's ancestral dragon physique, it was just a child's play. Especially in terms of speed, even if Long Chen didn't act, he wouldn't be able to understand Long Chen. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I don't think we're his opponent. Wu Yu looked at Long Chen in shock. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a dazzling light. It's just luck. If I was faster, I would also be able to do the same. This big stupid bear can only scare people, said Wu Yang disdainfully. Wu Yu was startled, but she didn't say anything. Long Chen, hurry up and help us. Break out of this cage. Yeah, hurry up and help. The eyes of Du Yishuang and the others glowed with admiration. They all looked at Long Chen with anticipation. From Long Chen they discovered another kind of charm. Different from Wu Yang's sunny temperament, Long Chen's temperament was cold. This temperament was more attractive to girls. Even Wu Yu had to admit that the violent Long Chen was very charming at this moment. Previously, they hated Yang Xiong to the bone. Now that Long Chen had killed him, it could be said that everyone's anger had been vented. However, they didn't have much hope that Long Chen would be able to break out of the violet flame godly metal cage. After killing Yang Xiong, Long Chen didn't seem to care about them. Instead, he turned his back to them and walked towards the direction of the violet flame godly metal cage. His eyes were fixed on the cave in the distance. Everyone was shocked. Could it be? As expected at that moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A moment later, a man dressed in loose white clothes appeared. Long Chen looked at him carefully. This middle-aged man was very skinny, tall and thin. His face was pale and he looked sickly. He exuded a cold aura, as if he was about to die. Who would have thought that such a person would be the third cave master of the Moon Devil Cave, Xueqi? Xueqi was the mechanism genius of the Moon Devil's Cave. Everything here was done by him, including the violet flame godly metal cage that trapped Yi Zhang and the others. In any case, a warrior at the 6th level of the divine martial realm with a supreme golden body gave Long Chen a lot of pressure. To be honest, Long Chen at the 5th level of the divine martial realm could be considered easy to deal with. However, when it came to the 6th level, it was basically a realm that he couldn't even touch. After passing the wind, fire and thunder tribulations and achieving a supreme golden body, the body was almost immortal, unless the opponent's head was completely destroyed. Even when cultivating to the end, even if the head was destroyed, as long as there was a little bit of it left, it could be reborn. At this time, it was simply monstrous. As soon as Xueqi came out, he looked around and roughly knew what was going on. He raised his head and looked at Long Chen with a cold gaze, as if he had just crawled out of a coffin. Compared to Yi Zheng's killing intent, his gaze was even more terrifying. This Xueqi seemed like a corpse. You killed my people. Xueqi approached Long Chen step by step, giving Long Chen a lot of pressure. Long Chen realized that now was not the time to show off. He still couldn't deal with this warrior. Xueqi's appearance also made the others completely nervous. If Long Chen died, then it would be their turn next. Long Chen's appearance would be of no help. The crisis of death once again descended on their heads. At this time, Long Chen said something that made everyone burst out laughing. They are all men. How could they be your people? Could it be that your interests are different from ordinary people, that you like men and have such a strong taste? The people in the violet flame godly metal cage were dumbfounded. In their eyes, Long Chen was a cold person. How could he say such a hooligan thing? Chapter 1097. At this moment, Long Chen smiled as he looked at Xueqi, sizing him up and said, I didn't expect the rumored mechanic genius to look like this. You're all skin and bones. You must have been hollowed out by men all these years. I don't have the luck or the courage to become yours, but don't be sad, we have another one that is very suitable for you. Whether it's the figure or the temperament, it's very compatible with you. At this point, Long Chen raised the Desolation Scarlet Blood Sword high in the air. Everyone was startled awake from Long Chen's words. They were greatly shocked. Could it be that Long Chen had the confidence to break through the purple flame godly metal? Without the strength of the 6th tier of the divine martial realm, without a grade 8 divine grade weapon, you won't be able to break the purple flame godly metal, Xueqi said confidently. Xueqi said confidently. Even though the middle-aged man was saying this, he still looked as stiff as a corpse. Is that so? The next moment, Long Chen gave them the answer. He suddenly turned around and shouted. The Desolation Scarlet Blood Sword in his hand turned into a blood-red light that quickly swept across the purple flame godly metal. The crowd couldn't imagine how sharp the blood-horned demonic dragon's horn was. The blood-red light directly passed through the purple flame godly metal, as if it didn't receive any resistance. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Although the purple flame godly metal didn't change much, when everyone looked closely, they could see that Long Chen had already cut the purple flame godly metal in half. He had only used one sword strike to cut it in half. The expressions on everyone's faces became very rich. It wasn't that Long Chen was weak, but that the Scarlet Blood Desolation was simply too sharp. In terms of sharpness, the Scarlet Blood Desolation was a weapon that had once broken the Clear Sky Sword, an 8th grade divine rank weapon. Xueqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. All of this was within Long Chen's expectations. Long Chen took advantage of this opportunity and hurriedly swung the Desolation Scarlet Blood Sword again, slashing at the bottom of the purple flame godly metal. He needed to slash it twice before he could completely remove it from the cage. The moment Long Chen brandished his sword, Yi Zheng's eyes became incomparably bright. He was already prepared. When the Scarlet Blood Heaven Wasteland swept past the purple flame divine metal, his body suddenly rushed over, and the first thing he did was to knock the purple flame divine metal away. The distance of 20 centimeters was enough for him to rush out sideways. As for the burning flames, in such a short period of time, it was impossible for them to injure him. Thanks, I'll deal with him. Yi Zheng escaped. Long Chen didn't have the confidence to deal with Xueqi, but Yi Zheng was a warrior in the 6th level of the divine martial realm. After he rushed out, he immediately stood in front of Long Chen. Long Chen's Desolation Scarlet Blood Sword had given him a huge surprise. Long Chen took advantage of this time to cut down a few more purple flame godly metal, so that the people inside could safely come out. Yi Zheng wasn't afraid of the purple flames, but the others were. If they were caught in the flames, it would be troublesome if they were disfigured. Under Yi Zheng's protection, everyone scrambled to escape from the cage of the violet flame godly metal. Escaping from death, everyone felt as if they were dreaming, and their eyes were filled with reverence as they looked at Long Chen. If it wasn't for Long Chen today, all of them would have been finished. No matter how great Yi Zheng's ability was, if he couldn't put it to use, it would be a tragedy. Xueqi watched everything unfold. A deathly pale rage emanated from his body. Long Chen's speed was too fast. By the time he reacted, Yi Zheng, who was comparable to him, had already come out. He was fighting with Yi Zheng alone, and there was also a strong warrior like Long Chen eyeing him covetously. Xueqi knew that he didn't have much chance of winning. After so many years, you are the first person to destroy my treasure. I'll remember you. Xueqi looked at Long Chen coldly. You want to run? Yi Zheng understood his intention and quickly chased after him. At this time, Xueqi was like a ghost. In a short time, He rushed into a cave with a diameter of about 3 meters. Yi Zhang followed closely, but at this time, the cave was surging rapidly and was completely sealed in an instant. Yi Zhang was furious. He directly chopped down with his sword, and the passage was directly split open. More soil fell with a rumble. With such a barrier, in just a short time, Xueqi had already escaped without a trace. Even someone as cold as Yi Zhang was enraged. Second senior brother, don't chase after him. This person is a master engineer. This moon demon cave is his territory. Everything is under his control. If we chase after him here, it will be easy for us to find his way. Wu Yu stopped him. The group gathered together, and their gazes involuntarily fell on Long Chen. From the performance just now, it was clear that Long Chen knew more than they did. Even Yi Zhang and the others had to take Long Chen seriously. Long Chen's performance just now had completely convinced them. Wu Yu smiled lightly and said, "Before this, we treated you quite well, but you didn't bother with trifles. If it weren't for you this time, we would all be dead." "Thank you." Wang Dongyang, who was beside her, was very conflicted. Even though Long Chen had saved everyone once, he still hated Long Chen to the bone. At this time, seeing Wu Yu actually apologize to Long Chen, he was somewhat dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to show it. Wu Yang patted his shoulder and didn't say anything. Third senior brother still doesn't seem to like this Long Chen. Zheng Dongyang was overjoyed. It just so happened that there was someone standing on his side. Long Chen originally didn't intend to save these people, but after thinking about it, he decided that the task was more important. He didn't know how the rewards would be judged, but if he completed all the tasks by himself and abandoned his companions, then his score wouldn't be high. Thinking of this, he decided to come back. "Let's go, it's not safe here. Let's go somewhere else and talk in detail." After what happened just now, Long Chen's words had become very influential in this group of people. Vaguely, he had formed a force that could compete with Yi Zhang and Wu Yang. After saying this, he turned around and left. Du Yishuang and the others quickly followed him. From now on, they even felt that following Long Chen would be safer. "Brother, second senior brother, eldest senior brother, let's also follow him. He knows more than us, so I guess he already has a plan." Wu Yu turned around and smiled sweetly. Then, she continued to follow Long Chen. After a series of events, she had a good impression of Long Chen. She always felt that such a person should be a trustworthy companion. Wu Yang and Zhang Dongyang looked at each other. They weren't very happy, but they still followed. After Long Chen led them around a few laps, everyone was confused. Wu Yu caught up with Long Chen's footsteps and curiously asked, "Why do you seem so familiar with this place?" "I am originally a member of the Moon Devil Cave. Do you believe me?" Long Chen smiled and looked at the front without saying anything. "I definitely don't believe you." Wu Yu knew that he was joking. "Wait." Long Chen suddenly stopped. The others also stopped. Seeing Long Chen's behavior, Wu Yang and the others were even more dissatisfied. They were clearly the leaders, so why did everyone have to follow Long Chen and obey his orders? "What are you doing?" Wu Yang came forward and said in a somewhat displeased tone. "Mechanism, you guys step back a little." Long Chen waved his hand. He also stepped back a considerable distance. Then he pinched a piece of soil from the side and threw it towards the ground in front of him. Bang! With a light touch, the soil actually caved in. At the same time, several ear-piercing whistling sounds rang out, and dozens of roughly 10-centimeter long steel needles shot out from the depression, directly piercing into the top of the cave wall, completely penetrating it. With the strength of these steel needles, it was unknown how many meters they had pierced into the ground. Such an explosive force, in the case that no one could react, was enough to pierce through their bodies. Everyone watched in fear, looking at each other speechlessly. Without saying a word, Long Chen took a few steps forward and looked at the ceiling of the cave. There were a total of dozens of small holes, and each hole had some green mucus on it. It was probably left by the steel needles just now. The green mucus fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound. Poison. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Needless to say, they all knew that this was definitely poison. If they had rushed forward just now, it was very likely that they would have been directly pierced by these steel needles, or even been poisoned. Luckily, Long Chen called out to them. He could actually even discover this mechanism. The way everyone looked at him began to change again. Yi Zhang and the others were very strong, but they did not feel as safe as Long Chen at this time. Almost everyone looked at Long Chen with astonished eyes. Of course, there was an exception, and that was Wu Yang. He pointed at Long Chen unhappily and said, "Just where are you taking us to bring us to try these poisonous steel needles? If I let you walk by yourself, you would already be a beehive by now." Long Chen laughed mockingly and continued walking down another path. Soon, they arrived at a hollow cavern. It was large enough for everyone to rest for a while. Seeing that Long Chen was not moving anymore, Wu Yang walked in front of him and said, "Today, our whereabouts have been completely exposed. What awaits us are all sorts of mechanisms. Today is no longer a suitable time to attack. The most important thing now is to retreat. If you know the way out, quickly lead the way." Everyone thought about it and felt that Wu Yang was right. The mechanisms here were so terrifying. Staying here was simply a path to death. So everyone started to pressure Long Chen. Long Chen stood up and looked around, saying, "No, we don't have time. It will be a full moon in 3 days. If we are late, many people will die. Everyone is used to seeing death. Even if you don't care about 1,000 lives, the overseer will find out that so many people have died, and the evil dragon palace's points will be deducted. So we cannot retreat." "Full moon? What are you talking about?" Wu Yang looked at Long Chen angrily. Chapter 1098. What do you mean? Wu Yang was completely confused by Long Chen's words. He didn't understand at all. Long Chen thought this way. His main goal this time was to obtain a high evaluation. That way, he would have the opportunity to obtain a dragon scale to cultivate the 9 dragon scripture. That would be pretty good. Because of Lingxi, his only mission now was to climb up in the true martial emperor palace in terms of strength and status. Therefore, he had to complete the Battle of Trials beautifully. However, his strength wasn't enough for him to complete such a mission for the time being. Furthermore, by cooperating with them, not only would he be able to increase his own score, he would also be able to increase the Evil Dragon Palace's score. It was reasonable and not unreasonable. When the supervisors were grading, they would definitely include everyone's performance. Due to the existence of the soul-suppressing stone in the Moon Devil Cave, one's divine sense would be suppressed. It would be difficult to grade. However, Long Chen was even more certain that the soul-suppressing stone here definitely wouldn't be able to suppress the drunkard's divine sense, which was almost 100,000 li in radius. If there really was such a terrifying soul-suppressing stone, it would have been dug out long ago. The soul-suppressing stone here was at most grade 7. It was formed naturally. He didn't know where it existed in the Moon Devil Cave. Therefore, if Han Yunxing came, he would be able to observe every action of Long Chen and the others. Long Chen was a smart person. He knew how to use his outstanding performance to obtain what he needed. Cooperating with his teammates was also one of his missions. Therefore, he shared what he knew with everyone. Long Chen didn't say anything. Previously, he had used the soul control skill to make that cultivator draw a map of the Moon Devil Cave that he was familiar with. After reaching the divine martial realm, one's life had already transcended. A person's consciousness and memory would increase to a frightening level. Although the Moon Devil Cave had several tens of thousands of passages, after living here for decades or even centuries, any divine martial realm cultivator would be able to draw a map of the Moon Devil Cave that they were familiar with. As for Long Chen, he was now using his own method to draw the map that he had stolen from the true martial emperor palace. Long Chen had at least improved this map by 10 times. Those who were still wondering what Long Chen was doing now saw that the map was gradually being completed. They once again felt admiration for Long Chen. In their hearts, Long Chen had completely stolen the limelight from Wu Yang and the others. There was even a mysterious feeling about him. When Long Chen was drawing the map, even Wu Yang was speechless. As for Yi Zhang, he had been silently watching Long Chen's actions. Occasionally, he would also look at the dignified Wu Yu. The young girl's long hair gently fluttered in the wind. Her fair skin was incomparably delicate, as pure white as a baby's skin. Soon, everyone noticed that there were 2 suspicious points in Long Chen's map. The first suspicious point was that the map looked like a gourd. It was divided into 2 parts. One part was clearly drawn by Long Chen, while the other part was blank. The middle part was the narrowest part of the gourd. Long Chen had directly cut the gourd into 2 halves. The second suspicious point was the clear part of the gourd. Long Chen had used a heavy colored pen to mark a total of 9 points. These 9 points were very scattered. There's still half, why don't you draw it? Wu Yang urged. I'm not clear about the other half, so I don't need it for now. This is the information I obtained. If you believe me, then I'll tell you what to do next. Long Chen seriously spread the map on the ground. Everyone gathered around, clearly believing in Long Chen. Although Wu Yang was unwilling, he couldn't help but admire Long Chen. He truly knew a lot of things. Long Chen didn't talk about the map, but started with the layout of the Moon Devil Grotto. He said, everyone must be very curious. Why are there so many people in those small cities in the Moon Devil Grotto? We've only met a few people so far. That's because they're all here. The only ones left to stop us are Yang Xiong and the other swindlers, as well as Xueqi. The others are all here. Long Chen's finger pointed at another blank spot on the gourd map. You guys don't know yet, but the people of the Moon Devil Cave have obtained a treasure. Before the full moon, they will seal off half of the cave and hide inside. Then, they will use the lives of thousands of people to activate that treasure in order to achieve some kind of cultivation goal. Now there are only 2 or 3 days until the full moon, so if we retreat now, more than 1,000 lives will vanish like smoke in thin air. We are representing the true Martial Emperor Palace to complete the mission, so if we can rescue these people, we will definitely get a lot of points. However, if these people are all killed, then we will lose points. At that time, we will fail to live up to the expectations of the Palace Master and the Vice Palace Master. This is inevitable. Long Chen did not reveal the information about the Moonlight Cash Box and the Purple Devil Moon. Instead, he spoke very vaguely. The Moonlight Cash Box should be an evil item. Long Chen did not want some people to abandon the original purpose of martial arts for the sake of strength and become the next Moon Devil Grotto. This information was completely unknown to the others. They looked at each other and did not know what to do. At this time, Zhang Dongyang sneered and said, Are you trying to play to the gallery or are you scheming something? Why do you know so much? I think you have evil intentions. Dongyang, if he had evil intentions, he would not have saved us just now. Wu Yu was very clear about the situation. Beside her, Wu Yang shook his head and said, You can't say that. Who knows what he is planning? What he said is also a fantasy. Who would believe him? Wu Yang had only said it casually. He did not expect Du Yishuang and the others to directly say that they believed him. In a moment, everyone believed him. Only the disciples of the Temple Lord, Lu Qingfeng, who had no right to speak, chose to believe Long Chen. I also believe what he said. Wu Yu was silent for a moment. Then she relaxed her eyebrows and said, You. Wu Yang was completely speechless. Long Chen glanced at him and said, This place is now sealed. The place he was talking about was the thin and small area between the 2 ends of the gourd. Xueqi placed a lot of purple flame godly iron here, completely sealing the entrance. Apart from destroying the purple flame godly iron, there is no way for us to go. Even if I use my weapon, I don't know how long it will take to dig out a path. Purple flame godly iron? Then what do we do? Doesn't that mean we will never be able to enter and kill them? Wu Yu was in the mood to discuss with Long Chen. This is the key to why I drew so many points. There are 9 points on the map, and each point has a hidden mechanism. Only by finding this mechanism and clearing all 9 of them will the steel wall formed by the purple flame divine iron be opened. Only then will we be able to enter the sealed area and truly complete the mission. If it were just me alone, clearing all 9 of the mechanisms would take a very long time. So, everyone, let's work together. We are currently at this location on the map. After giving out his instructions, Long Chen stood up. Wait, are you kidding? If they sealed the inside, why would they leave 9 mechanisms outside for us to open the door? Wu Yang frowned and said in disbelief. It's very simple. Because this was designed by Xueqi. He is still outside, and who would know? Who would be able to find him? There are a total of 9 mechanisms here. Xueqi is the one who set the mechanisms. Things like mechanisms can also fail. If the training mechanism fails, won't they all be trapped inside? Long Chen said directly without looking at Wu Yang. Then how do you know? Wu Yang's question was probably the same question as the others. Why should I tell you? Long Chen asked back. Yeah. Wu Yang was rendered speechless by his words. Long Chen had already said everything that needed to be said. He pointed at the 9 points on the map and said, Considering the issue of speed, we'll split into 2 groups. I'll go through the 4 mechanisms here, and the rest of you will go through the other 4. After that, we'll meet here. This is the last mechanism, and also the location of the sealed door. Does anyone have any questions? Everyone looked at each other. I've said everything I need to say. If you don't believe me, you can take the map and explore the Moon Devil Grotto. See if the situation is as I said. If you're afraid, you can come back in a few days. After the full moon, over 1,000 people will die, and their strength will increase once again. At that time, we'll see how the experts will deal with them, said Long Chen mockingly. Everyone was a little embarrassed. Du Yishuang was the first to speak. I feel that Long Chen's words are very reasonable. Moreover, his analysis is very clear and logical. It doesn't seem like he is lying. Moreover, he is Palace Master Zhang's disciple. This information, maybe, when Jiang Qing was mentioned, everyone finally understood why Long Chen knew so much. They understood that it was Jiang Qing who told Long Chen. Long Chen alone could not have gotten so much information. Since Jiang Qing had secretly told him, Wu Yang did not have any problems. He took the map from Long Chen and said, since it is like this, we will split into 2 groups. However, if you really want to go alone, what if you run away and play us like monkeys? Wu Yu, who was next to him, had a bright idea and said, I will go with Long Chen, and the others will go together. Then, we will meet at the last location. The more people the better. It's decided. Chapter 1099. All right then. Wu Yang looked at Yi Zheng. In the end, he still had to get his approval. Yi Zheng's gaze was on Wu Yu. He bit his lips and a gray light flashed in his eyes. Then, he nodded slowly. Xueqi is still here. There are also his traps. I've marked out the locations of the traps in my memory, so be careful. Long Chen didn't have any objections. Wu Yu wasn't weak either. It was fine as long as she didn't become a burden. At this place, they split into 2 groups and headed towards their first target. Long Chen didn't need a map at all. He already had one in his mind. After splitting up with the rest, Wu Yu followed closely behind Long Chen. Long Chen's speed wasn't slow, so Wu Yu had a hard time following him. This made her even more curious about this man. Just how strong was he? Why did he have such speed? After some effort, Wu Yu finally reached Long Chen's side. She turned around and looked at Long Chen. Her beautiful eyes glowed like water. What's wrong? Long Chen had a good impression of her. After all, among Wu Yang, Wu Yu, and Yi Zheng's group, she was the one who supported him the most. Nothing, I'm just curious about you. Wu Yu smiled. There's nothing curious about. I left a survivor in that small city and interrogated him for a while. Long Chen continued forward. So that's how it is. Wu Yu bit her lips lightly. It was pure and sexy. She really thought that Jiang Qing told Long Chen about it. This wasn't allowed. Although they thought they were the strongest disciples of the evil Dragon Palace, they didn't use this kind of interrogation method against their enemies. Basically, they killed as many as they saw. Long Chen was very fast. This place was like his home. If they encountered any traps, he could easily bring Wu Yu to avoid them. As Wu Yu advanced, she looked curiously at Long Chen. She had a feeling that, with this man behind her, she didn't have to worry about anything. He could take care of everything. This was a sense of security that even Yi Zheng and Wu Yang didn't give her. Forget it. A sense of security is nothing but an illusion. Wu Yu smiled bitterly as she followed Long Chen's footsteps. Long Chen judged from the surrounding terrain that they should be close to the location of the first activation mechanism. It was right in front of them. Long Chen rushed forward but was stunned, because what appeared in front of him was a wall. Here. Wu Yu came to his side and looked curiously at the wall in front of them. Apart from the wall, there was nothing here. You stand, I'll do it. After saying that, Long Chen headed straight for that area. He didn't step on the ground, but rather floated in mid-air. When he neared the wall, he stretched out his hand and shook it lightly, and the entire wall collapsed. Be careful. At that instant, Wu Yu already felt that there was something behind the wall. Actually, Long Chen's reaction was faster than her. When she was born, Long Chen had already rushed past her. Let's go. At the critical moment, Long Chen pulled her back. And at this moment, the wall exploded, and a dark green gas spread towards the 2 of them at an extremely fast speed. This dark green gas turned into a long snake, hissing as it chased after Long Chen and Wu Yu. This way. Long Chen and Wu Yu suddenly turned into a tunnel. At this moment, Long Chen turned back abruptly, and two white sword lights shot out from his hands. The Tai-Bai sword prison was used as a defensive combat technique by him, forming a small white sword ball that trapped the two of them. The dark green snake rushed over, but it was directly dissipated by the violent white sword chi. Can we go out now? The two of them were in such a small space, and Wu Yu wasn't used to it. That's poisonous gas. Let's wait for a while more. Use divine energy to cover yourself. Long Chen said expressionlessly, and then closed his eyes. After about a quarter of an hour, Long Chen kept the Tai-Bai sword prison. Looking around, there was still a faint dark green gas surrounding them. Why don't you use divine energy to cover yourself? Wu Yu did as Long Chen said, but she didn't expect that Long Chen didn't use it. Long Chen laughed. This thing can't do anything to me. As he spoke, he returned to the place where the mechanism was. Behind the wall, there was a strange mechanism. Below it were two huge chains, incomparably sturdy. Long Chen found a handle on the mechanism, and used all his strength to activate it. The entire Moon Devil Cave actually shook. All right, next. After that, Long Chen didn't say anything, and headed towards the next location. Running behind Long Chen, Wu Yu was speechless as she looked at this youth. He's really fast. She liked Long Chen's capable and resolute character very much. Along the way, the two of them did not speak. They were rushing at full speed. This was the first time Wu Yu had seen such an insensitive person. In this kind of situation where a man and a woman were alone, even Yi Zhang would say a word or two to liven up the atmosphere. Long Chen actually did not say a word. He really did not give her any face. The second mechanism was a little far away. The two of them traveled at full speed, but it took them half an hour to reach it. The terrain of the Moon Demon Cave was too complicated. Many places seemed close, but in reality, they had to take a long detour to get to them. It was because of this that this place became the base of those people. Countless people who came to destroy them had returned in defeat. The second mechanism didn't seem to be dangerous. It was in a hollow underground world. It was very vast, with a radius of over 1,000 meters. Even the top of the cave was about 30 meters high. The activation mechanism was in the middle of this huge cave. It was empty inside. Long Chen was very careful. He slowly entered, and at the same time, looked around vigilantly. When he activated the activation mechanism, nothing happened. Long Chen was relieved. Let's go to the next place. Just as he was about to leave, all the hair on his body suddenly stood on end. He looked up and saw that there were more than 50 tunnels in this huge cave. In one of the tunnels, there was a tall, thin, pale man standing there like a corpse. Long Chen and Wu Yu both sucked in a breath of cold air. They hadn't expected to meet him here. Or perhaps, he had been waiting for Long Chen for a long time. At this moment, his eyes were twinkling as he looked at Long Chen. He said with some surprise, "Looks like you know how to activate it." Long Chen didn't say anything. After activating the activation mechanism, he destroyed it with a punch. Otherwise, even if he escaped with Wu Yu, this place would be closed by Xueqi. That would be a wasted trip. Xueqi had to die, but Long Chen didn't have the means to deal with him yet. He wasn't sure if he could deal with him. "You're quite smart. You know that if you destroy the mechanism, I won't be able to close it again," Xueqi said expressionlessly. Long Chen and Wu Yu looked at each other. They both knew that they had to fight for their lives. Long Chen was also very distressed. He couldn't use his blood escape in here, but that didn't matter. He wanted to try and see if he could kill this guy by joining forces with Wu Yu. Xueqi might not be able to catch up with Long Chen's speed, but with Wu Yu by his side, it would still be troublesome. At this moment, Xueqi jumped down from above and walked towards Long Chen. At the same time he said, "Stop ruining our Moon Devil Cave's grand event. I presume you're participating in the Martial Emperor Palace's trial. The Martial Emperor Palace is really generous. Any young disciple from any hall has the power to destroy our Moon Devil Cave. Xueqi, am very impressed. Looks like after this, we'll have to leave home. It's all your fault. Don't make yourself look so pitiful. You're all scum. If we didn't come, someone else would have come to take care of you," Wu Yu said unyieldingly. "Young lady, you're not bad. Unfortunately, I'm not interested. You won't be able to live. Xueqi was very confident in himself. This is my world. It would be strange if you could escape. With a slight wave of his hand, the entire cave was covered in snow, just like Xueqi's icebound bloodline. The lethal cold qi had completely surpassed the cold qi of Xueqi's icebound bloodline. As the battle was about to begin, Long Chen didn't say a word. The scarlet blood eternal desolation appeared in his hand. Amidst the blood-red light, Long Chen's cold eyes flashed. Such a battle was truly a battle of a higher cultivation level. It was a battle that could make Long Chen's blood boil. He knew he wasn't a match for Xueqi, but he was incomparably passionate about such a battle. Martial Emperor Soul. Activate. A gray light appeared between Xueqi's eyebrows. No one knew what it was. This gray light confused Xueqi for a moment. Very quickly he smiled strangely and said, I can smell corpses on your bodies. You'll be struck by lightning if you act pretentiously. Long Chen stretched out his left hand. With a furious roar, the golden lightning completely wrapped around his arm. A roaring golden thunder-caged dragon instantly expanded, turning into a golden thunder dragon that blotted out the sky. In an instant, it swooped towards Xueqi to devour him. Sure enough, it was a lightning strike. Long Chen was going all out this time. He'd thrown in 10,000 divine crystals, and he didn't have much left. He'd used 20,000 divine crystals to kill Chu Tiange. Although he only had 10,000 now, it was more than enough to deal with Xueqi. The golden lightning dragon's power was nothing to be scoffed at. Golden lightning flooded the entire cave. Unlike Chu Tiange, Xueqi had reacted by the time the golden lightning dragon had reached him. In his shock, he'd used a battle technique. Chapter 1100. Under Xueqi's control, a solid sphere of ice and snow appeared around his body. When the solid sphere was formed, the suffocating golden thunder dragon slammed into it. The golden lightning and the dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws instantly cracked the sphere of ice and snow. With a loud crack, the sphere of ice and snow exploded. The golden thunder dragon let out a deafening roar and swallowed Xueqi, whose face was filled with shock. This was the power of 10,000 divine crystals. Xueqi had suddenly appeared. At this critical juncture, Long Chen couldn't care less. He immediately released the golden thunder-caged dragon. It would be best if he could severely injure or even kill Xueqi at the first opportunity. Of course, Xueqi had already used the ice and snow cliff to block the attack once. So, it wasn't easy to kill this warrior with the Supreme Golden Body. The Supreme Golden Body was a heaven-defying ability that couldn't be killed. As long as Long Chen didn't destroy his opponent completely, it would be difficult to truly kill him. In the divine martial realm, starting from the celestial realm, one would have all sorts of mystical means. Long Chen was now at the threshold of the celestial realm. If he didn't have the ancestral Greygon's various means, he would only be able to deal with the second tier of the divine martial realm. Anyone present could easily kill him. It was precisely because of the shocking nature of the ancestral Greygon that Long Chen could have his current offensive power. Otherwise, other warriors with the unity of heaven and man could mobilize the Emperor's spiritual qi and directly use their domains to kill him. After the power of the golden thunder-caged dragon destroyed his opponent, it returned to Long Chen's side. Wu Yu, who was next to him, was shocked. Her fair face was filled with astonishment, and her eyes shone with a tender light. Her slender body and graceful figure attracted the attention of all the men. Unfortunately, Long Chen didn't take too many looks. That was because in his heart, there was someone more perfect. You killed him? Wu Yu's pretty face was filled with disbelief. No. Long Chen's gaze darkened. He had used his spirit-devouring demon eye to see that Xueqi was still there. A third of the huge cave had been destroyed by the golden lightning dungeon dragon's attack, and Xueqi was buried in the mud that had fallen down. When Long Chen retracted his golden lightning dungeon dragon, a human head with half a body suddenly emerged from the ground. It was the pale Xueqi. At this moment, he was looking at Long Chen with eyes full of hatred. His crazed gaze seemed to want to swallow Long Chen whole. Long Chen and Wu Yu saw a terrifying scene, which was that the other party's body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Arms and legs were slowly growing out, and the new limbs were almost all white and tender, just like a baby's skin, white and rosy. The surrounding ice and snow environment still hadn't disappeared. While Xueqi was recovering his body, The newly formed arms immediately formed an ice and snow wall to surround him in order to prevent Long Chen from attacking. Long Chen didn't say anything. This was the time of a great battle. His body instantly changed, and he rushed to the top of the ice and snow wall in the first moment, and then he slashed down with the blood-scarlet sword. Clang! As expected of a battle skill used by a warrior in the 6th level of the divine martial realm, Long Chen actually didn't manage to break it. But he didn't lose heart. He changed the slash into a stab. The blood-scarlet sword was the strongest, and a golden bolt of lightning instantly arrived in front of the ice and snow wall. The blood-scarlet sword in his hand turned into a red line of blood, making whooshing sounds as it directly penetrated the ice and snow wall. Good chance. After there was a gap, it was easy to open it. Long Chen punched the ice and snow wall, and the strength that surpassed that of a demon of the same level shattered the ice and snow wall. The sharp ice shards fell to the ground one by one, making clanking sounds. You're too late. From inside the ice and snow wall came his opponent's wild laughter. Long Chen obviously knew that he had recovered, and he had tried his best. At this critical moment, Long Chen could only dodge. In terms of speed, Long Chen wasn't any weaker than his opponent, and he was even a bit stronger. He rapidly retreated. The ice and snow wall suddenly exploded, and Xueqi's figure reappeared. He looked almost the same as before, but Long Chen knew that in his current state, he had consumed a lot of energy, and he could be considered to have suffered a certain degree of injury. Even so, Wu Yu was still very shocked by Long Chen's mysterious attack. To be able to break the body of a warrior in the 6th level of the divine martial realm, even she, Wu Yu, was far from being able to do that. She even felt that the teenager next to her was very mysterious and powerful. At the same time, Wu Yu was also prepared. A true warrior in the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Even if she and Long Chen joined hands, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. You're still too naive to think that you can defeat me like this. Xueqi's tone became somewhat crazy. He stared at Long Chen, and suddenly took out a snow-white crystal. I'm a genius. You will never be able to understand my intelligence. I know that your body is very strong, but... At this moment, he suddenly crushed the snow-white golden crystal. The crystal broke, and turned into a snow-white light, which surrounded Xueqi. Very quickly, the snow-white light evolved into a snow-white armor, which completely surrounded Xueqi. This snow-white armor was completely made of metal, and Xueqi was wearing it. This proved that the strength of this metal was definitely stronger than the purple flame godly iron. At the same time, after Xueqi put on the armor, he could move freely, which meant that the metal was also extremely flexible. This was a very beautiful armor, and after the originally skinny Xueqi put it on, he unexpectedly became very majestic. This is the work I'm most proud of in my life. I'm a puppeteer, an alchemist, and even a talisman master. But in the end, I became who I am today. This is the snowy heavenly moon armor. As for its effect, Long Chen could feel that the snowy heavenly moon armor was firmly attached to his body, as if it had become a part of him. He and Wu Yu looked at each other, and both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. I'll stop him, you go first. As long as you leave, I'll be able to catch up immediately, whispered Long Chen in Wu Yu's ear. Wu Yu was somewhat stunned. She and Long Chen didn't know each other, and could even be said to be in conflict with each other. But at this moment, Long Chen was talking to her as if he was sacrificing himself to protect her. This feeling of being protected was really strange. Wu Yu didn't say anything. She was ready to fight. She also wanted to use her actions to prove that she wasn't a weak woman. Don't even think about escaping. Xueqi's eyes shone with a destructive light. In an instant, his speed increased by several times as he charged towards Long Chen and Wu Yu. A white light swept towards the two of them. Suddenly, they felt a stinging pain as if a sharp blade had pierced their faces. This guy's armor was covered with weapons. Crack! As the opponent advanced, thousands of poisoned steel needles shot towards Long Chen and Wu Yu. These steel needles were very powerful, and even precious metals could be easily pierced through. Of course, Long Chen and Wu Yu didn't dare to use their bodies to withstand those steel needles. Long Chen's desolation scarlet blood was very fast. When it was used, the thousands of steel needles were immediately sent flying, piercing the cave walls. This was nothing, because to Xueqi, it was just a small trick. However, from this confrontation, Long Chen realized that Xueqi wasn't someone he could deal with now. He already had the intention to retreat. The most important thing now was to open the remaining two mechanisms. Previously, Long Chen really wanted to try and see if he could kill his opponent with his own attack. However, Xueqi had already attacked. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. For a moment, golden lightning, blood-red long sword, and snow-white metal light collided with each other. Wu Yu, who was at the side, didn't stay idle either. She used the Taiyin Gui water technique and fought side by side with Long Chen. God-killing sword formation, sword sieve. Taiyin Gui water technique. Gui water seal. To deal with a warrior at the 6th level of the divine martial realm, Long Chen and Wu Yu could be considered to have used their trump cards. Although the cave was large, in a very short period of time, it was shaken by these warriors moving at high speed. A large amount of soil began to fall, and the Real cave collapsed in a very short period of time. The place where the three of them were fighting was also gradually shifting. This snowy moon armor not only gives him a large amount of divine energy, increasing his speed and strength, but also seems to increase the strength of his body. Ordinary attacks can't break it at all, and my Desolation Scarlet Blood can't get close to his body. Most importantly, his armor often had steel needles, poisonous gas, and other similar mechanisms, which were really hard to defend against. Not to mention Long Chen, even an ordinary warrior at the 6th level of the divine martial realm might not be a match for him. This battle was very difficult for Long Chen. Even when he used his trump cards, he was still not a match for his opponent. He was constantly being defeated. Although Wu Yu, who was at the side, was assisting him, she was in an even more difficult situation. You're called Long Chen, right? You can go to hell now. The biggest threat to Xueqi was still Long Chen. He was most afraid of Long Chen, so at this time, all his attacks were directed at Long Chen. I'll block him first, and you find a chance to escape. Only if you leave, he can't catch up with me. At this critical moment, Long Chen whispered to Wu Yu. Seeing his sharp eyes, Wu Yu didn't seem to be lying, so she nodded. Seize the opportunity. In this battle, Long Chen had learned a lot. The true martial emperor spirit was still open, so he was not discouraged. After all, his opponent was an expert at the 6th level of the divine martial realm who had cultivated for thousands of years, and he was far from that level. It would be strange if he could still kill his opponent. Chapter 1101. If that's all you've got, you can go to hell. A cold light flashed in Xueqi's eyes. When he unleashed his true strength, dealing with Long Chen was like playing with a monkey. Even someone in the 6th tier of the divine martial arts realm might not be able to withstand this move. Xueqi let out a cold laugh. He clasped his hands together, and the power of ice and frost converged on his body. Omnidirectional freezing magic way. Cross seal. The seal was extremely fast, and a dazzling light exploded from Xueqi's hands. For a moment, even Long Chen and Wu Yu could not open their eyes. Long Chen knew that this was a part of his opponent's cross seal. The body of the ancestral dragon was not so easy to deal with. Although Long Chen could not defeat his opponent, he would definitely not die at his hands. He forced his eyes open and was still able to withstand the light. At this moment, Xueqi let out a loud laugh. A cross-shaped mark burst out from his hand. The cross-shaped mark was like two crossed blades, sharp and full of cold power. It was so cold that it made one's hair stand on end. The omnidirectional freezing magic way that Xueqi cultivated was definitely a 6th grade divine skill, and he could unleash the full power of the omnidirectional freezing magic way. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. At this critical moment, he had no choice but to use this move. The strongest combat skill that he had obtained from Xueqi, the 7th grade divine skill, Invincible Sword Body. Back then, Xueqi had not even been able to unleash the full power of the Invincible Sword Body, and he had been directly killed by Long Chen. At this moment, before the cross seal, a mist formed by sword light gathered in front of Long Chen. In a short moment, another cold and indifferent Long Chen appeared in front of Long Chen. This Long Chen's body was completely formed by the blood-red sword light, and it gave people a piercing feeling. God-killing sword formation. Beast tide. Tens of thousands of beasts ran together. At this moment, the invincible sword physique and Long Chen did the same thing. Two identical blood-colored formations appeared beneath Long Chen's and the invincible sword physique's feet. As the two of them displayed their formations, the shadows of 10,000 beasts raged within the two god-slaying sword formations. The 10,000 beasts gathered together and formed a blood-colored divine dragon. A total of 2 divine dragons charged towards Xueqi's ultimate technique, the omnidirectional frozen devil path. What a powerful attack! Xueqi and Wu Yu's faces were filled with shock. At the same time, Wu Yu understood that this was the best time for her to escape that Long Chen had bought for her. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and looked at Long Chen, who was working hard beside her. Her eyes sparkled, and she gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Boom! With an explosive sound, everything was collapsing. Large chunks of soil fell to the ground. Wu Yu had only taken a few steps when she thought that the person behind her might have died here. She panicked and actually turned around to rush back. The double beast tide and the cross-shaped seal collided. With his meager strength, Long Chen was actually able to resist Xueqi's all-out attack. This was basically impossible in Xueqi's eyes. He had seen Long Chen's invincible sword physique and knew that it was a powerful divine ability, a doppelganger technique. Not bad indeed. That was just an appetizer. Kid, you are too naive. Do you really know how powerful the 6th level of the divine martial realm is? A blood-colored light rushed towards Long Chen, who was a little exhausted. Long Chen was about to use his speed to escape, but his expression quickly changed. Wu Yu, who had just escaped, had unexpectedly rushed back at this moment. This idiot! Long Chen could have taken advantage of this moment to escape. Her opponent couldn't catch up with him at all. But Wu Yu didn't know this, so she escaped and came back. The time had already passed. I'll let you be consigned to eternal damnation in a world of ice and snow. All-directional freezing devil path. Life and death snow talisman. At this moment, Xueqi laughed crazily and casually launched an even more powerful attack. Long Chen had to take care of both sides. It was very troublesome. This is the life and death snow talisman. Long Chen's sharp senses sensed that this was an extremely terrifying thing, but he wasn't afraid. As long as he was prepared, it wouldn't be difficult to break his opponent's attack. But at this moment, something happened. Perhaps Xueqi knew that this life and death snow talisman wouldn't necessarily affect Long Chen. And since Wu Yu had unexpectedly returned, Xueqi didn't want to let her escape again. Therefore, he actually controlled the life and death snow talisman and sent it towards Wu Yu. Watch out! Long Chen was originally defending himself, but it was already too late. Long Chen could only watch as Wu Yu was mysteriously hit by the life and death snow talisman and fell to the ground. The power of ice and snow ravaged her body. This life and death snow talisman wasn't a direct attack, but something that attached itself to one's body and caused torment. Haha, after being hit by my life and death snow talisman, you will be tormented by ice and snow for the rest of your life, but you won't die. Enjoy this feeling. Kid, seeing your lover suffer like this, you must be in even more pain. Xueqi seemed to have been hurt by love, so he was very crazy at this moment. Compared to killing, he would rather let his lover suffer. But he was wrong. Long Chen and Wu Yu had nothing to do with each other. The Taishu realm was one of Long Chen's secrets, and not many people knew about it. Previously, Long Chen trusted the Yi siblings, so he let them in. If Wu Yu could escape on her own, Long Chen could just follow her. But now that she was injured, Long Chen had no choice but to let her into the Taishu realm. Of course, he used the Taishu Qi to block her vision. Long Chen's Taishu realm had many secrets. Another beauty has come in. Boy, you're really not bad. Your little Cece just left and you can't help but want to vent. The kitten was startled and immediately woke up from its sleep, gloating over his misfortune. Wu Yu disappeared into thin air, and Xueqi was stunned. Long Chen was actually a little regretful. If he had let her in earlier, she wouldn't have been injured. He felt a little guilty at the thought, but the most important thing now was to escape. Without Wu Yu's trouble, Long Chen could actually escape easily. He closed the Zhenwu Imperial Spirit. He had learned almost everything he needed from Xueqi. If he stayed any longer, it would be a waste of time. Long Chen used the invincible sword body to block his opponent, then turned into a bolt of lightning and escaped in an instant. When Long Chen was a few hundred meters away, the invincible sword body would naturally dissipate, and it would be difficult for Xueqi to catch up with Long Chen by then. You want to escape? In your dreams. Xueqi hurried to catch up, but the invincible sword body's crazy attacks were almost the same as the other Long Chen, and maybe even more reckless than Long Chen. Xueqi could only watch as Long Chen left. When the invincible sword body disappeared, Xueqi was furious, and he could only follow the traces that Long Chen left behind to chase. Through the spirit-devouring demon eye, Long Chen could clearly see his opponent's position. He actually knew that I was heading towards the third opening mechanism. Xueqi was very smart, and he knew where Long Chen was going. But being smart was useless, as Long Chen's speed was much faster than his. The thing that he was most concerned about was Wu Yu's injuries. Regarding this, Long Chen felt a little guilty. But if she had to blame someone, she could only blame herself for running back and worrying about his safety even though she had already escaped. "Where am I, Long Chen?" At this moment, Wu Yu was lying on the ground. Her curvaceous body was exquisite and exquisite. However, under the cover of the life and death snow talisman, a thin layer of ice had formed on her skin. This caused her originally cold body to become even colder. Her face was deathly pale. The most obvious change was that between her eyebrows, there was an ice talisman flashing. As long as this talisman existed, the ice and snow would always accompany her. It would freeze her meridians and divine origin, turning her into a cripple. Fortunately, Wu Yu had a naturally cold body, and was more resistant to the life and death snow talismans. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome. "Don't care where you are. How do you feel?" Long Chen's voice came from the empty sky. "Not good. My whole body is frozen, and I can't circulate my divine energy. My body is gradually freezing, and I'm dying. My head is very dizzy." At that moment, Wu Yu was like a helpless kitten puppy. Long Chen's voice was the only thing she could rely on. Long Chen frowned. The life and death snow talismans had originally been used by Xueqi to attack him, but Wu Yu had taken it for him. At that moment, Xueqi was still in hot pursuit. He was about 300 meters behind Long Chen. Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eye could completely pinpoint his position, but he could only head towards the third mechanism. No matter what, Long Chen still had to rush towards the third mechanism. Otherwise, if he destroyed the mechanism, no one would be able to enter the depths of the Moon Demon Cave. Long Chen's speed was extremely fast. He could easily maintain his speed at a level where Xueqi could not catch up. He maintained a distance of more than 300 meters, which was enough for Long Chen to activate the mechanism, destroy it, and grasp Xueqi's position. The only troublesome thing was Wu Yu's injury. As they advanced, Long Chen watched as her body gradually weakened, but she still held on. He was a little annoyed. "This time, it's all my fault. If I had brought you here earlier, and not fought with him, you would not have been injured," Long Chen said guiltily. "It's no big deal. I was tricked, and I can only blame myself for not living up to expectations." Wu Yu smiled. She was quite open-minded about everything. In truth, Wu Yu did not have a good impression of Long Chen at first, because Long Chen had bullied the weak, and had taught her two juniors a lesson. But from their previous interactions, she could see that Long Chen was actually a good person. Under the effect of the life and death snow talismans, the hazy snowflakes had completely covered her body. Even when she spoke, her snow-white skin was covered in a layer of hazy snow. Chapter 1102. Cold. Long Chen suddenly had an idea. She was feeling cold now because of the life and death snow talisman. Long Chen had something on him that was extremely young, and that was his boiling dragon blood. Although the primordial blood spirit dragon was an evil dragon that made people feel cold and murderous, its blood was indeed extremely young and could dispel all filth and coldness. "Fat cat, does my blood have any effect on her current injuries?" Long Chen asked as he moved forward. "Of course it does." Kitten's face was full of ambiguous expression. "What's wrong, kid? Are you going to be a hero saving a beauty with your own blood?" Using your own blood to save someone sounds really touching. You've now absorbed 2/10 of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Every drop of blood is very precious, and you're using it to save someone. Tell me the truth. Do you have a crush on this girl? If so, don't be polite with me, Lord Cat. Lord Cat will leave immediately and leave you some space to enjoy yourself. Scram. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief and scolded Kitten at the same time. This guy really liked to talk nonsense. Long Chen knew that he had nothing to do with Wu Yu. He just felt bad that she was injured because she followed him. However, Kitten's words reminded Long Chen that 2/10 of his blood was dragon blood. He definitely couldn't help Wu Yu like he did when he helped Xueqi heal her. The violent energy in the ancestral dragon's blood essence would probably make Wu Yu explode. Thinking of this, Long Chen squeezed out about a drop of blood from his body. It was very little. He controlled this drop of blood into the realm of Great Void and suspended it in front of Wu Yu. Wu Yu was even more confused. In front of her was a blazing power that made people want to worship it. It had a very ancient aura. Wu Yu gently opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Snowflakes covered her face. She had a different kind of beauty. "Try drinking this thing." Long Chen's voice echoed in the void. "Okay." Wu Yu blinked and asked, "What is this?" "Don't ask too many questions." Wu Yu nodded. In her impression, Long Chen was such a domineering person. At this time, the drop of red that looked like blood moved towards Wu Yu's lips. Actually, it was blood. It was a blazing energy. This drop of blood entered her body, but it was not digested by her. Instead, it merged with his blood. In a very short period of time, it had already spread throughout his body. An incomparably hot power burned Wu Yu's body. She, who was already covered by the power of ice and snow, let out a comfortable moan. As Long Chen hurried along, he maintained the distance between him and Xueqi. At the same time, he was also nervously paying attention to Wu Yu's movements. As expected, the dragon's blood had a great effect. The blazing energy that erupted from within Wu Yu's body gradually dissipated the ice on her body. Her snow-white skin regained its rosy color. On her forehead, the originally pale skin gradually turned rosy. However, the snowflake rune was still there. This was the key to breaking the snow talisman of life and death. It could be seen that under the attack of Long Chen's blood, the snow talisman of life and death was shrinking. It could be seen that after a period of time, the snow talisman of life and death would completely disappear. "I feel much better. It should be about time. This is really mysterious. What exactly is it that can break this snow talisman of life and death?" In the information of the true Martial Emperor Palace, there was a person called Xueqi. There was also a section that introduced the snow talisman of life and death. Wu Yu had read it before and knew that this move was actually very terrifying. Long Chen didn't answer. After finally settling Wu Yu's matter, he focused on completing the remaining 2 mechanisms. As for Wu Yu, although she had taken the dragon's blood, which was equivalent to taking the right medicine, it would still take some time for her to fully recover. Although it was only a drop of Long Chen's blood, it contained the essence of the primordial blood spirit dragon. It would be of great help to Wu Yu's cultivation in the future. This time, it could be considered a blessing in disguise for her. Now, even if it was only a drop of Long Chen's blood, the essence of the dragon's blood in it would surpass all the blood in his body in the past. 1/5 of the inheritance was no joke. When he fully absorbed it, Long Chen would be considered to have truly obtained the primordial blood spirit dragon's inheritance. Right now, he was still far from that. "Thank you." After experiencing what had just happened, Wu Yu's attitude towards Long Chen had changed a lot. Xueqi was still chasing after him with his spirit-devouring demon eyes. At this moment, Xueqi's heart was filled with anger and shock. In terms of strength, Long Chen should be around the 5th level of the divine martial realm. However, his speed was several times faster than Xueqi's. He was almost at the complete level 6 of the divine martial realm. To Xueqi, this could only be described as monstrous. Long Chen. Xueqi clenched his teeth and chased after him madly. He couldn't let Long Chen activate these mechanisms. Otherwise, when the passageway was finally opened, the Moon Devil sacrifice that was about to take place would definitely be affected. Thinking of this, Xueqi went all out. What he didn't know was that in another direction, another group of people had almost finished activating the remaining mechanisms. Wu Yu entered a state of rest. When Long Chen was focused, his speed was terrifying. In a very short time, he had opened up a distance of 1 li from Xueqi. He was very close to the 3rd mechanism. According to the map, the 3rd mechanism was right in front of them. This mechanism was also dangerous with poisonous gas. However, Long Chen wasn't afraid of it at all. He directly rushed into the poisonous gas. In a short time, Long Chen activated the mechanism. When the vibration of the cavern stopped and the mechanism was completely shut down, he destroyed the mechanism. Using his spirit-devouring demon eyes, he saw that Xueqi was 500 meters away. For Long Chen's mission, there was only 1 mechanism left. The last mechanism was the place where the 2 teams would meet. These two mechanisms were about the same distance from Long Chen. Xueqi is chasing after me according to the position of the mechanism. The next place he will rush towards is very likely to be my target, but at the same time, it could also be the place where we met last. If he reaches the place first and destroys the mechanism, it will be troublesome. However, Long Chen had super speed. He was confident that he could activate the last mechanism before Xueqi rushed to the last rendezvous point. Then, he would rush to the rendezvous point before Xueqi did. Thinking of this, Long Chen sensed Wu Yu's situation. She seemed to have fallen asleep. She was in a slow process of transformation and recovery. The number of life and death snow talismans on her forehead had almost decreased. Thinking of this, Long Chen used his maximum speed. He turned into a golden flash of lightning and rushed in the direction of the last mechanism. As expected, when Xueqi arrived at the location where Long Chen had activated the mechanism, he directly rushed to the rendezvous point between Long Chen and Yi Zhang. Perhaps this was his intuition. In this way, Long Chen had to erupt with even greater speed. The distance he had to cover was about 3 times that of Xueqi. A golden flash of lightning crisscrossed the complicated Moon Devil Cave. Long Chen had a weakness. His familiarity with the Moon Devil Cave was far inferior to Xueqi's. Quick, quick, quick. Therefore he had to be quick. Within this tranquil Moon Devil Grotto, a howling wind could be heard. After about 15 minutes, Long Chen finally reached the last place at an astonishing speed and activated the last mechanism. This meant that his task was complete. Next, he just had to meet up with Yi Zhang and the others at the last mechanism. Move. Without saying anything further, Long Chen continued forward, heading towards the last rendezvous point. He couldn't let Xueqi get ahead of him. Just as Long Chen had covered a third of the distance, 3 people suddenly appeared within the range of his spirit-devouring demon eyes. Furthermore, these 3 people seemed to have discovered him and were heading in his direction to intercept him. These 3 people were completely unfamiliar with Long Chen's qi. 2 of them should be at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. However, one of them was unfathomable to Long Chen. It should be a coincidence. Under this soul-suppressing stone, divine sense is useless. They simply can't see me. Long Chen comforted himself and continued forward. However, at this moment, the person whose strength Long Chen couldn't see through suddenly left the others behind and rapidly charged at Long Chen. That speed stunned Long Chen, because that person's speed was even faster than Long Chen's. He's at least at the 7th level of the divine martial realm and has a cosmic idol. Furthermore, it's not the evil Dragon Hall's master. Just who could it be in this Moon Devil Cave? Under the pursuit of such a strong expert, Long Chen had no way to dodge. That person's target was clearly him. After charging forward with all his might for a while, that person still caught up with him. Long Chen was helpless. The Moon Devil Cave's paths were extremely complex. Using the blood escape was simply unrealistic. Most likely if he used it, he would plunge into the ground. A binding energy acted on Long Chen's body. Long Chen was unable to move. He was very puzzled as to how that person had been able to find him. Could it be that he also had a divine ability similar to the spirit-devouring demon pupil? Turning his head, he saw that the person who had bound him was actually a youth. Long Chen carefully sized up that youth. He had a head of long purple hair, a pair of purple eyes that were like resplendent stars in the sky, and even his lips were a bewitching purple. His appearance was extremely bewitching. He had a kind of beauty that was even more beautiful than an ordinary girl's. However, he was definitely a man. Long Chen had a feeling that he had seen this youth before in the depths of his memories. However, it was extremely difficult for him to remember who he was. What made Long Chen feel the most reverence was that this frivolous youth's strength was definitely not at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. It was very likely that he was at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. From his control over heaven and earth, Long Chen could roughly guess that. Chapter 1103. Long Chen was actually very anxious. After all, Xueqi was already rushing to the rendezvous point. If he got there first, he could easily destroy the mechanism he had set up. At that time, all his efforts would be for naught. Not only would the evil Dragon Palace's mission be lost, but the lives of thousands of people would also be in Long Chen's hands. At this moment, the youth was also sizing up Long Chen. He had a smile on his face, but he didn't say anything. Under his control, The entire region seemed to listen to him. Even if Long Chen wanted to move, it would be extremely difficult. Who are you? There must be a reason why the other party was restraining him. At this moment, Long Chen could only force himself to calm down. This powerful youth that suddenly appeared did not seem to have any ill intentions towards him. Me. The mysterious youth pointed at himself and suddenly smiled. Who am I? I don't know either. This has nothing to do with you. You don't look like you're from the Moon Demon Cave. Why are you here? Hearing this, Long Chen's mind quickly turned. This person is clearly not from the Moon Demon Cave. Then why is he here? Long Chen thought about it for a moment and roughly guessed that the most mystical thing in the Moon Demon Cave was the Moonlight Cache. This youth's hair and eyes were both purple, and the purple demon moon diagram that appeared in the Moonlight Cache was also purple. Could it be that there was a connection? Thinking of this, Long Chen had a rough idea of what was going on. He said in a deep voice, I'm here to save the person who was captured. There are many people from small cities nearby who were captured and brought here. Some of them are my relatives. The mysterious youth sized up Long Chen for a while. He couldn't tell that he was lying. He nodded and said, So you're not here for the Demon Moon Cache. Then let me ask you a question. Do you know where they are hiding? I've been looking for them for a long time, but I can't find them. Long Chen said, If I knew, I wouldn't be wandering around here. At this time, the other two warriors, who were probably at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, had arrived. Both of them were dressed like servants. One was a pretty little maid, and the other was a middle-aged servant with a stooped back and a big smile on his face. Young master, who is this person? The young maid rushed forward and stood behind the mysterious young man. She looked curiously at Long Chen, while the other servant stood quietly behind her. That's not our target. You can leave. The mysterious youth waved his hand lightly, and Long Chen immediately felt the pressure on his body disappear. He breathed a sigh of relief, and after bidding farewell to the other party, he hurriedly left. After such a short delay, Xueqi must have advanced a lot. Perhaps he was already close to the rendezvous point. Long Chen was anxious, and he moved forward as fast as he could. After Long Chen left, the mysterious young man said, That kid is a bit strange. His strength seems to be at the 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm. How could he have such a terrifying speed? Could it be that he has some method to hide his strength, a method that even I, Li Tianji, don't know about? Young master, let's follow him and see. The information I got can't be wrong. The Demon Moon Cache is definitely here. The master of the Moon Devil's Cave is called Li Qingyue. Isn't Li Qingyue the one who stole the Demon Moon Cache? Said the servant. All right, I'll listen to you. After Long Chen left, the mysterious young man's purple eyes flickered with light. A kind of penetrating power appeared. It was as if he could see Long Chen's existence. He followed Long Chen and moved forward. Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eyes didn't see anyone within a 1-mile radius. Therefore he was very relieved. The mysterious young man shouldn't have caught up with him. Wu Yu had more or less recovered. Long Chen was about to reach the final rendezvous point at his fastest speed. At this moment, he was extremely nervous. If Xueqi was a step ahead of him, it would be troublesome. At his fastest speed, like a bolt of lightning, Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief when he was just about to approach. This was because Xueqi had already appeared within a mile of him. The distance between him and Xueqi was about the same as the final rendezvous point. Long Chen was confident that he would be able to catch up to Xueqi at the rendezvous point. This meant that there was still hope. This was a moment of life and death. Long Chen used all of his strength and speed. In a short period of time, he had caught up with Xueqi from another path. Suddenly, there was another surprise. Yi Zhang and the others were unexpectedly rushing towards the final meeting point from the same direction. In this case, the 3 groups would meet at the same time at the same place. Yi Zhang was the one who could deal with Xueqi. The current Long Chen could deal with Wu Yang and Wu Yu without any pressure. However, an expert at the 6th level of the divine martial realm was indeed not easy to deal with. At the last moment, Long Chen took the lead. Compared to the others, his speed was the fastest. At this moment, a golden bolt of lightning instantly rushed into the spacious cave. This cave was the largest one Long Chen had seen in the Moon Demon Cave. It had a circumference of several thousand meters, and the last activation mechanism was in the corner of the cave. On the other side of the mechanism was a wall burning with purple flames. This sturdy wall was completely made of purple flame divine iron. In order to prevent outsiders from entering, such a large amount of purple flame divine iron would definitely be very thick. Although Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation could cut through the purple flame divine iron, it was still very difficult to dig a path through such a large amount of purple flame divine iron. Long Chen. When Long Chen rushed into the cave and rushed towards the last activation mechanism, Xueqi also came out from another passage. At the same time, Yi Zheng also rushed out from another passage. Although he didn't have divine sense, his sharp intuition could still sense that this was a critical moment. Long Chen rushed in front while Xueqi followed 100 meters behind him. Yi Zheng was less than 20 meters behind Xueqi. Without thinking, Yi Zheng took out the sword of reincarnation and a gray sword light shot towards Xueqi. Your opponent is me. With a single sword move, Yi Zheng blocked in front of Xueqi. A gray murderous aura surged out and thousands of sword qi exploded, blocking Xueqi's path. The others also came out from the passage. Long Chen didn't have time to see how injured they were. With Yi Zheng blocking his opponent, the only thing he had to do was to activate the last mechanism. The wall made of purple flame godly iron had already been seen by Long Chen. Indeed, only by activating the wall could they enter. Otherwise, there was no other way. In Xueqi's design, no one was allowed to use other methods to open the door. With Yi Zheng blocking him, Long Chen arrived next to the switch without any mishaps. Without a word, Long Chen activated the switch and destroyed it. After he activated the mechanism, the entire Moon Devil Cave shook. For a moment, everyone felt like they couldn't stand steadily. When Xueqi saw this, he went completely crazy. After this door was opened, the Moon Devil sacrificial ceremony would definitely be affected. You're all courting death. Xueqi and Yi Zheng were evenly matched. After Long Chen activated the mechanism, he gathered with the others. At this time, everyone was nervously looking at the wall made of purple flame godly iron. The wall was very wide, and at this time, countless pieces of earth were shaken off by the purple flame godly iron. The wall was slowly sinking, and holes that could only be passed by one person appeared in front of Long Chen and the others. In total, there were more than 20 entrances. These small entrances all led to the inside of the Moon Devil Cave. With such a huge tremor, everyone in the Moon Devil Cave should have felt it. After finally completing this step, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Yi Zheng and Xueqi were in the middle of an intense battle. The passage had already been opened, and Xueqi's only option was to kill Long Chen and the others one by one. He couldn't let them in. Although Yi Zheng was younger than Xueqi, he cultivated the Azura killing path and was also a sword martialist, so he had a natural advantage. Moreover, Xueqi had been injured by Long Chen's Golden Thunder Dragon before. This was an intense battle, and Long Chen's heart tightened. Yi Zheng's side shouldn't have any problems. Long Chen turned to look at Wu Yang's side. Perhaps it was because of the mechanism, but the original 15 people had now been reduced to 13. 2 of them should have died in the Moon Devil's cave. Both of them had passed the Oblivion Wind Tribulation, 1 male and 1 female. Long Chen was slightly affected, but Du Yishuang and the other 2 were covered in dust, but they weren't injured. While the others were focused on Yi Zheng's battle with Xueqi, Wu Yang's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Long Chen and said, "Long Chen, where's my sister? She's injured, but she'll be fine after resting for a while. I've put her in a safe place, and after we kill Xueqi, I'll bring her back," said Long Chen. To Wu Yang this was a joke. He didn't have a good impression of Long Chen, and he was even hostile towards him. He didn't believe that Long Chen was telling the truth. After hearing Long Chen's words, he angrily looked at him and coldly said, "Brat, don't talk nonsense in front of me. Hurry up and hand over my sister, or else I'll kill you." Now that Wu Yu was resting, and Yi Zheng was engaged in a fierce battle, there was no telling what would happen. Moreover, Long Chen didn't want others to know about the existence of the Taishu realm. So his eyes flashed coldly, and he didn't give in to Wu Yang. He coldly said, "What's the rush? I can assure you that she's fine now. When we activated the mechanism, we were chased by Xueqi. If it were you, I don't think you would have the ability to bring your sister out." What? Everyone was surprised that Long Chen was able to complete the mission despite being chased by Xueqi. Chapter 1104. Do you think I'm a fool? Hand over my sister and I'll spare your life. Otherwise. Wu Yang's expression was unsightly as he approached Long Chen step by step. Wang Dongyang also wanted to intimidate Long Chen. Only Lu Qingfeng's expression was unsightly as he tried to mediate between the two sides, but to no avail. While Yi Zhang and Xueqi were having a life-and-death battle, Wu Yang and Long Chen were having a dispute. To be honest, Long Chen had wanted to beat this guy up for a long time. Now that he was actually threatening him, Long Chen was too lazy to be polite. He sneered and said, "You better not make a move. Otherwise, I'll beat you so badly that even your mother won't be able to recognize you." Hand over my sister. Wu Yang had already arrived in front of Long Chen. He cultivated the sacred sun fire technique and the sacred sun body. Now that he was angry, a blazing qi rushed towards Long Chen, as if Wu Yang was completely burning. Seeing the situation between Wu Yang and Long Chen, Du Yishuang and the others quickly advised, "We're all partners, we can't fight at this time. Why don't we take a step back to avoid both sides being injured?" Both sides being injured? You think too highly of him. Wu Yang sneered and attacked without saying anything. A golden flame covered the surface of his body. That blazing qi was the same as Xueqi's. Wu Yang was ranked second in the Evil Dragon Hall. No doubt he was powerful. The Sacred Sun Fire technique was also one of the best among the 6th-ranked divine skills. His Sacred Sun body was even more heaven-defying. Sacred Sun Fire technique. As soon as he made his move, a golden energy surrounded Wu Yang. Seeing Wu Yang make his move, the others were shocked and retreated in fear. They couldn't help but pray for Long Chen in their hearts. In the Evil Dragon Palace, there were many elders and hall masters who were defeated by Wu Yang. Basically, other than the vice hall masters, there weren't many elders who could deal with Wu Yang. Brilliant fist imprint. Wu Yang's first move was a ruthless one. The terrifying heat formed on his arm. With a roar, a golden light rushed towards Long Chen. The air trembled slightly. An astonishing power formed a fist imprint on Wu Yang's arm. The golden fist imprint was filled with explosive power. If Long Chen was hit by it, he would definitely be torn into pieces if nothing out of the ordinary happened. However, they had underestimated Long Chen. Wu Yang was indeed very strong. He was in the 5th layer of the divine martial realm and had survived 9 heavenly lightning tribulations. He was an existence that Long Chen could only look up to. When he had just arrived at the 3 great imperial regions, Long Chen could only look up to such a person. However, it was different now. Wu Yang's strength had already reached the peak of the 2nd layer of the divine martial realm. There was also the attack bonus of a sword cultivator, the heaven-defying might of the scarlet blood sky desolation, and the will of a dragon, which was even stronger than the other party's will of martial. God-slaying sword formation. Long Chen didn't say anything. The blood-red sword formation instantly appeared in a radius of 1,000 meters. Xueqi and Yi Zhang were probably standing in the sword formation. At first, Xueqi was shocked. However, he felt that Long Chen should be in conflict with someone else. He heaved a sigh of relief and focused on dealing with the troublesome Yi Zhang, the battle maniac from the Azura Sword Prison. Although there weren't many people from the Azura Sword Prison, they were all very terrifying. Seeing that Long Chen was really fighting with Wu Yang, the others were extremely shocked. They hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. However, they were still looking forward to seeing who would be stronger between Long Chen and Wu Yang. Sword C. The giant sword that soared into the sky was completely composed of dense sword qi. It slashed down at the first moment, colliding with Wu Yang's brilliant fist print. A huge explosion sounded. In terms of the attack of this move, the two were almost equal. Both were 6th-grade divine skills. However, Long Chen's god-slaying sword formation, that sharp sword qi, coupled with the nature of the scarlet blood sky desolation, was like a hot knife through butter. It still sent Wu Yang flying. And Long Chen was even more unforgiving. The sword in his hand suddenly stabbed into the ground. Suddenly, the entire god-slaying sword formation went berserk. Beast Tide. The roaring divine dragon roared from the god-slaying sword formation. Its huge body chased after Wu Yang. Feeling Long Chen's terrifying strength for the first time, Wu Yang's expression changed. He hurriedly retreated, but he didn't surrender. He was unwilling to lose to a newcomer like Long Chen. Sacred Fire Seal of Annihilation. Golden flames burned in each of his hands. When the two golden flames collided under Wu Yang's control, an even bigger explosion occurred. The resplendent golden light exploded, forming a palm burning with golden flames. It grabbed towards the divine dragon formed by Long Chen's beast tide. "You want to catch me with just this?" Long Chen laughed. His body shook. The roaring divine dragon broke through the sacred fire seal of annihilation and descended in front of Wu Yang. At this moment, seeing the terrifying divine dragon in front of him, Wu Yang finally understood the difference between him and Long Chen. This was a sad fact. He wasn't Long Chen's opponent. Seeing that Wu Yang was about to be drowned by the blood-colored divine dragon sword Qi, the others were shocked in their hearts. At the same time, their faces turned ashen. If Long Chen really killed Wu Yang, it would be troublesome. After all, Wu Yang was still the disciple of the evil Dragon Hall master. In the true martial emperor palace, killing each other was a serious crime. Long Chen, stop! Lu Qingfeng and the others shouted with tearing voices. Wu Yang's face was completely red from the light. He was incomparably frightened in his heart. He knew that death was imminent. Long Chen was a ruthless person. Since he had made his move, there was no reason for him to take it back. In the Great Void Realm, Wu Yu was still in a deep sleep. Long Chen estimated that she was about to wake up. Seeing that the high and mighty Wu Yang was about to be killed, Long Chen laughed and said, "Then I'll add more fuel to the fire." Everyone was puzzled. What did Long Chen mean by this? Soon they understood. In front of him, a blood-colored sword Qi formed him. It was so vivid. That kind of shocking sword Qi was emitted from the indestructible sword body. Looking at the indestructible sword body, everyone felt a stinging pain in their eyes. God-slaying sword formation, beast tide. In the instant the indestructible sword body appeared, he followed Long Chen's original move and launched another powerful attack. While everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but feel strange. Long Chen could kill Wu Yang in one move. Why did he need to use another indestructible sword body attack? Soon, everyone had an answer. No. Just at this time, Wu Yang was about to be swallowed by the beast tide. But at this time, the huge pressure suddenly disappeared. The divine dragon formed by the sword Qi disappeared in front of his eyes. Wu Yang was puzzled. What happened? Turn. Under the control of Long Chen and the indestructible sword body, the two divine dragons changed direction and crashed into the ground. Everyone watched this scene with their eyes wide open. Their hearts were too shaken. At this time they were panting. But they still didn't understand why Long Chen launched such a powerful attack and led it underground. Soon they understood. When they really understood, they sighed. So it was actually like this. They had underestimated Long Chen. The two divine dragons were not led to the ground at all. When they entered the god-slaying sword formation, they appeared at another place at the same time. That place was below Xueqi. At this time, Xueqi was engaged in an intense battle with Yi Zheng. Long Chen's god-slaying sword formation was originally below him, but he didn't care. But who would have thought that Long Chen would use the opportunity to fight with Wu Yang to scare Wu Yang and shift the real attack to Xueqi? The two divine dragons made of sword Qi gave Xueqi a fatal crisis. Although he was wearing the Xue Tian Yu armor, under Yi Zheng's suppression, the two divine dragons were too close and came too unexpectedly. He didn't even have the chance to use his best skill, Ice Snow Wall. The divine dragons made of sword Qi slashed his body with a loud bang. Xueqi let out an earth-shattering scream. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, his snow sky moon armor was completely destroyed. Even a part of his body was destroyed by Long Chen. Long Chen. Xueqi's eyes were bloodshot. Your opponent is me. At this moment, Yi Zheng was surprisingly calm. This was a huge opportunity for him, and he could completely grasp it. When Xueqi was destroyed by Long Chen, he changed his sword technique and the gray air around him completely wrapped around him. Azura's 7 swords, Road to Rebirth. The long, gray road pierced through Xueqi's head. After being bombarded by Long Chen, Xueqi had lost his ability to defend himself. His head was crushed bit by bit under the continuous killing of Yi Zheng's Road to Rebirth. Because he was a warrior of the 6th level of the divine martial realm, Yi Zheng had to spend a lot of effort to kill him. When Xueqi disappeared completely, everyone had a feeling of sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. Although it was Yi Zheng who killed Xueqi in the end, everyone knew that it was all thanks to Long Chen. If it wasn't for Long Chen's beautiful move, Who knew how long it would take to kill Xueqi? From this point of view, Long Chen didn't intend to kill Wu Yang from the beginning. Instead, he was aiming for Xueqi. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but admire Long Chen's intelligence. In fact, what they didn't know was that killing Xueqi was indeed one of Long Chen's goals. However, it was also one of his goals to frighten Wu Yang. And now, both of them had been accomplished. Chapter 1105. Long Chen smiled indifferently. Without saying anything, he turned into a golden bolt of lightning and returned to the original passage. After a few turns, he got Wu Yu out. She was still in a deep sleep, but the life and death snow spell between her eyebrows had disappeared. Her body was getting better, but she still couldn't fight for a while. Long Chen carried her in his arms and came to the front of the crowd. He handed the unconscious Wu Yu over to the nervous Wu Yang and said, "She was hit by Xueqi's life and death snow spell. I saved her from behind. She's fine now. When she wakes up, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not." The crowd suddenly realized that everything Long Chen had said was true. Xueqi really was after them. Finally finished a task, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The passage has been opened. I don't know the way inside, so we should hurry." After saying this, Long Chen sensed two unexpected situations. One was that there were two groups of people within the range of his soul-devouring demon eyes. One was Jiang Qing. He finally saw Long Chen. He was standing in a corner where no one could see him, looking at Long Chen from afar. And the other group of people was the purple-eyed teenager that Long Chen had met before. At this moment, he was smiling and looking in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen knew that he must have been following him. But how could he follow him in the Moon Devil's cave? Could it be that his cultivation had already surpassed the 7th level of the divine martial realm? The appearance of these two groups of people was one of the reasons for Long Chen, and the other reason was Yi Zheng's reaction. When everything was over, Long Chen suddenly felt a murderous aura behind him. He turned around and saw Yi Zheng's cold gray eyes staring at him. "What's the matter?" Long Chen felt the intense murderous aura. It wasn't an act. At this moment, Long Chen was holding Wu Yu and handing her over to Wu Yang. Yi Zheng didn't say anything. He approached Long Chen step by step. The others didn't know what he was doing. But at this moment, Yi Zheng's reincarnation sword aimed at Long Chen. Long Chen's expression changed. He sped up and turned into a bolt of golden lightning, instantly escaping from Yi Zheng's attack range. Long Chen turned around and looked at Yi Zheng in confusion. He asked, "Are you serious?" Long Chen couldn't make heads or tails of what was going on. Was this guy crazy? He had just finished off his opponent and now he wanted to show off to him. In order to take revenge on Long Chen for what he had done to Wu Yang, he was also playing a joke on Long Chen. But Long Chen felt that Yi Zheng's murderous aura was real. "You injured her. You have to die." Yi Zheng was as cold as ever. He walked towards Long Chen step by step. Long Chen was still confused. But he quickly understood. This "her" seemed to be referring to Wu Yu. "Idiot, you don't even know this? He must have seen you taking advantage of this chick just now. He probably hasn't even touched her waist yet. Now that you've touched it, how could he not be angry?" Little Cat said gloatingly in the great virtual realm. Long Chen was speechless. Was there a need to kill just like that? However, Yi Zheng's temper had always been strange. Long Chen couldn't figure him out. Coincidentally, Wu Yu woke up at this moment. When she saw Yi Zheng attacking Long Chen, she couldn't care less. She quickly said, "Second senior brother, what are you doing? Long Chen is our comrade." Yi Zheng didn't say anything and continued to attack Long Chen. Long Chen knew that Yi Zheng was strong. He was even stronger than Xueqi. Long Chen wasn't his match at the moment. So he didn't choose to fight him head-on. Instead, he used his speed to surpass him. Long Chen's speed was even faster than Yi Zheng's. This space was very big. So Yi Zheng couldn't touch him in a short time. Seeing that Yi Zheng still dared to make a move against Long Chen, Wu Yu quickly asked Wu Yang about what had happened. She understood many things. Her second senior apprentice brother had been very hard-working since he was young. Even though his looks and stature were rather average, because of his hard work, he quickly surpassed them and became a dragon among men in the evil dragon palace. She must have felt that this second senior brother had taken care of her a long time ago. He had allowed her to do everything and protected her. Today, Long Chen had actually injured her. That was probably why he was so angry. However, Wu Yu knew that Long Chen was completely innocent. Second senior brother, stop. Wu Yu was a little angry when she saw Yi Zhang chasing after her relentlessly. She had heard from others that Long Chen had cooperated with Yi Zhang to kill Xueqi. A gray shadow and a blood-red shadow flashed rapidly in the cave. Wu Yu's voice didn't have any effect. Instead, it made Yi Zhang even more jealous of Long Chen. He wasn't good with words. He didn't even know how to express his feelings and love. So he always had a hazy feeling with Wu Yu. However, Long Chen had only been together with Wu Yu for a short time. Yet he had already gained her favor. So even though Yi Zhang looked cold and calm on the outside, he actually had a natural jealousy for Long Chen. The current Long Chen had become more and more outstanding due to long-term training and the nourishment of the ancestral dragon bloodline. He was extraordinarily handsome, and his figure was considered tall and strong. Especially his pair of red eyes, which had a somewhat demonic and evil aura. This mischievous aura was fatally attractive to girls. It was even more attractive than sunny handsome men like Wu Yang. So Yi Zhang was jealous. You're crazy. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to continue tangling with Yi Zhang. He was a person who knew his own limits. His battle with Xueqi had already consumed a lot of divine energy. If he continued to fight with Yi Zhang, it wouldn't do anyone any good. The more they fought, the harder it would be to explain. So Long Chen didn't say anything and directly rushed into the open passageway. Each of these dozens of passageways could only allow one person to pass through. After Long Chen rushed in, Yi Zhang also didn't say anything and rushed in. The others looked at each other. Follow, Wu Yang said hurriedly. Everyone squeezed into the same passageway, heading towards the depths of the Moon Demon Cave. When they were far away, Jiang Qing came down from another passageway and caught up with the footsteps of Long Chen and the others. His face was a little gloomy. During his observation along the way, he was very satisfied with Long Chen's performance, but he was very dissatisfied with the performance of Yi Zhang and the others. Especially when Yi Zhang attacked Long Chen just now. Jiang Qing didn't have the soul-devouring demon eye, and his divine sense was also suppressed. So he could only see with his eyes, so he didn't see much. After Jiang Qing went in, the purple-eyed youth and his group of 3 came to the cave. One of the servants said, "Young master, did you notice that the youth has something similar to us? It's more than similar. I'd like to ask, this young man is obviously not a member of our Li clan, and he's not even from the Supreme Shadow Devil realm. How could he have the soul-devouring demon pupil? Of course, it's just a shortened version of the soul-devouring demon pupil. Soul-devouring demon eye." The 3 were puzzled and chased after him, but they didn't approach. As for Long Chen, they didn't have any malice. In this narrow passageway, it was simply Long Chen's paradise. Here, no matter how fast Yi Zhang was, he couldn't catch up with Long Chen, because Long Chen had the soul-devouring demon eye, but he didn't. The soul-devouring demon eye allowed Long Chen to accurately grasp all life within a mile. And this narrow passageway was not only a mile. Long Chen discovered that he had entered a real maze. Within this sphere of several dozen kilometers, there were countless tunnels, each of them roughly the same size. These tunnels were connected to each other in a complex manner, just like the intestines of the human body. In fact, it was even more complicated than that. In this sealed-off place, to find a way out, to find a way into the Moon Demon Cave, was undoubtedly very difficult. Long Chen didn't find a way out for a long time, but there was an interesting thing. In order to chase Long Chen, Yi Zhang still followed behind Long Chen, while the others lost him. Even among the others, because they were in a hurry, they split into several groups, and then followed each other. The original 15 people split into several groups, walking back and forth in this endless and boring place. Everyone had the urge to go crazy, because they simply couldn't get out. At the same time, there was also the existence of traps within these countless passageways. Along the way, Long Chen had already killed 3 combat puppets, encountered several steel needle traps and poisonous gas traps, and even the most terrifying time, a corrosive flame suddenly descended on his head. This dark green flame was called corrosive flame, and it caused great damage to the body. Even Long Chen didn't dare to casually touch it. He relied on his speed to rush out, but his body was still stained with quite a bit. Yi Zhang, who was following closely behind him, almost lost him, but in the end, this tenacious fellow still managed to catch up. What an annoying fellow. Let me teach you a lesson. Long Chen couldn't take it anymore. Originally, it was just a misunderstanding, and he had nothing to do with Wu Yu. But since this fellow was still chasing after him, Long Chen didn't want to be polite with him. Just now, when he passed by the mechanism of the corrosive fire, Long Chen had roughly memorized how the mechanism was triggered. The ground below the corrosive flame was slightly higher than other places by about 5 centimeters. Previously, Long Chen didn't know that when he stepped on it, the soil above his head would fly, and the corrosive flame would fall. Chapter 1106. As a result, Long Chen directly stepped over the mechanism, then turned around and stood still. Wen Yizhang was almost there. When he was about to reach that place, Long Chen shot out a grand white sword prison. When Yizhang reached the bottom of the corrosive fire, the grand white sword prison trapped him, and at the same time, Long Chen's other sword qi activated the mechanism of the corrosive fire. The grand white sword prison suffered a heavy blow. With Yi Zheng's ability, destroying the grand white sword prison was very easy. However, at this moment, Long Chen saw that the corrosive fire's mechanism was really triggered. Long Chen immediately withdrew the grand white sword prison. Yi Zhang, who was inside, was stunned. The dark green flames above his head instantly poured over his head, completely drowning him. An earth-shattering scream rang out. Seeing the corrosive fire engulfing him like a flood, Long Chen did not say anything and hurriedly fled. This time, Yi Zhang did not chase after him. This time, the corrosive fire was much more than the last time. It would probably be a huge blow to Yi Zhang. From the soul-devouring demon eye, Yi Zhang did not die, but he was definitely in a miserable state. You Yi Zhang, don't count as someone who can kill my people at will. Long Chen sneered in his heart. He also had a temper. He was not someone who could be killed by others if they wanted to. Yi Zhang's relentless pursuit had already angered him. After getting rid of this follower, it was time to find the exit. Whether it was the other people in the Moon Demon Cave, he had to continue killing them. Also, the person who was about to be sacrificed for the Moonlight Cash Box had to be saved. This was what Long Chen had to do now. He believed that Han Yunxing would definitely be watching all of this. At that time, if he could reward Long Chen with a dragon scale to cultivate the 9 dragon scripture, that would be wonderful. However, this complicated tunnel was not so easy to enter. The person that Long Chen controlled had actually only entered the true interior of the Moon Demon Cave once. That time, he had been led in by someone else, so he was not familiar with the map here. Long Chen could only rely on himself to explore. His only advantage was the soul-devouring demon eye, but it was clearly useless. In terms of intuition, Long Chen was much stronger than others. Very soon, there was no one within a radius of 1 kilometer. Long Chen roughly knew that he was ahead of everyone else. Long Chen continued to move forward, circling around the densely packed passageways while moving in a fixed direction. Even so, it took him more than 6 hours to get out. This place was too complicated. However, after 6 hours, Long Chen discovered a huge turning point. That was, within a radius of 1 kilometer, there were people from the Moon Demon Cave. Long Chen knew that these people were definitely the people guarding the tunnel. Thinking of this, Long Chen did not say anything and went towards them. Although it was only a radius of 1 kilometer, it still took Long Chen almost half an hour. Finally, he gradually got closer. As he got closer, a dazzling light appeared in the cave ahead. Long Chen knew that he had finally come out. In front of him, there were about 7 or 8 warriors at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm, who had just passed the Oblivion Wind Tribulation. Such warriors could basically be killed by Long Chen in seconds. A blood-red whirlwind instantly rushed out. The Tai-Bai sword prison completely surrounded them. Long Chen held the scarlet blood eternal desolation in his hand. The sharp tip of the sword streaked across the eyebrows of everyone. In a very short period of time, all of them were killed, leaving only one alive. Long Chen's current location was already inside the Moon Demon Cave. The terrain here was similar to the outside. There were no more fine tunnels like before. This was not a safe place. After Long Chen took the warrior away, he found a slightly remote place and started to use the soul control technique. With Long Chen's current ability, he could easily control the soul of the seriously injured opponent. "Where is your first cave master now?" Long Chen had already thought of the questions. At this time, he asked them one by one. In the end, he even asked the other party to draw out the location of the first cave master and the way to get there. After about half an hour, Long Chen finished asking all the questions. Of course, no one was left alive. From the questions, Long Chen learned a lot of things. He learned that the first cave master Li Qingyue was about to hold the moon demon sacrificial ceremony. At this time, it was estimated that the 999 people who were to be sacrificed had already arrived at a place called the sacrificial altar. Basically, the other people in the moon demon cave were guarding there. Along the way, there were many similar martial artists guarding the area. They still did not know that Long Chen and the others had already killed Xueqi and activated the mechanism. Originally, Xueqi had been left there for him to deal with Long Chen and the others. After receiving all the information, Long Chen began to take the lead in the direction of the sacrificial altar. As for Wu Yong and the others, in this chaotic terrain, it was impossible to find the sacrificial altar without a few days. Long Chen could only go and take a look first. There was also that mysterious purple-eyed youth. Who exactly was he? As Long Chen moved forward, he kept thinking about this purple-eyed youth. Suddenly, he once again felt the youth appear in his field of vision, and at the same time, he was quickly heading in his direction. Long Chen was shocked. Could it be that he really knows where I am and has been following me all this time? Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to pass through the tens of thousands of narrow passageways and find Long Chen. Since he was so strong and had no ill intentions, Long Chen did not leave. There were too many strong people in this world, but Long Chen was not weak either. After a while, the purple-eyed youth appeared behind Long Chen, followed by a pretty little servant girl and a servant. When he saw Long Chen, the purple-eyed youth flew over with an evil smile. After sizing up Long Chen for a while, he said, "Do you know the way to the sacrificial altar?" The sacrificial altar. It could be seen that this person should know quite a bit. Thinking of this, Long Chen could only nod and ask, "My name is Long Chen. How should I address you, sir?" "It's good that you know. Then there's no need for us to trouble ourselves. We'll just follow you. You don't mind, do you?" The purple-eyed youth did not answer Long Chen's question. "Of course I don't mind." Such a strong person who had no conflict with him was a natural protective talisman. Even now, Long Chen could not understand this guy's strength. "That's good. Thank you. Let me introduce myself." The purple-eyed youth chuckled, pointed to himself, and said, "My name is Li Tianji, and I come from the Supreme Shadow Devil Realm. I'll be straightforward. We came to the Moon Devil Cave to retrieve our Li family's Devil Moon Box, which belongs to the Li family. If you have any designs on the Devil Moon Box, you can tell me directly and I'll get rid of you. But if you don't have designs on the Devil Moon Box, I can agree to some of your requests on account of you leading the way for us." This young man named Li Tianji should be considered a very straightforward person. The moment he opened his mouth, he explained everything clearly. The servant girl next to him clenched her fist to scare Long Chen. She said, "You'd better not have designs on the Devil Moon Box. That's the Li family's inheritance treasure. It was stolen by the cave master of the Moon Devil Cave, Li Qingyue. We asked around for a long time before we found out that Li Qingyue came to the true martial imperial domain." Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. According to his estimation, the purple Devil Moon picture already contained a martial way of the divine martial realm. Long Chen had the true martial imperial soul, which was even more precious than the purple Devil Moon picture. Obviously, that thing was useless to Long Chen. Long Chen, of course, would not offend Li Tianji for the Devil Moon Box. Hence, Long Chen was very frank. He said, "I'll also say it directly. I'm a disciple of the true Martial Palace's Evil Dragon Palace. This time, I came to the Moon Devil Cave for the trial of my Evil Dragon Palace. My mission is to get rid of the people in the Moon Devil Cave. We don't know what the Devil Moon Box is. We just need to complete our mission. We already killed Xueqi." Li Tianji's eyes lit up. He said, "That means we're on the same side. That's even better. Let's go. Let me see how powerful the true Martial Emperor Palace's disciples are. Legend has it that the 3 Emperor Palaces are much stronger than our 9 great realms." Long Chen also relaxed. He said, "I can't represent the true Martial Emperor Palace. The true geniuses of our Emperor Palace are in the Martial God Palace." Li Tianji nodded and said, "I know of a place like the Martial God Palace. As they spoke, they got closer and closer to the altar. As long as one knew the route, it wasn't too far. However, something happened along the way. Jiang Qing also appeared. When he saw that Long Chen was with Li Tianji, he wanted to help. However, when he saw that there was no conflict between the two and they seemed to be chatting happily, Jiang Qing just followed behind and didn't interfere. Jiang Qing's eyes flickered with an indescribable light. As for Wu Yang and the others, they were probably still wandering around in the narrow passageways. Who knew when they would show up? The only reliable person, Yi Zhang, was under the attack of Long Chen's corrosive fire. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Long Chen didn't expect these three to be from the so-called demon realm of the lunar demon realm. No wonder they had an indistinct yin qi on them. This aura was very similar to that of Li Xuanji. The names Li Xuanji and Li Tianji seemed somewhat similar. However, Long Chen wasn't sure, so he didn't dare to rashly ask such a question. The altar was just ahead. When they were about 5 kilometers away, Li Tianji suddenly said, "I already know the location of the altar. Goodbye." After saying that, he led the two servants and disappeared from Long Chen's sight. After they were completely gone, Jiang Qing rushed to Long Chen's side and asked anxiously, "Long Chen, who were those three people?" "They are from the demon realm of the lunar demon realm," Long Chen answered honestly. "People from the demon realm of the lunar demon realm. What is their purpose in coming here?" Jiang Qing asked doubtfully. Long Chen explained Li Tianji's purpose in coming to the moon demon cave. After Jiang Qing heard it, he frowned and said, "Demonic moon box. I have never heard of such an item. So many lives were used to fill it. It shouldn't be anything good. If possible, destroy it." Chapter 1107. Jiang Qing nodded in satisfaction and said, "You did the right thing. This person called Li Tianji should have a high position in the lunar demonic world. He is even stronger than me. Even I do not dare to get close to him. The demonic moon box belongs to him. We should not lose our lives because of greed." After Jiang Qing said this, Long Chen looked at him with a smile and said, "Indeed, you are right. If we insist on things that do not belong to us, there will not be a good result." Jiang Qing was stunned. He could see the power of insight in Long Chen's eyes. Jiang Qing only treated it as an illusion, and changed the topic, saying, "I've actually seen your performance along the way. It's very perfect, even better than Yi Zhang's. When you return this time, there will definitely be a lot of rewards for you. But the prerequisite is that you have to survive the final attack. Right now, Yi Zhang and the others are still trapped there. For you, this is a very big opportunity. And there's also this Li Tianji. It's very likely that he killed the remaining 2 cave masters. Although it wasn't you guys who killed them, this is still considered an external factor that cannot be resisted, and the credit will also be given to you." In that case, Long Chen guessed that if Li Tianji wanted to obtain the demonic moonbox, he would definitely come into conflict with the lunar demonic cave master, Li Qingyue. With Li Tianji's strength, it should not be difficult for him to kill Li Qingyue. That's right. I have not seen Senior Han Yunxing in the past few days. Hence, it is possible that he did not come. This fellow always does things beyond the expectations of others. You have to be mentally prepared. If he did not come, all your efforts would have been wasted, Jiang Qing said with a strange expression. The supervisor did not come. This should be a big matter. However, from Jiang Qing's expression, it did not seem to be a big deal. Long Chen had a rough idea of what was going on. He said, "Don't worry, I will just focus on doing my part. Furthermore, I can save so many people. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. It is good that you have thought things through. It is not appropriate for me to have too much contact with you. You should take care of yourself first. Furthermore, Senior Drunkard is just my guess. He is a peak cultivator of the Martial God Palace. The soul-suppressing stone of the Moon Demon Cave will not be able to suppress his spiritual sense. With his spiritual sense, even if he does not enter the Moon Demon Cave, he will be able to grasp everything." An expert of this level was what Long Chen truly yearned for. "Let's go." After saying that, Jiang Qing moved to the side and followed Long Chen in secret. However, she could not openly make a move. Long Chen did not say anything else. He headed in the direction of the altar. He originally thought that Li Tianji would immediately make a move. However, when he arrived, he discovered that Li Tianji did not. Continuing forward, Long Chen finally saw a bright light in front of him. After passing through a narrow passage, Long Chen discovered that there were people everywhere. Crouching at the edge of the passage, Long Chen stuck his head out and looked ahead. In front of him was a huge and hollow cave. This was the largest cave that Long Chen had seen so far. Most importantly, the walls of the cave were decorated with magnificent gold and silver bricks. It did not look like a cave, but the interior of a palace. In this place, everything needed for a palace could be found. This was the true core of the Moon Demon Cave. Long Chen had been completely wrong. Everyone would enjoy it, and the people of the Moon Demon Cave would not like to live in a cave. In front of him was an underground city built in a cave. Jiang Qing, Li Tianji, and the others were within a mile of the soul-devouring demon eyes range. They were all on another path not far from Long Chen. Along the way, Long Chen and Li Tianji had killed many of the Moon Demon Cave's people. Now, aside from the people in front of them, there shouldn't be any other Moon Demon Cave's people left. In the center of the underground city was an altar. On top of the altar was a large incense burner and a table. Below the incense burner was a pit that was more than 10 meters deep. It was a pit with a radius of more than 100 meters, and it was filled with people. Everyone's faces were deathly pale. There were 999 people in total. From this, Long Chen deduced that these people should be from the nearby small cities. They had been captured and brought here to be sacrificed. They couldn't escape, because there was a layer of golden light covering the crater. These ordinary people, whose cultivation base hadn't reached the divine martial arts realm at most, couldn't escape. Seeing that there wasn't much time left until the Moon Devil sacrifice, the people on the ground knew that death was imminent. They all burst into tears, and some of them were unwilling to give up, pointing in one direction and cursing. That was the other side of the pit. There were 3 golden thrones and 10 silver thrones. 7 of the silver thrones were occupied, while 2 of the golden thrones were occupied. One of the seats was empty. There was no doubt that the empty seat was reserved for Xueqi. 3 golden thrones were arranged in a triangular formation. In the center of the throne sat a woman in a long purple dress, her face covered by a veil. Her figure was graceful, and her curves were astonishing. She exuded an alluring aura, but the coldness in her eyes under the veil was terrifying. This was most likely the great cave master of the Moon Devil Cave, Li Qingyue. From what Li Tianji had said, she was originally from the Supreme Shadow Demon realm. As for the second cave master, he was a tall and burly man. Even though he was sitting on a chair, one could see that his body was extremely sturdy, just like a lion. Especially that head of messy golden hair, as well as that disdainful and unrestrained gaze. It was exactly the same as a lion that surveyed its territory in the grasslands. This was the second cave master of the Moon Demon Cave. His name was Qin Shi, and he had the royal lion bloodline. According to the information, he cultivated the world-shaking royal lion fist. This was a cultivation method with extremely strong offensive and destructive power. Just like Qin Shi's body, it was filled with power. Apart from these 2, the other 7 were the vice cave masters of the Moon Demon Cave. Each of their strength was about the same as Wu Yang or the previous Yang Xiong. The highest level that Long Chen could handle was people of this level. If there were more, he would not be able to handle them. The divine sense realm was equivalent to the god martial spirit growing eyes. Apart from the amplification of divine origin, there was no other effect in battle. However, as long as Long Chen entered the celestial being realm, his battle strength would definitely increase greatly. The reason why he was able to fight so many experts above his level was because of the heaven-defying ancestral dragon martial artist, the amplification of the sword martial artist, and the power of the scarlet blood sacred art. However, he knew that as his level increased, the martial artists above the 6th level of the divine martial realm were all at a heaven-defying level. Against such martial artists, Long Chen's advantage would not be so obvious. Under the effect of the soul-suppressing stone, even Li Qingyue, who was in the Moon Demon Cave, did not know that someone had actually entered, let alone that someone was watching their every move. Long Chen had originally thought that Li Tianji would make a move as soon as he entered, but he did not expect that he would remain motionless and wait to watch the show. Could it be that he is waiting for Li Qingyue to take out the Moonlight Cash Box, which is also known as the Magic Moon Box, when the full moon falls? Long Chen thought in his heart. The stronger the expert, the less they valued the lives of the weak. Li Tianji was not necessarily a bad person, but he would not necessarily make a move in advance because he felt pity for those weak people. However, When Li Qingyue took out the magic moonbox, who could be sure that at that time, she did not give the order to kill first? Long Chen could only wait silently. Yi Zhang and the others probably would not be able to find this place at all. Everything depended on Long Chen himself. Moreover, Long Chen had put the devouring fire on Yi Zhang. If he met Yi Zhang again, it would definitely be a battle of life and death. For the current Long Chen, the 6th level of the divine martial realm was a big threshold. Time passed slowly. The night of the full moon was probably coming soon. The moon could not be seen in this cave, but the full moon probably had a great impact on the magic moonbox. Long Chen held his breath and watched. At this time, Li Qingyue and the others estimated that the time was up, and their faces revealed a happy expression. As for the 999 people in the pit, they all revealed a terrified expression. Panicked shouts and cries resounded in the pit. Li Qingyue did not take out the magic moonbox. Instead, she ordered, "Kill them all." Long Chen looked at Li Tianji again. There was no movement. He should still be waiting for Li Qingyue to take out the magic moonbox. With the strength of the warriors of the Moon Devil Cave, it was very easy to kill these commoners. At this time, Long Chen had no other choice. Without saying anything, he suddenly appeared, turned into a golden lightning, and instantly landed in front of the 7 deputy cave masters. Behind Long Chen were the trapped commoners. Who is it? The people of the Moon Devil Cave were all shocked. They looked at Long Chen in a daze. They had absolute faith in Xueqi's mechanisms, so they did not believe that someone could actually come to this place. Moreover, it was a young man. So the appearance of Long Chen was really unexpected. "Who are you?" Li Qingyue asked calmly. In front of her, the 7 deputy cave masters looked at each other. One of them stood up and walked towards Long Chen. No matter who Long Chen was, he had to take care of Long Chen. The Moon Devil sacrificial ceremony was a big event, and it was a good opportunity for them to cultivate. They could not let this unknown person disturb them. "Don't kill him first. Ask him where he came from," Qin Shi said in a low voice. Qin Shi said in a low voice. The moment he spoke, the surrounding air vibrated and buzzed. This was the power of his voice. Long Chen's appearance interrupted Li Qingyue's progress in the Moon Devil sacrificial ceremony. At this time, one of the deputy cave masters walked towards Long Chen. This was a gloomy man, and the pressure he exerted on Long Chen was no less than that of Su Shaodai. The only difference was that he was not a genius like Su Shaodai. Chapter 1108. Kid, where did you come from? Concealing the killing intent in his heart, that hazy warrior said in a gentle tone. The passage outside had been sealed by Xueqi, so it was impossible to come in. They were very worried that there would be another passage to come in, then their secret would be gone. What made him puzzled was that Long Chen did not say a word. This teenager was somewhat strange. The black-clothed warrior was slightly angry in his heart. He wanted to grab Long Chen, but at this time, a golden lightning instantly soared in front of him. Fast, it was really too fast. It could be said that Long Chen's speed and body surpassed the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Although his divine essence was not enough to compete with his opponent, there were many nature-defying factors that allowed him to have his current means. With a swoosh, the scarlet blood desolation suddenly appeared in front of the black-clothed warrior's palm. The blood-red sword tip made the warrior's eyes widen in an instant. Long Chen's performance really surprised him. When the blood-red sword tip appeared, a white sword light suddenly popped out in front of Long Chen's eyes. That white light instantly exploded, transforming into thousands of white sword lights, forming a white sphere, surrounding Long Chen and the black-clothed warrior in a narrow space with a diameter of less than 2 meters. This unforeseen event stunned everyone. In such a narrow space, many skills could not be used, which meant that they would have to engage in a high-intensity hand-to-hand combat. This was only a warrior in the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. How could he have such an ability? Therefore, everyone unanimously thought that Long Chen was not in the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. He must have some hidden means. At this time, everyone realized that a great enemy had arrived. The other 6 deputy cave masters stood up one after another and rushed towards Long Chen's location. However, they absolutely did not expect that they would be a step too late. The Tai-Bai sword prison exploded again and again, indicating that there was an intense battle going on inside. Just before the crowd arrived, the Tai-Bai sword prison actually exploded and 2 people appeared. One was standing while the other was kneeling in front of him. The person who stood there was none other than that young man. At this moment, he was looking at everyone with disdain. His eyes were bloodshot as a bloody baleful aura erupted from his body. A terrifying aura emanated from him. The ordinary-looking young man earlier was actually so terrifying now. The person kneeling on the ground was the Moon Demon Cave's deputy cave master. His face was pale, and his head drooped. Blood dripped from his forehead, and his body gradually lost its vitality. The god martial spirit was directly killed by Long Chen. Seeing this scene, the 6 deputy cave masters were all stunned. Their brothers of many years had died in front of them just like that, without any warning. What they could be sure of was that if they had stood up first, the one who would have died would have been them. When they looked at Long Chen again, they already had a different look in their eyes. The deputy cave masters who were chatting cheerfully and wittily at the beginning were now looking at Long Chen with stern expressions. "Who the hell are you?" The second cave master, Qin Shi, was also startled. His eyes were as sharp as a lion's as he stared at Long Chen. Long Chen felt as though he was being stared at by the king of all beasts. A chill ran down his back. This warrior in the 6th level of the divine martial realm was really not simple. Xueqi was most proficient in mechanisms, but the feeling that this Qin Shi gave Long Chen was the same as the martial arts fanatic Nangong Lai. He was an out-and-out martial arts expert. The person who will take your lives. The more dangerous the situation was, the more relaxed Long Chen was. Li Tianji and the others actually did not make the first move, so Long Chen chose to make the first move. Long Chen believed that if he was no match for them, the other party would definitely come to his rescue. This was a kind of intuition. Therefore, since he was going to play, he had to play crazily. You have committed so many evil deeds, there will always be someone who will come and collect your corpses. Therefore I have come today. Remember my name. Long Chen looked around. The contempt in his eyes made the deputy cave masters very uncomfortable. He said proudly, "My name is Long Chen. This is the name of the person who will send you to the next world, just like this brother of yours." After he finished speaking, Long Chen casually kicked the warrior in front of him and sent him flying, crashing into the bodies of the 6 deputy cave masters. At the same time, following the corpse, Long Chen's strong physical body suddenly moved, rushing forward with a loud bang. The golden lightning rushed into the crowd at a speed faster than the corpse. He actually wants to fight 1 against 6. The little servant girl beside Li Tianji used her chubby hands to cover her mouth. She stared blankly at the figure of Long Chen, who was already surrounded by the 6 deputy cave masters. Today's youth was no longer the youth of the past. The 6 deputy cave masters dealing with Long Chen was already giving Long Chen enough face. Therefore, Qin Shi and Li Qingyue did not move. They stared at Long Chen without blinking. They were very curious. Under the scrutiny of these 2 experts, how could Long Chen be so arrogant? One had just entered the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. The other was a warrior who had reached the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. It could be said that both of them could easily kill Long Chen. In an instant, Long Chen fell into a fierce battle. This was a huge challenge even for him. At this moment, Long Chen was very charming. He was very emotional. These people had cultivated for thousands of years, while he had only cultivated for 7 years. In 7 years, Long Chen had already reached such a level. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Blood desolation danced among the crowd. Every warrior in the 5th tier of the divine martial realm had their own trump card. Moreover, they had all gone through the 9 heavens lightning tribulation. Their innate bodies could completely unleash their power. Their own bloodline, as well as the divine abilities in their bloodline, could all be completely unleashed, causing fatal attacks. To be honest, it was very difficult to continuously deal with 6 experts who were comparable to him. For a moment, Long Chen felt as if he was hovering at the gates of hell. However, Long Chen maintained a calm demeanor. As he fought, he retreated. Very soon, he was almost in front of the huge pit that trapped thousands of people. The scarlet blood desolation in his hand seemed to be connected to his body. Sensing Long Chen's mood, the scarlet blood desolation also seemed to be very angry. Blood-red mist revolved around it, and the shadows of divine dragons roared angrily. "It's time to make a move." Boundless killing intent burst forth from his eyes. With a spin of the scarlet blood heavenly wasteland in his hand, the god-murdering sword formation was immediately activated. The god-murdering sword formation was the most suitable sword technique for a chaotic battle, because at this time, No one knew where Long Chen's next sword technique would come from. The blood-colored array formation surrounded the 7 people's positions. Insignificant skill. Look at my great Prajna fist. 6 warriors firmly surrounded Long Chen. Powerful killing moves were launched towards Long Chen. Under the suppression of the 6 of them, the entire underground space was in an oppressive environment. 6 waves of pressure formed into one, like the weight of a mountain. It pressed towards Long Chen. It was very terrifying. Normally, even if it was a warrior in the 6th tier of the divine martial realm, under such a siege, it would be difficult to deal with them. However, Long Chen would not, because his body and speed were too outstanding. Even if there were 6 warriors, they would not be able to catch this young warrior who was as fast as lightning. He was like a swimming dragon, constantly disappearing and reappearing in front of everyone. Billions of killing tribulations. Even if it was a 3rd-grade divine skill, when it was released by Long Chen, it had a terrifying power. The thick blood-red divine origin surged in his billions of meridians. It could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The body of the divine martial realm was already very huge. When Long Chen's boundless dragon blood divine origin was released, it formed a kind of blood-red wave of qi. The blood-red sword flower quickly revolved around everyone. God-slaughtering sword formation. Sword C. The billions of killing tribulations was just a pretense that Long Chen had set up. This God-slaughtering sword formation was the real attack. With his current strength, to be able to completely display the God-slaughtering sword formation, it was simply heaven-defying to others. The blood-red sword light soared into the sky, and the entire cave trembled under Long Chen's attack. Countless sword lights not only attacked the 6 warriors, but also went in other directions, such as the golden halo that enveloped thousands of people. This was also a part of Long Chen's goal. What disappointed him was that even his God-slaughtering sword formation's attack did not cause the golden light barrier to explode. If that was the case, it would be more troublesome to save them. Long Chen was not a person without a kind heart. At this moment, those people were below, looking at Long Chen with eyes filled with anticipation and hope. They were innocent. Although the weak did not have the right to live, Long Chen was willing to fight for them. In other words, since young, he had always been a person filled with a sense of justice. It was just that in the later stages of polishing, life was like grass. More and more people died in his hands. And today, although he had never met this feeling of hope before, Long Chen was still very touched. This feeling stimulated him to erupt, and he even fought with his life on the line. Long Chen's gaze locked onto Qin Shi's body as he thought, since I am unable to break this light barrier and save them, he must have a way. The current Long Chen was crazy. It was precisely this madness that created him. Indestructible sword body. A grade 7 divine technique. It was the strongest battle technique that Long Chen could use at the moment. Within the envelopment of the God-slaughtering sword formation, the indestructible sword body appeared among the crowd. The powerful and mysterious sword technique instantly blocked 3 opponents for Long Chen. Although the opponents were at the 5th tier of the divine martial realm and had passed the 9th heaven lightning tribulation, they were unable to block Long Chen in terms of killing. Beast tide. Thousands of beasts rushed together, and an earth-shaking sound appeared. Under the 2 attacks of the God-slaughtering sword formation, the cave erupted again and again. 2 divine dragons completely formed from sword blades wreaked havoc among the crowd. This was a destructive attack. Even Wu Yong could not block it, let alone those people. After this attack, Qin Shi's expression changed. So powerful. Chapter 1109. Only at the very end, when Long Chen used the undying sword body, did he display his strongest battle power. In an instant, within the range of the god-murdering sword formation, a total of 6 people were caught off guard. Long Chen's sword move swept through them, and then slashed thousands of times. Every divine dragon was slashed out by Long Chen with his sword, and every single one of them was a terrifying sword qi. The undying sword body possessed an offensive power similar to Long Chen's. Especially since the Scarlet Blood Desolation was a first-rate super-divine weapon. Combined with the undying sword body, Long Chen's sharp Scarlet Blood Desolation swept past almost everyone in a short period of time. The Golden Lightning Prison Dragon in his left hand rushed out, and Golden Lightning wrapped around the 6 people, restricting their speed, and even completely paralyzing their bodies. Lightning was a violent power. The Golden Lightning rushed into their bodies, and in a short period of time, it completely destroyed their bodies. The most primitive sword, with a profound sword move, pierced through their foreheads. Blood spurted out. At this moment, Long Chen was like a demon in blood, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Pa 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 6 bodies fell to the ground. When Long Chen killed them, he also accepted their emperor crystals. These fellows didn't have much money. Adding up all of them, including what Long Chen originally had, he only had 10,000 divine crystals. This many divine crystals was enough for the golden lightning prison dragon to devour, and then use a decent move. After the 6 vice cave masters of the Moon Devil Cave fell, they didn't stand up again. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and sluggishness. Long Chen suddenly displayed battle power at the last moment, and instantly broke through their defenses. In terms of divine energy, Long Chen couldn't compare to them, but the ancestral dragon's essence blood gave Long Chen a strong body, and the golden lightning prison dragon gave Long Chen speed. His body and speed broke the rules, and the scarlet blood desolation defied the heavens. Long Chen still did not have the strength to unleash the true might of the scarlet blood desolation. The scarlet blood desolation and the 9 dragon scripture were the best things that Yi Wushang had left for him. Long Chen understood that the higher the level of the god martial arts realm, the more terrifying it would be. The 6th level of the god martial arts realm had already shown its power, not to mention the warriors at the 7th level of the god martial arts realm who could use the will of heaven and earth. Every one of them was like heaven and earth, and they could suppress their opponents just by standing still. For now, Long Chen could only play with those below the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm. Of course, this was also extremely heaven-defying. At least among the people present, not many people thought he was a warrior at the 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm. By killing 7 people in a row, Long Chen had given Qin Shi and Li Qingyue a huge shock. Even Li Tianji and the others, who were still observing, could not help but feel uncomfortable about Long Chen's bloodlust and massacre. Or perhaps this was fear. Qin Shi had already stood up. Just now, he had underestimated Long Chen, which was why he was a step slower. At this moment, he turned to look at Li Qingyue, seeking her opinion. They were not sad about the death of the 7 deputy cave masters. To them, death was a very normal thing. Perhaps in their hearts, only these 3 cave masters, Xueqi, Qin Shi, and Li Qingyue, were their true brothers and sisters. No matter what, the others were not their core members. It was already very good to have the qualifications to view the purple demon moon diagram here. He's troublesome. Be careful and just kill him. There's no need to ask where he came from. I reckon that Xueqi is doomed this time, Li Qingyue said indifferently. What you mean is... Qin Shi actually already understood. At this point, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "All right, then let's take revenge for this trash." As he spoke, this 6th-tier divine martial realm supreme golden body cultivator walked towards Long Chen, step by step. Long Chen was pondering how to destroy the golden light behind him. He could not let the other party know that his objective was to save the people behind him. Otherwise, the other party would have something to use against him. If the other party used the lives of these people to threaten Long Chen, it would be a very troublesome matter. In the blink of an eye, a golden lion stood in front of Long Chen. Its golden eyes stared at Long Chen, its pupils turning vertical and turning into sharp blades. Long Chen seemed to see a golden lion that blotted out the sky. It roared in front of him and all beasts submitted to it. The supreme might of the 6th tier of the divine martial realm faintly radiated from his body, forming a suppressive force that surpassed the combined forces of the few people from before. It could be said that even 10 deputy cave masters were not a match for Qin Shi alone. This man's experience in killing was no less than Long Chen's. Every move he made was filled with a destructive aura. If even Xueqi could put Long Chen in such a sorry state, there was no need to mention Qin Shi. At this moment, a golden divine dragon was coiled around Long Chen's left arm. Long Chen was feeding it with a large number of divine crystals. What is this? Qin Shi was very curious. This was very similar to the legendary divine dragon. However, it was formed from golden lightning and not a real body. Something that will take your life. Long Chen smiled gently. He raised his head and looked at Qin Shi with fiery eyes. His battle intent burned and the martial emperor's soul between his eyebrows had already been activated. It formed a gray light, as if Long Chen had a third eye. Qin Shi spat on the ground and wiped his hands. He said expressionlessly, "I've seen many young people like you. They're very arrogant, but very few of them manage to survive. I, Qin Shi, was not very talented since I was young. However, after all the geniuses died because of their arrogance, I survived and even became an expert who specializes in killing geniuses. Then let's see if I kill you or if you kill me. Under the nourishment of divine crystals, the golden thunderhell dragon grew larger and larger. The golden lightning stared at Qin Shi as an ancient aura emanated from the golden thunderhell dragon's body. The scarlet blood desolation in Long Chen's right hand also revealed the figure of the scarlet-horned demon dragon. A real dragon. A lion, or perhaps the king of beasts, paled in comparison to a dragon. Qin Shi had the bloodline of a royal lion and was very strong. However, for some reason when he looked at Long Chen, he felt that there was a natural bloodline suppressing him. When a warrior reaches the supreme golden body realm, they have truly transcended. Because we have passed the 3 great tribulations, we are no longer the same as the realms before the 5th tier of the divine martial realm. As he spoke, Qin Shi slammed his fists together. His hands were filled with extremely rough muscles. At that moment, the power of his fists vibrated together, forming a light wave that spread out in all directions. The surroundings began to tremble as an explosive power gathered on his body. This was a lion that blotted out the sky. It had a savage wildness. Its golden eyes were like the sun, emitting a terrifying and dazzling light that no one could dodge. This was the true 6th tier of the divine martial realm. A supreme golden body. It could even be said to be an undying body. Crack. This was the sound that appeared when Qin Shi clenched his fists. Long Chen was completely enveloped in a blood-red mist. Although this kind of power was very strong, it still did not intimidate him. He realized that this was an opponent that challenged his limits and surpassed his current limits. The indestructible sword body stood beside Long Chen expressionlessly. Holding the scarlet blood eternity in his hand, the god-murdering sword formation gradually gathered under Long Chen's sword. This time, the god-murdering sword formation did not disperse. Instead, it moved from the ground to Long Chen's sword. The blood-red formation gathered on the blade of the scarlet blood eternity. This was the final power of the god-murdering sword formation. Only when there was no retreat would Long Chen move the god-murdering sword formation here. This meant that a terrifying power that surpassed Long Chen's control would soon appear in his hands. What a terrifying sword force! Qin Shi looked at Long Chen with blazing eyes. He was also a person who loved to fight. An opponent like Long Chen had successfully attracted his attention. In Long Chen's hands, the god-murdering sword formation fused with the blade of the scarlet blood eternity, forming sword-shaped runes. Long Chen even felt that he could no longer hold the scarlet blood eternity. The power that was transmitted from it was too terrifying. Beside him, the indestructible sword body was also trembling. This was a mystical cloning battle technique. The battle was about to begin. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly retreated. In the instant he retreated, Qin Shi's body exploded like a bomb under the guidance of his qi. He charged towards Long Chen. As he advanced and retreated, the distance between them did not change. However, it did. Their location was right above the huge crater. This was the place. Arriving here, Long Chen revealed a smile. With a golden lightning dragon in his left hand and the god-murdering sword formation in his right, he was already prepared. Qin Shi was in front of him, staring at him with disdain. His hands slowly moved. Golden divine energy swept around his body, forming a golden tornado that completely surrounded his body. A storm formed from energy swept in all directions, causing the golden light on the ground to tremble slightly. A violent aura filled with wildness erupted from Qin Shi's body. At this moment, Long Chen was not weak at all. After feeding it tens of thousands of divine crystals, the golden lightning dragon was lying dormant, staring at Qin Shi. It was already in a berserk state. At Long Chen's command, it would definitely pounce over immediately. In his right hand, the god-murdering sword formation was also prepared. Buzz! Both of them attacked at almost the same time. On Long Chen's side, there was a golden and blood-colored brilliance that was filled with killing intent. On the other hand, the attack that erupted from Qin Shi's body was purely a barbaric collision. World-shaking, Royal Lion Fist. With a roar, his fist transformed into a golden lion with a single horn that blotted out the sky. It let out an earth-shattering roar and charged towards Long Chen, engulfing him. The entire cave was under the control of the golden power. He was at the 6th tier of the divine martial realm, but his divine energy was countless times that of Long Chen. Fortunately, the golden lightning dragon could block it for a while. However, Long Chen still activated the God-murdering sword formation first. God-murdering sword formation. Sword explosion. Recommending a work. Li Yi's live post with more than 50 million views. Original post. My sister was killed. I was thrown into the bottom of a well, but I met the beautiful fox immortal. Introduction in the invisible underground world. He was the overlord of the underworld, the invisible overlord of the underworld. In the officialdom, he was a rising star who could command the wind and clouds, a rising star in the officialdom. In the cultivation world, he was a terrifying devil who could play with people's hearts and control others. All of this came from the fox immortal who had given him the soul-hooking technique. This was the story of an ambitious devil king and the last fox immortal in the world. In this story, there were ambiguities, warmth, passion, touching emotions, conspiracies, and endless sighs. The title of the book was The Last Fox Immortal, which could be found by searching on this website. Chapter 11:10. This was the move that triggered the entire formation within the God-murdering sword formation, causing the sword formation to completely explode. Long Chen had cultivated the God-murdering sword formation to its most thorough level. Only then did this move appear in his mind. Naturally, the might of the sword explosion was several times stronger than that of the beast tide. The power of the sword explosion was several times stronger than the beast tide. After activating the God-murdering sword formation, the Sea of Swords and the beast tide would not cause the God-murdering sword formation to disappear. However, the sword explosion was an attack that caused the God-murdering sword formation to self-detonate. Using this method to deal with Qin Shi was the only way for Long Chen. His opponent was just too strong. An opponent that had cultivated for thousands of years had accumulated countless things over countless years. If Long Chen wanted to receive the world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist that he had tempered thousands of times, it would be impossible without this sword explosion. As the sword slashed down, a might that was not any weaker than his opponent's descended. Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation seemed to explode. Rumble! Rumble! An earth-shaking sound was emitted. The God-murdering sword formation attached to the scarlet blood desolation was truly destroyed, turning into a completely blood-colored sword qi. A wave of air mixed with countless blood-colored sword qi rushed towards the terrifying fist technique of the world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist. At this moment, Long Chen was calm. Fighting against an expert like Qin Shi was not his goal. Long Chen's true goal was to guide the intense shockwaves of the battle towards the group of trapped sacrificial offerings for the Moon Demon sacrificial ceremony while blocking his opponent's attack. Long Chen wanted to save them, but they were trapped within the golden light barrier. Long Chen had already tried it earlier. He knew what he was doing. It was unlikely that he would be able to break the light barrier with his own attack. He did not know what kind of light barrier it was, but its resistance was actually so terrifying. From this, it could be seen that Li Qingyue and the rest viewed this sacrificial offering with great importance. What Long Chen didn't know was that this golden barrier was the key to completing the Moon Demon sacrifice. If this golden barrier was destroyed, the Moonlight cash box probably wouldn't be able to be opened. When the God-murdering sword formation sword explosion and the opponent's world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist clashed, Long Chen's golden thunder dragon that had been hibernating for a long time finally couldn't help but attack. With an earth-shattering roar, under Long Chen's guidance, the golden thunder dragon rushed into the sky. Its golden lightning body became incomparably huge, and then it swooped down. There was a reason for this. The golden thunder prison dragon and the God-murdering sword formation were dealing with the world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist at the same time, and the existence of the golden thunder prison dragon, due to the angle, would push the aftermath of the battle towards the golden light barrier. Everything was going according to Long Chen's plan. His speed was extremely fast, even surpassing the speed of the energy ripples. Qin Shi did not use his full strength in this punch. It could be said that these two moves of Long Chen could completely break the opponent's world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist. Of course, this was nothing to be proud of. The energy of the three parties converged, and the terrifying battle caused the entire cave to rumble and shake. The luxurious bricks on the originally built walls started to crumble and fall to the ground. For a moment, it was as if it was raining. Qin Shi's eyes were filled with astonishment. He really didn't expect that this kid actually had the strength to block his famous consummate skill, the world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist. This was not only his famous consummate skill, but also his strongest move. Countless warriors had died under the tyranny of the world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist. Rumble. Under the guidance of the Golden Thunder Prison Dragon, a huge explosion occurred. The attack that was mixed with all kinds of energy headed towards the direction that Long Chen was guiding, which was the Golden Light Barrier. At this moment, Long Chen tensed up. He had already rushed to the vicinity of the light barrier. Once the light barrier exploded, he would rush in immediately and protect the others at the same time. Just as he had expected, the Golden Light Shield was finally unable to withstand the combined force of the three forces and exploded with a loud bang. Grand White Sword Prison. Not only could the Grand White Sword Prison trap others, but it could also be used for defense. At this moment, Long Chen was using the White Sword Chi to block the thousands of people, so that these innocent people wouldn't be harmed by the aftershocks of the battle. This move of Long Chen's was too dangerous. Although those people knew that the Golden Light Barrier was trapping them, they still turned pale with fright, especially after the light barrier was destroyed. "I'm here to save you. Don't resist." With their strength, Long Chen could directly take them into the Great Void Realm. This concerned the lives of thousands of people, so Long Chen had no choice but to expose the Great Void Realm. Generally speaking, only warriors in the 8th tier of the Divine Martial Arts realm would have an internal universe, which was also known as a Divine Kingdom. Only a Divine Kingdom could allow living people to enter, but some rare treasures also had the same effect. Presumably, the others wouldn't pay too much attention to this matter. At most, they would be shocked that Long Chen actually had such a magical treasure. He told them not to resist. Everyone was very clear that Long Chen was their only chance to get out of here alive. Thinking of this, everyone subconsciously followed Long Chen's method. When the suction force acted on them, they didn't resist. Therefore, thousands of people were instantly sucked into Long Chen's Great Void Realm. Occasionally, there were a few idiots who resisted the suction force of Long Chen, but Long Chen forcefully sucked them in. Mobilizing the chi of Great Void to surround them, Long Chen said, "Everyone, don't panic. Stay here for a while. After I escape, I'll let you out." In the Great Void Realm, everyone had already started discussing. "What is this place? Why are we here? Where's the young man who saved us just now? Could we have already died?" Woo-woo. Therefore, Long Chen was born to calm them down. "I got it." Suddenly, someone exclaimed loudly. He looked in the direction where Long Chen's voice came from with eyes of worship and said fervently, "Have you all forgotten? Only the godlike warriors of the 8th tier of the Divine Martial Arts realm have a Divine Kingdom. We are now in a place that looks like a storage ring, but we are still alive. Doesn't this mean that this is the young man's Divine Kingdom?" So that's how it is. This young man is actually so powerful. A godlike person. He can only be our senior. Many of the seniors of the martial arts path have nature-defying abilities. Their appearance also remains the same as when they were young. This young man should be such a person. While everyone was discussing and worshipping Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. While he had finally completed his mission, he felt the pressure from Qin Shi again. With a loud bang, the Tai Bai sword prison was easily broken by Qin Shi. With one glance, Qin Shi saw that the people inside were gone. His gaze became even more solemn as he stared at Long Chen. A pressure like that of a huge mountain was exerted on Long Chen. "You actually have such a treasure on you, and you can even block my world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist. I've underestimated you." Qin Shi sighed. Soon after, his golden eyes lit up. He was truly angry. "Looks like you will only release them after I kill you. I've always hated troublemakers. We've been preparing for the lunar demon sacrificial ceremony for such a long time, but you came to disturb us. How uncouth." In midair, Qin Shi was like a god as he looked down at Long Chen. His voice was like a great bell, deafening to the ears. After completing his mission, Long Chen could not be bothered with him. Long Chen knew his limits. He had already used the power of the sword explosion and the golden lightning imprisonment dragon. If Qin Shi attacked again, Long Chen would die. Therefore, he soared into the sky and stood 10 meters in front of Qin Shi. He said without any pressure, "Old man, don't be too full of yourself. Do you think that everything is under your control?" "What else?" Qin Shi sneered. "Come after me," said Long Chen suddenly. "What did you say?" Before Qin Shi could finish his sentence, Long Chen turned into a golden bolt of lightning and instantly disappeared before Qin Shi's eyes. Only then did Qin Shi understand that Long Chen had succeeded and was preparing to flee. Qin Shi had misunderstood. He had thought that Long Chen had come for the moonlight cache and would not leave until he obtained it. He had never expected that Long Chen would flee at full speed at this critical juncture. Although Long Chen wasn't as familiar with the terrain as Qin Shi, he was faster than Qin Shi. However, Qin Shi wasn't easy to deal with either. Golden veins appeared on his body. At that moment, he was like a lion on the plains. Suddenly, his hands were on the ground, and he was like a four-legged beast as he chased after Long Chen. Finish this quickly. There's not much time left. Li Qingyue's dissatisfied voice echoed in Qin Shi's ears. Qin Shi knew that Li Qingyue was angry, so he immediately increased his speed in a frenzy. He wanted to catch up to Long Chen and kill him. At the same time, he wanted to rescue all the people he had taken away. A golden bolt of lightning advanced through the countless densely packed passageways. As it turned, a golden lion pursued it relentlessly. After Long Chen left, Jiang Qing immediately followed. His eyes flickered with hesitation. Han Yunxing shouldn't have come. This might be the best chance for me to figure out Long Chen's secret. I definitely can't miss it. Otherwise, I'll regret all living beings. This kid is only in his 20s, yet he already has such strength. It must be the mysterious object between his eyebrows that helped him. The value of that object is definitely greater than the moonlight cache. As he thought of this, Jiang Qing followed behind Qin Shi, hiding from Li Qingyue's eyes as he chased after him frantically. He was at the perfect 6th tier of the divine martial realm. His speed was also top-notch, so he quickly caught up to Qin Shi. As long as he could find the traces left behind by Qin Shi, he wouldn't lose Long Chen. After watching the three of them leave, the male servant beside Li Tianji said, "Young master, are we going to make a move now?" Li Tianji smiled and said, "Wait. We must wait until she takes out the demonic moon box. This woman has always been cautious. I won't make a move until she takes out the demonic moon box. However, if she takes out the demonic moon box, she will die." Chapter 11:11. Li Tianji smiled sheepishly. He turned around and looked at the maidservant lecherously. "Xiao Yu, my skills in bed are even better. I'm practically the best in the dragon sacrificial continent. I can conquer the 3 regions and 9 realms with my spear. No one can match me. Do you want to give it a try?" "Get lost. Young master is a big baddie." The maidservant wasn't afraid at all. She winked at Li Tianji. "Aya, aren't you afraid of me? See if I don't punish you on the spot." "If you dare, I'll say it loudly." The maidservant giggled. She had something on Li Tianji. If she said it loudly now, Li Qingyue, who was still sitting quietly, would immediately discover it. Li Tianji immediately hung his head dejectedly. The maidservant beside him smiled smugly. "What's there to be smug about? When I return with the demonic moonbox, I'll definitely make you cry your eyes out," Li Tianji threatened. This subdued the maidservant. On the other side, Long Chen was gradually pulling away from Qin Shi. Although Qin Shi was rather fast, he was still a little too inexperienced compared to Long Chen. If it weren't for the fact that this unfamiliar passageway would reduce his speed, even 10 Qin Shis wouldn't be able to catch up to Long Chen. Jiang Qing followed closely behind Qin Shi with a greedy glint in his eyes. He was a meticulous person. If it wasn't a truly heaven-defying treasure, he wouldn't be bothered. However, it was clear that this was a heaven-defying treasure. True martial emperor soul. Although Jiang Qing didn't know what this thing was called, he had a rough idea of its effects. All of this was what Long Chen had seen in the Tower of Trials. He was the only one standing guard in the Tower of Trials. His eyes were everywhere. As long as he killed Qin Shi and Li Qingyue for the Moon Fiend Cave mission, everything would be over. However, Long Chen didn't plan on clashing head-on with the two of them. Only a fool would engage in some unnecessary life-and-death battle before one's strength was insufficient. This Qin Shi would be left for that ferocious man, Yi Zhang, to deal with. At this point, he was already very far from the altar where Li Qingyue was. Even if he ran at full speed, it would take about a quarter of an hour. Long Chen was about to take a detour, but just as he turned a corner, a person stood in front of him without any warning. Even his soul-devouring demon eyes didn't notice this person. Long Chen was so scared that he almost fainted. Fortunately, he saw the person's appearance clearly. His heart, which was beating violently due to the shock, eased a little. This person was currently sitting on the ground with his legs raised up high. The wine pot was hanging above his head, and he was pouring wine into his mouth. The pungent smell of wine rushed into Long Chen's nose at this moment. It was spicy and pungent. This man's entire body reeked of wine. Most of the time, his coarse blue clothes were completely soaked. His hair was also wet from being stained with wine for a long time. Furthermore, it was stained with dirt. He looked so unbearably sloppy. Through the gaps in his hair, Long Chen saw a pair of turbid eyes. His handsome face looked unsightly because of his sloppiness. If this fellow washed up properly, he would definitely be a very handsome man. The wine addict, Han Yunxing. When Long Chen saw this person, he was startled at first. Then, he slowly relaxed. He knew that there was a reason why the other party was sitting here. Han Yunxing was the supervisor of the Evil Dragon Palace for this trial. Jiang Qing had not expected him to be here, yet he was here. Furthermore, Long Chen had a feeling that Han Yunxing's arrival had something to do with him. Otherwise, why would a cultivator above the 8th layer of the divine martial realm be here as a supervisor? A regular supervisor would be at most at the 7th layer of the divine martial realm. The experts of the Martial God Palace did not have so many people in the mood to send out 3,000 super experts to supervise this experiential training. However, even with the soul-devouring demonic eye, Long Chen could not sense the existence of this expert. Back when he was in the sacred martial palace, Long Chen could indeed see him. However, he could not now. From this, Long Chen could roughly see the limits of the soul-devouring demonic eye and the strength of Li Xuanji back then. Li Xuanji was probably at the same level as Lingxi. In the demonic shadow realm, he was definitely one of the best. His cultivation should be between the 8th layer of the divine martial realm to the 9th layer of the divine martial realm. As for Lingxi, she was at the consummation of the 9th layer of the divine martial realm. At the 9th layer of the divine martial realm, there was a huge difference between the initial stage and the consummation stage. However, Long Chen cast aside these thoughts. Senior drunkard. Long Chen cupped his hands at him and stood where he was. He did not run away because of Qin Shi. Although the drunkard was the supervisor and he would definitely not make a move, if that was the case, why was he sitting there drinking and blocking Long Chen's path? The drunkard did not move and continued drinking. When the spicy liquid entered his mouth, he smiled in enjoyment. At this moment, Qin Shi rushed behind Long Chen. He was in awe of Long Chen's speed. During the frantic chase, he was already panting. However, at this moment, he realized that Long Chen had stopped strangely. His many years of experience told him that this might not be a good thing. Hence, he quickly stopped himself. At this moment, he saw a sloppy man drinking before Long Chen. Who is this? Another stranger had appeared. Moreover, he could not see through this stranger's strength. Qin Shi immediately thought that this person was someone from the same generation as Long Chen's senior, and was likely to be a high-ranking member of the true martial emperor palace. At this thought, Qin Shi retreated hastily. However, at this critical moment, a drop of wine dripped out of the wine jar and onto Han Yunxing's fair, muddy and wine-stained finger. Han Yunxing flicked it gently. The transparent wine instantly pierced through Qin Shi's head and burrowed into the soil behind him, disappearing. Qin Shi's eyes rolled back and widened as he stared at the drunkard. His mouth was slightly agape, but he did not manage to utter a single word before he stiffly fell to the ground. Through the spirit-devouring demon eyes, one could see that the aura of his soul had completely disappeared. In front of an expert like the drunkard, Han Yunxing, this fella had no means of resisting. Even though his supreme golden body could be said to be undying, Han Yunxing had still easily crippled his supreme golden body. At this moment, Long Chen felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He finally understood what a true expert was. He was fearless and would never be bound by the rules. He was a supervisor, but he could help Long Chen and casually kill the person in the mission. However, Jiang Qing, who was the leader of the team, did not dare to do so. This was the difference between the two of them. The drunkard, Han Yunxing, was a super expert who was much stronger than Jiang Qing. Long Chen was deeply impressed. At the same time, he was very curious as to why Han Yunxing would help him get rid of Qin Shi. Long Chen could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. At this moment, the drunkard drank the last mouthful of wine. Only when there was nothing left in the wine jar did he stand up in a daze. After swaying for a while, he saw Long Chen in front of him. He swayed left and right and looked at Long Chen with his cloudy eyes. He beckoned him over and said, "Come, let's have a chat." A gust of wind surrounded Long Chen and the two of them instantly disappeared from their original places. The moment they disappeared, Jiang Qing's figure appeared in the passageway. They had run too fast, so Jiang Qing was panting a little. However, when he saw Qin Shi lying on the ground with his eyes wide open and staring in front of him, Jiang Qing was stunned and knelt on the ground. Touching the wound on Qin Shi's forehead, Jiang Qing's entire body trembled. His face was deathly pale. Without saying a word, he immediately turned around and fled. No matter who it was, they would do the same when they saw such a situation. A warrior at the 6th level of the divine martial realm was killed without making any sound. The person who killed him was at least at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Jiang Qing didn't want to die because of her greed. When he was running away, his mind was in a mess. He had even forgotten that Long Chen was still there. However, Jiang Qing would never have imagined that the person who had just attacked was Han Yunxing, who he thought did not exist. At this time, Long Chen found himself standing in a wooden house. The wooden house wasn't very big, only about 10 meters in length and width. Through the small window sill, he could see that it was already dark outside. There were only a few stars in the sky. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Everything was very quiet. Apart from Long Chen, the only thing in the wooden house was probably the drunkard, Han Yunxing, who was standing in front of him. Long Chen looked at Han Yunxing in a daze because he suddenly realized that he seemed to be a little different. There was a huge change in his temperament. Although he looked the same and was dressed the same, he was like a beggar just now. Now, he was like a bright star in the sky. Long Chen quickly found out what was different about him. It was his eyes. His eyes were originally cloudy, but now they were like the stars in the sky, dazzling and overflowing with color. Long Chen was full of respect for martial arts and experts, especially experts who took care of him. At the same time, Long Chen was a little confused. What was different about him that made Han Yunxing treat him like this? Back then, he was also the one who directly sent Long Chen to the true martial emperor palace. Because of this, Long Chen owed Han Yunxing a favor. Therefore, Long Chen did not say much. He knew that Han Yunxing must have brought him here for a reason. If Long Chen was not wrong, this should be his god nation. In the god nation, Han Yunxing was the god here. At this moment, this beautiful man with bright eyes was sizing up Long Chen and said, "You are already 23 years old this year, close to 24 years old, right?" Chapter 11-12. After a moment of silence, he suddenly looked at Long Chen passionately and said, "You must be very confused about me. Actually, there's nothing to hide from you. 20 years ago, when you were 3 years old, Nangong Lai and I met with a fatal crisis. We almost lost our lives, but a miraculous super expert saved us. How can I describe the difference between us?" Han Yunxing racked his brains and thought for a while before saying, "Just like you and me now, I also looked up to him in the same way back then." Long Chen was very curious. Han Yunxing said that this thing had nothing to do with him, but it had nothing to do with him. Hence he asked, "What does this have to do with me?" Han Yunxing swept his long hair away from his forehead and looked at Long Chen. "It does. This is Nangong Lai and I's greatest benefactor. When we were abandoned by our beliefs and at the most frustrating time of our lives, he gave us a reason to continue living. In our current world, this benefactor is more important to us than anything else, including the true martial emperor palace." Long Chen was in awe of Han Yunxing's aura at this moment. "So what does it have to do with me?" Long Chen asked cautiously. "Yes, it does." Han Yunxing seemed to be reminiscing and said, "When he left, we asked how we could repay him. He said that if a youth came to this place in the future, and his name was Long Chen, he was unruly, cold and tenacious, and he was a rare dragon martial artist. Then, at this point, Long Chen's mind went blank as if he had been struck by lightning. If a youth came to this place, and his name was Long Chen, he was unruly, cold and tenacious, and he was a rare dragon martial artist." This sentence kept reverberating in Long Chen's mind, because these words could only describe Long Chen himself. This had happened 20 years ago. 20 years ago, when Long Chen was only 3 years old, someone had told 2 super experts of the 3 imperial domains about him. At that time, Long Chen was only a 3-year-old child who didn't know anything. He even knew Long Chen's character. How could Long Chen not be excited? He was on the verge of tears. His eyes were bloodshot, and his chest seemed to be blocked. He couldn't breathe and couldn't cry even if he wanted to. Crystal clear tears swirled around his ears. It had been a long time since Long Chen was this excited. If he didn't try his best to hold it in, Long Chen would have rushed to Han Yunqing and asked him who this man was. Han Yunqing had expected Long Chen's reaction. Han Yunqing suddenly smiled and said, "Indeed, he is a godlike man. He even knows what will happen 20 years later. A 3-year-old child actually knows that he will become a dragon martial artist in the future. Moreover, he will be unruly, cold and tenacious. This means that you have always been under his care. Long Chen, this name." As he spoke, tears welled up in Han Yunqing's eyes. He looked at Long Chen with blazing eyes and said, "I can tell from your tears and excitement that you must know who he is. If I say his name, he will definitely know. I begged him for a long time before I knew his name. His name is Long Qinglong." Long Chen wiped the tears from his red eyes and calmed himself down. His voice was a little hoarse. He was no longer a child. After experiencing so many things, Long Chen was now a real man. He could bear many things, but no matter what, his father was the weakest part of his heart. Long Chen's impression of this man was the same as Han Yunqing's. He spent his days in a drunken stupor, accompanied by alcohol. In Long Chen's impression, his clearest memory was on the last day, when he jokingly told Long Chen that he was about to die, and then he really died. Long Chen buried him with his own hands. If he hadn't experienced so many things and grown so much, Long Chen wouldn't have said his name in such a calm tone. "If I'm not wrong, he is your father." Everything was confirmed. Han Yunqing's lips curled into a smile. His words indirectly confirmed what Long Chen had said. The man who had come to the imperial domain 20 years ago when Long Chen was 3 years old and helped Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing was his father, Long Qinglong. In Long Chen's impression, Long Qinglong had already started to become useless when he was 3 years old. He had become the laughingstock of Baiyang town and the target of everyone's disdain. Long Chen was a little excited about this. This might mean that his father was not as weak as he had imagined. He must be a supreme expert, and there were many things that he was hiding from Long Chen. An ordinary person could not possibly possess something as heaven-defying as the mysterious dragon jade. There was no way that a small clan would hide the ancestral dragon essence blood in their battle techniques. Someone must have arranged for it to be in there. That person could only be Long Qinglong. The back view of this man appeared in Long Chen's mind. It was very blurry. Long Chen couldn't even remember what his father looked like, but this blurry person was deeply engraved in his heart. In this lifetime, Long Chen had only called him father a few times. If it wasn't for his childhood experiences, Long Chen wouldn't have such a tenacious personality. It was because he was looked down upon by others that he was finally reborn. Only then did he realize that a man couldn't lack something. A drive to be ruthless to himself. If he wasn't ruthless to himself, he wouldn't be ruthless to others. Perhaps all of this was part of his plan. Was it just to cultivate her character? He had left the mysterious dragon jade to him. He had also left the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance essence blood. Something that would cause the entire dragon sacrificial continent to go berserk. What else wasn't arranged by him? In that case, there was still a most important question in Long Chen's mind. Was he really dead? Bai Yongzhen's death clearly didn't seem like a real death, but it couldn't be said that Long Qinglong had faked it either. Could that Long Qinglong be something like a clone? Even the sword sovereign of Baiyang Imperial City had 2 bodies, let alone Long Qinglong. However, if he wasn't dead, why would he give birth to a son and hand over the essence blood of the ancient blood spiritual dragon and the mysterious dragon jade to Long Chen? Cultivators had billions of years to live. Wouldn't it be better for him to dominate the world? No matter what, Long Chen hoped that he was still alive. Looking at Han Yunqing with a burning gaze, Long Chen asked word by word, "Have you seen him since then? Is he still alive?" Han Yunqing was a little helpless at Long Chen's expectant gaze. He shook his head bitterly and said, "I've never seen him again. I also want to ask you this question, but it's obvious that you and I are both living in a fog. The only thing I can tell you is that your father is definitely not an ordinary person. How should I put it? On the path of martial arts, no matter how much you advance, there will always be stronger existences above you. In our Zhenwu Imperial Palace, the strongest person is definitely Zhenwu the Great Emperor, but I've never seen him in my life. I've seen a few experts below him, but they gave me the feeling that your father was stronger than them, even though they didn't fight. This is just my intuition, or maybe it's just an illusion, or maybe it's not just a little bit stronger. But I'm sure he's not Zhenwu the Great Emperor. I've heard Zhenwu the Great Emperor's voice, and it was a completely different feeling. This series of words made Long Chen give up. But he didn't give up. If I follow my father's arrangements and continue to grow stronger, one day, I'll be able to reach his level. At that time, I'll know whether he's dead or not. If he's still alive, where is he, and why did he bestow these things to me? Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Today, Han Yunxing's words had stimulated his fighting spirit even more, causing him to undergo a huge transformation. From today onwards, Long Chen wouldn't only live for himself. At the same time, Xueqi would also fight for Long Qinglan. Mo Xiaolang and Yang Lingqing were also waiting for Long Chen to grow stronger. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today. Han Yunxing and Han Yunxing remained silent for a long time. Both of them had a heavy heart. After a while, Han Yunxing seemed to recall something. He interrupted Long Chen's thoughts and said solemnly, "Back then, I was willing to do anything for my benefactor, but he declined. He told me that if you came in the future, Nangong Lai and I should help you. This is also the reason why we're guarding the sacred martial palace." So, at this point, Han Yunxing knelt down on one knee. This was the first time that he, who was usually like a madman, was so serious. He said to Long Chen, "From today onwards, you are the young master of Han Yunxing. Your orders are my orders. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. At the same time, I will say this on behalf of Nangong Lai. Although this guy is simple-minded, his passion for his benefactor far surpasses mine." Long Chen was speechless. He hadn't expected this to happen. He quickly helped Han Yunxing up and said, "Senior, please get up first." Long Chen had a headache after helping Han Yunxing up. It was a great thing to have such an expert protecting him. In the future, Long Chen would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in the true martial imperial palace. However, Long Chen wasn't used to having such an expert treat him as a young lord and act humbly, while he ordered him around. His personality didn't want such a thing to happen. Long Chen would never procrastinate in anything he did. He would be swift and decisive. He knew that if he asked Han Yunxing to keep a distance from him, pretend that they didn't know each other, and not call him young master, he would definitely not agree. Chapter 11-13. It was Long Qinglan's order to protect Long Chen. To Han Yunxing, this was something that couldn't be changed. It was the truth that he pursued. It was a great thing for Long Chen to accept his help. However, there had to be a change in the form. At this moment, Long Chen said, "Senior is older than me, so I'll call you Uncle Han. You're a senior and I'm a junior, so you can just call me by my name. If you're really indebted to my father, it's my father's problem and has nothing to do with me. However, if Uncle Han is willing to help me in the future, I'll be happy to accept it. I'll treat Uncle Han as one of my own and won't stand on ceremony with Uncle Han." Of course, Han Yunxing wasn't the kind of person who would be embarrassed just because of some etiquette. He suddenly laughed and said, "To be honest, if you really thought of yourself as a father and gave us orders without any consideration, we would have taught you a lesson for the sake of our benefactor. However, I already knew that you weren't such a person. Uncle Han, so be it. No matter what, as long as Nangong and I are around, no one will be able to touch you, even in the true martial emperor palace." Han Yunxing's last sentence was enough. Long Qinglan had established a strong relationship for Long Chen 20 years ago, and nothing could destroy it. Han Yunxing had been observing Long Chen for a period of time and knew his character very well. He was very satisfied. In time, this kid would become a godlike man like Long Qinglan. Today is the most I've talked in the past 20 years. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be so talkative. Han Yunxing sighed as he looked at the stars outside the window. No matter what, I have to thank Uncle Han for protecting me. This has nothing to do with my father. However, cultivation is also my own. In the future, I will temper myself even more. After saying that, Long Chen didn't need to say anything else. If he said anything more, it would just be an exaggeration. It was good that he could see it. What Long Chen meant was that he didn't need their protection at all times in the future. He had his own way of training. We will be your solid support, young man. Be brave and take the risk. Han Yunxing smiled faintly. From Long Chen's determination and unyielding spirit, he seemed to see himself in the past. Long Chen felt like he was dreaming when he suddenly had the protection of two such experts. He had always been like duckweed, but today, he seemed to have a foundation. With these two uncle-level super-existences, he could really roam the true martial imperial domain to his heart's content. From today onwards, there was nothing to worry about. With the support of these two, Long Chen would be able to increase his strength without any scruples from today onwards. His progress would not be slowed down just because his level was higher. The two stood under the window and chatted casually. It was mainly Han Yunxing asking Long Chen about his experiences. Long Chen gave a brief account of his experiences. At the start, Han Yunxing seemed to be deep in thought when he talked about Long Qinglan. When he talked about Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang, as well as Long Chen's woman and his brother, Han Yunxing's eyes were filled with emotion and admiration. I didn't expect our lives to be so similar. Nangong, that reckless and warlike fellow, is my lifelong brother. We went through life and death together for 7,000 years. If it wasn't for me, he would have died. If it wasn't for him, I would have died too. This brotherly relationship is the best gift from the heavens to me. On the other hand, at this point, Han Yunxing lowered his head and looked a little lonely. Everyone has a sad past. I didn't live up to expectations, so the woman I loved left me. When I became an expert, I couldn't find any news of her anymore. I spent 1,000 years looking for her, and in the end, I found her grave. This Han Yunxing's thoughts were many times more meticulous than Nangong lies. Long Chen felt that this man was a man with a story and a pursuer. He had pursued his love for 1,000 years and had not given up until today. It was just that the woman was no longer with him. No matter how strong a man is, he can't defeat samsara. Han Yunxing closed his eyes. Suddenly, his lips curled up. After a while he said, I'm really envious of you. The woman you're chasing actually has such a high status. Furthermore, she won't leave you even in death. You should work 10,000 times harder and kill your way into the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. At that time, Nangong and I will be your strong arms. One has to break the rules and go crazy a few times in order to live. Otherwise, what's the point of living? I was too obedient in the past, so I regretted it for the rest of my life. I'm looking forward to that day. Don't disappoint me. Don't worry. Long Chen smiled. When he killed his way to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he would definitely bring Han Yunxing along. He would let him know that he, Long Chen, was Long Qinglan's son and there was nothing he couldn't do. Let's talk about something else. Han Yunxing's gaze shifted from the window to the space between Long Chen's eyebrows. He suddenly said, 8,000 years ago, Great Emperor Zhenwu sent a message to the entire Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He said that he had found an item called the True Martial Emperor Soul. Long Chen was shocked. This was all within Han Yunxing's expectations. He looked deeply at Long Chen and said, I didn't expect this item to be in your hands. I can see that you can use this item to analyze other people's martial Dao and raise your own cultivation. However, this item that Great Emperor Zhenwu sent a message to find should have more uses. Speaking of which, this item is yours and no one else can take it away. However, it is indeed a troublesome matter. Hearing that Han Yunxing had no intention of taking it away, Long Chen was relieved. This showed that Han Yunxing's loyalty to him exceeded his loyalty to the true martial Emperor Palace. Long Chen frowned. This was indeed a troublesome matter. However, there is no need to worry for now. In the Martial God Palace, there are less than 10 people who can tell that you have this item. I am one of them. Actually, I don't know what the true martial Emperor Soul is, but I can feel its existence in your body. Nangong can't tell either. As long as you don't enter the Martial God Palace for now, there should be no problem. Furthermore, you don't use it in battle. It should not be a problem for others to see it. Many thanks, Uncle Han. Long Chen broke out in a cold sweat. If he entered the Martial God Palace without knowing anything and used the true Martial Emperor Soul rashly in front of others, he would definitely be in big trouble. The true Martial Emperor Soul was Long Chen's greatest reliance for leveling up quickly. Long Chen did not want to lose it just like that. Actually, I don't know much about this item either. However, it can speed up one's cultivation. Its effect is much better than the purple demon moon diagram. This is definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Moreover, Even great Emperor Zhenwu wants this item. When I go back, I will think of a way with Nan Gong. It's time to end this boring trial battle. Long Chen nodded. With your current cultivation, you are about to comprehend the principle of oneness of heaven and human, and enter the third level of the God martial arts realm. At this time, I can still help you. The bloodline of the Dragon Warrior, the Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation, and the Sword Soul of the Sword Warrior can actually increase your combat effectiveness to such an extent. It's really shocking. In fact, I only guessed your identity as a Dragon Warrior. The first thing that caught my attention was actually your name. You are called Long Chen. There are not many people who look like him, Han Yunxing said. Help me reach the celestial being realm. Long Chen asked with some excitement. As expected of an expert. His means were so heaven-defying. Yes. Han Yunxing smiled faintly. With your current cultivation, it's not easy to complete the task of the trial battle. With a little more, you will at least have the power to protect yourself. If Nangong and I are always by your side, it will also affect the improvement of your cultivation. Long Chen nodded. That was the question. Han Yunxing did things swiftly and decisively. After he finished speaking, he directly demonstrated to Long Chen and said, the so-called oneness of heaven and human is the principle. The heaven and earth are the parents of all things. Oneness of heaven and human is like asking for power from one's own parents. The key to the celestial being realm is to use your divine consciousness to communicate with the heaven and earth, and activate the power of the heaven and earth to form a powerful attack. Even at my current cultivation level, I am also activating the Emperor's spiritual chi when I fight, but it's much more than what you can do. We are even still using the will of martial arts. You have to remember that every realm in the God martial realm has its uses. The stars form the meridians in the body, the second realm produces the divine consciousness, and then the oneness of heaven and human. Warriors have the channel to communicate with the heaven and earth, and when they reach the peak of martial arts, they will have the will of martial arts, which is the key to the seventh realm of the God martial realm. At the same time, the trials of wind, fire, and thunder will completely dig out the power of the innate body, which is related to the Nirvana Golden Wheel. At the same time, the Supreme Golden Body is the same as the Divine Consciousness. It will become stronger as the realm increases, and even our God Kingdom will increase as the realm increases. The oneness of heaven and human is also the key to communicate with the heaven and earth, and turn the will of martial arts into the will of heaven and human. Even when you build the God Kingdom, you have to communicate with the heaven and earth. The heaven and earth are the peak of the world. We are all the children of the heaven and earth, or chess pieces. Our power ultimately comes from the heaven and earth. Han Yunxing's words brought great help to Long Chen. It could be said that it broadened his horizons and showed him a long way to go. Your Tao is the Tao of killing, which is different from mine. Therefore you have to communicate with a part of the will of killing in the heaven and earth during the killing. Floods, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions are the fiercest killing and the most brutal heaven and earth. They are the objects of your fusion. If you want to achieve oneness of heaven and human, you have to become a part of the heaven and earth. To break the game you have to enter the game, which is to enter the shackles of the heaven and earth. One day, even the universe can't bind you. Chapter 11:14. On the path of martial arts, if there was a really powerful senior to teach Long Chen, it would also be a very fast way to progress. The geniuses and experts of the Martial God Palace were far stronger than others because they had their own masters to teach them. For Long Chen, Han Yunxing's explanation and guidance was a very good way to comprehend martial arts other than the martial emperor spirit. After all, Han Yunxing was an experienced person. He had already stood at the peak of the God martial arts realm. With thousands of years of cultivation and accumulation, he understood Long Chen's Tao very well. The Tao of killing. To comprehend martial arts through killing, Han Yunxing had also walked this path in the past, but it was not the most suitable for him. However, with his current cultivation, it was enough for him to tell Long Chen what the real celestial being realm was. The unity of heaven and man. With heaven and earth as his parents. These words were what Long Chen could not comprehend from fighting. The martial emperor spirit could not teach him. If Long Chen had always used the martial emperor spirit, it would have taken him a long time to comprehend this path and reach the celestial being realm, the third level of the God martial arts realm. However, it was different now. What Han Yunxing said and taught was the part that the martial emperor spirit could not bring to Long Chen. On the path of martial arts, especially when you reach the God martial arts realm, you can be considered to have really entered the next level. Now you are only at the beginning of martial arts. When you reach the consummation of the God martial arts realm, you will be considered to have achieved great success in martial arts. Martial arts are connected to a higher level of heavenly way. Only by cultivating martial arts well can you cultivate the next heavenly way. Of course, this is still very far for you. In the true martial emperor palace, I'm talking about the martial god palace. That is the real true martial emperor palace. In the eyes of the martial god palace, the 3,000 palaces are just the outer sect. If you don't enter the martial god palace, you won't be able to get in touch with the true core and essence of the true martial emperor palace. In the martial god palace, the master will give lectures to the disciples. There are even specialized lectures. The martial Tao is not as simple as you think. In the martial Tao, there are countless complex and obscure information. You need to comprehend it on your own. As he spoke, Han Yunqing actually demonstrated for Long Chen. You can feel the connection between my movements in the heaven and earth, and how I manipulate the monarch spirit energy. These methods are very important to you. In front of Long Chen, Han Yunqing's movements were extremely slow, but he was able to complete the purpose of mobilizing the Emperor Spirit Qi. This was a rare opportunity, and Long Chen immediately focused. The ancestral dragon's essence blood had given him a comprehension ability that was countless times greater than others. Compared to others, he was more like the darling of the martial way. Han Yunqing did not speak, but Long Chen felt that he had disappeared in front of his eyes and blended into the heaven and earth. Only his movements, and most importantly, the feeling of his movements, were firmly remembered by Long Chen. Only when you are one with heaven and man can you be considered to have truly entered the God martial realm. When it's time to comprehend martial arts, your talent and foundation will be many times stronger than others, and so will your comprehension ability. Make good use of it. As Han Yunqing spoke, Long Chen watched him break down his movements in detail. Gradually, he entered a state of selflessness, and only Han Yunqing's movements remained in his mind. Every move of this man was firmly engraved in his memory. At this moment, Long Chen felt that he was not in the wooden house, but in a vast world, and Han Yunqing had blended into the heaven and earth, becoming a part of the heaven and earth. The power of the heaven and earth was at his disposal. With him as the center, the heaven and earth formed a domain that was completely under his control. This was his territory, and every movement was accompanied by countless monarch spirit energy. Long Chen had an epiphany. He stretched out his hands and used the power of his divine soul to feel the existence of the monarch spirit energy around him. The God martial spirit was the core of every person, and it was also the bridge for Long Chen to communicate with the power of the heaven and earth. Long Chen closed his eyes. He already had quite a bit of confidence. This heaven and earth belonged to him. Time passed gradually. Han Yunqing was a very competent guide. He explained and guided. After half a day, he suddenly found that there was movement on Long Chen's side. A whirlwind made of monarch spirit energy was surrounding Long Chen. Han Yunqing smiled. As expected of that man's son. Even the power he comprehended far exceeded that of a normal person and was extraordinary. If this goes on, he will be able to break through to the third level of the God martial realm in a while. Han Yunqing stopped what he was doing, and there was a light of satisfaction in his eyes. Long Chen was transforming step by step. At this time, he felt like he had fallen into a cradle, or like he was in warm water. The surrounding monarch spirit energy was swimming around him excitedly. It was within his reach, like a group of happy elves. The whole heaven and earth made Long Chen feel a sense of awe, as if he was facing his parents. As time passed, Long Chen had almost grasped the essence of the celestial realm. His God martial spirit was undergoing a new round of transformation. Once the transformation was over, he would be able to successfully reach the third level of the God martial realm. "Let me give you a hand," Yi Zichen said. Under Han Yunqing's control, a large amount of monarch spirit energy in the Holy Kingdom surged towards Long Chen. He transformed it into dragon blood divine energy, and stored it in countless acupuncture points in his body. 100 million acupuncture points crazily swallowed the power and strengthened Long Chen's body. Now Long Chen's divine energy had been increased by 10,000 times, and he was almost at the fifth level of the God martial realm. It should be equivalent to a warrior who had gone through the devouring fire tribulation. A sword martial artist could increase his strength by 10 times. On top of that, he had an extremely tough and invincible body, as well as the horn of a red-horned demonic dragon like the red-horned blood demon. Long Chen might even be able to fight against a martial artist at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm with a supreme golden body. Of course, It was not so easy for Long Chen to reach the third level of the God Martial Realm. In addition to the range of his divine sense reaching more than 100 meters, and the control of Long Chen's monarch spirit energy, he could use the power of monarch spirit energy from time to time during attacks to reduce his consumption and increase his fighting endurance. He had also awakened another method. That was the realm. When one reached the third level of the God Martial Realm, the Celestial Being Realm, the realm would finally take shape, just like the Purple Flame Realm of the Su family. With the bloodline of the Ancestral Dragon, the realm that Long Chen awakened was related to the Devouring Blood World. The Devouring Blood World could be said to be an enlarged version of refining blood into qi. When Long Chen reached the Celestial Being Realm, he could control the surrounding field and use the Devouring Blood World to another level. Originally, the Devouring Blood World was performed with divine energy. If the opponent's divine energy was far higher than mine, the effect of the Devouring Blood World would not be obvious. But now it's different. My upgraded Devouring Blood World can actually reach such a heaven-defying level. To be honest, even Long Chen himself was in a very high realm. He did not expect that the combination of his realm and the Devouring Blood World would have such an effect. When Long Chen was fighting, as long as the Devouring Blood World was launched, the Devouring Blood World could be on the opponent's body and absorb the opponent's blood all the time. This was a small amount of swallowing, which could not be resisted. Unless the opponent's strength was much higher than Long Chen's, as long as he fought with Long Chen, his blood would gradually enter Long Chen's body and be refined into dragon blood divine energy by Long Chen. In this way, when Long Chen's dragon blood divine energy was consumed in battle, he would have a channel to recover. As for his opponent, the longer he fought with Long Chen, the less blood he would have. Although God Martial Realm warriors had a huge amount of blood, comparable to the monster race, it was still not enough for Long Chen to swallow like this. If their strength was equal, it would be very dangerous to encounter Long Chen, because Long Chen would be swallowing the opponent's blood all the time to strengthen himself, while the opponent would become weaker and weaker. Such a realm might seem very inconspicuous, but it actually had a heaven-defying effect. This was the effect of combining Long Chen's control of realm with the Devouring Blood World. The Devouring Blood World was originally a kind of heaven-defying domain-type attack. When Long Chen was as strong as the Ancestral Dragon and covered half of the Dragon Sacrificial Dragon continent with his Devouring Blood World, he could casually swallow and cause billions of deaths to replenish his own strength. Along the way, the Devouring Blood World had also brought Long Chen many victories. And now, the Devouring Blood World had a new round of improvement. Long Chen was ecstatic. In this way, his combat endurance would be further improved, and he would even become a nightmare for his enemies. Not only that, upon reaching the Heaven Realm, Long Chen would be able to absorb 30% of the blood essence. At this moment, another 10% of the ancient blood spirit dragon's blood essence entered Long Chen's body. The blood and slaughter turned into blood-colored divine dragons, reaching every corner of Long Chen's body. This terrifying ancient aura caused Han Yunxing to take 2 steps back in fear. His face was pale as he muttered, "Is this the dragon's inheritance blood essence? It seems like the young master hasn't fully absorbed the power of the inheritance blood essence. This inheritance blood essence should be left for the young master. Just what kind of inheritance blood essence is this?" Han Yunxing was very knowledgeable, but he had never seen such a terrifying inheritance blood essence. Even the current him felt weak and powerless. In Han Yunxing's heart, Long Chen was his young master. This was an unchangeable fact. The ancient aura formed a blood cocoon, surrounding Long Chen. Han Yunxing hurriedly flashed out. He knew that if he absorbed the inheritance blood essence again, Long Chen would definitely undergo another transformation. Those opponents that he couldn't deal with before would definitely be able to deal with now. At this time, perhaps Long Chen could be considered to have truly become powerful. Chapter 11:15. The Ancestral Dragon Essence Blood once again brought a new round of transformation to Long Chen. He felt as if his body had been cleansed. Every particle in his body absorbed the Ancestral Dragon Essence Blood crazily, and then changed the structure of his body bit by bit. Every particle changed and evolved towards the true Ancestral Dragon, but Long Chen's appearance was still that of a human. When he absorbed all the Ancestral Dragon Essence Blood, he was bound to transform into a dragon. A true divine dragon. This 1/10 of the Ancestral Dragon Essence Blood brought the most changes to Long Chen's body. The 100 million acupoints became more stable, the 1 billion meridians became thicker, and the countless particles changed. It was as if there was a divine dragon in each of them. The most superficial change that it brought to Long Chen was his tough body. Under the refinement of the ancestral dragon essence blood, the dragon scales that had always existed on the surface of Long Chen's body underwent a huge transformation again. Their color was already close to black and purple. After being crushed countless times and fusing with the dragon blood, Long Chen was like a human-shaped super beast. His current body had already surpassed the 7th grade divine level body refining combat skills, and was even close to the 8th grade. As long as a combat skill reached the 8th grade, it would be a peerless treasure. Even a 7th grade combat skill would be very precious. 8th grade combat skills were definitely something that everyone would fight for. Even a place like Emperor Dong's palace might not have many 8th grade combat skills. This was Long Chen's capital. His current divine energy was only at the level of the devouring fire tribulation. Why could he kill so many warriors at the peak of the 5th tier of the divine martial realm? More importantly, it was because of his tough body. In front of Long Chen's super-strong body that was like that of an ancient beast, their bodies were like tofu. Long Chen also had a speed that was close to the 7th tier of the divine martial realm. This was brought about by the golden thunder dragon, and he also had the scarlet blood desolation that could pierce through everything. Such a powerful combination allowed him to kill warriors at the 5th tier of the divine martial realm. No matter how strong their divine energy was, how many combat skills they had, how terrifying their martial will was, and how powerful their innate body was, for Long Chen, it was all a matter of rushing over and killing them with one strike. Only the body of the ancestral dragon could have such a terrifying way of killing. The others had to only use divine essence to fight obediently. What a terrifying physical body! Seeing the blood-red scales all over Long Chen's body, as well as the sharp, bloody and murderous aura, even Han Yunqing could not help but sigh. Of course, Han Yunqing's physical body was still stronger than Long Chen's, but Han Yunqing had cultivated a top-notch body-refining battle skill. The one with the stronger physical body was Nangong Lai. But according to Han Yunqing's estimation, when Long Chen reached the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, Nangong Lai's body would be weaker than Long Chen's. There was no way he could be compared to a genius. Although his physical body was stronger than Long Chen's, standing next to Long Chen, Han Yunqing still felt like he was with a giant ancient beast, which made him a little envious. Of course, it was because Long Chen was a junior, and Han Yunqing felt gratified to have such a junior. If Nangong Lai knew that your physical body has reached a higher level, and your physical body is almost stronger than all the demon clans at the 3rd tier of the divine martial arts realm, he would probably be so excited that he would go crazy. He would definitely want you to become stronger than me, and then become his opponent, fighting with him day and night. Of course, you will benefit a lot from fighting with him. When Long Chen thought of Nangong Lai's terrifying appearance, even though his physical body had been strengthened to a level that made Long Chen very proud, he was still somewhat frightened. That guy, Nangong Lai, simply couldn't be treated as a human. If he wasn't a freak, how could he have the title of martial fanatic? Moreover, the pronunciation of martial fanatic and shameless was almost the same. Nangong Lai was definitely not as honest and sincere as he looked on the surface. He had finally broken through the 3rd tier of the divine martial arts realm and reached the celestial being realm, and his strength had reached a higher level. Han Yunqing also felt happy for Long Chen. Don't be satisfied so easily. You are not strong enough. Although you are still young, which is one of the reasons, your opponent will not spare you just because you are young. With your current cultivation, you are considered trash in the true martial emperor palace. You are barely strong, but you cannot become the core disciple of the 3,000 palaces. It is almost impossible for you to enter the martial god palace, unless you can kill the person from the supreme demon realm outside. Then, you will be qualified to enter the martial god palace. The power of the true martial emperor palace would definitely surpass that of the supreme demon realm. Long Chen was very clear about this. He always had a deep reverence for a holy land of martial arts like the true martial emperor palace. Although he might be able to fight against an expert in the 6th tier of the divine martial realm with a supreme golden body, he was not outstanding among the disciples of the 3,000 palaces. Back then, Chu Tiange had the strength of a cultivator in the 7th tier of the divine martial realm, but he was only in the top 10 in Emperor Dong's palace. Among the 3,000 palaces, some palaces were as strong as Emperor Dong's palace. The difference in strength was very obvious. But don't be discouraged. You are the strongest genius I have ever seen. What you lack is time. The first 1,000 years of your life is the best time for cultivation. After this period, if you are stuck, it will be difficult for you to improve in the future. Just like me and Nangong, we have already reached the peak of our lives. Unless we encounter a miracle that happens once in 10,000 years, it will be impossible for us to make any progress. It is already good enough that we do not regress. Martial arts would eventually wear down one's willpower. What Long Chen saw was that there were many warriors of the younger generation. In this high-level world, warriors who were 200 or 300 years old were considered young. However, there were not many people who were older than this age. There were thousands of years old, but there were not many of them because most of them were already dead. In fact, there were very few warriors who could survive. Long Chen was still in his prime. Since you've broken through, it's time to send you out. Let's call it a day for the trial battles, Han Yunqing said. For him, the trial battles were just a way for him to get closer to Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you have dragon scales on you?" Since they were on the same side, Long Chen did not stand on ceremony. The situation had changed. Previously, he had worked hard for the trial battle mainly to obtain dragon scales to cultivate the 9 dragon scripture. Now, with Han Yunqing as his backer, the trial battle was nothing. If he wanted dragon scales, he could just get them from him. Dragon scales. I have a jade fire dragon scale and an oceanic dragon scale. What do you need them for? Han Yunqing asked. Long Chen was overjoyed. He told Han Yunqing about how he had obtained Yi Wushang's legacy and introduced the scripture of 9 dragons in detail. Han Yunqing's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard that. He said with some joy, "I was planning on giving you a grade 7 battle skill, but it looks like you have something even more suitable for you. This is the first time I've heard of a cultivation method like the scripture of 9 dragons. Yes, there is actually only one move in the 9 dragon scripture, but it will increase with the number of dragon scales I find in my own cultivation. If I use a dragon scale and successfully cultivate the first stage of the 9 dragon scripture, then I will have the attack power of a dragon. If I use the second Long Chen and cultivate to the second stage of the 9 dragon scripture, then I will have the power of 2 dragons. The first stage of the 9 dragon scripture is probably comparable to a 7th grade god skill. If I cultivate to the 9th stage, according to my estimates, it should completely surpass a 9th grade god skill." Han Yunqing's face was filled with shock as he said, "Such a miraculous battle skill must have come from the ancient era." In the ancient era, after the divine dragons disappeared, there were still many dragon warriors for a period of time. Later on, perhaps because there were fewer and fewer dragon warriors, there were fewer and fewer dragon warriors. This kind of divine skill that is suitable for dragon warriors, but has no fixed grade, should have come from that time. Although Long Chen was happy, he still felt a lot of pressure in his heart. The more terrifying a combat skill was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. For example, the 9 dragon scriptures dragon scales were a huge problem. Moreover, even if he had the dragon scales, it would still be relatively easy to cultivate to the 1st or 2nd layer. However, to cultivate to the 7th or 8th layer, it would definitely be very difficult to combine the power of so many dragons of different attributes and fuse them together to attack. It would be many times more difficult than the attack that Long Chen had fused with the 5 Emperor Seals. The 9 dragon scripture was similar to the 5 Emperor Seals, but one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. The 9 dragon scripture should not be considered a battle skill, but an ancient secret technique. Every divine dragon was a proud creature. Wanting to fuse them together was even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Long Chen had obtained the 9 dragon scripture, but without the help of a person like Han Yunqing, who knew when he would be able to completely cultivate it. Even if he succeeded, he did not know if he would have enough god origin energy to execute such a move. This 9 dragon scripture is the most suitable combat skill for you. It suits you more than anything else. You have the dragon warrior's bloodline, so you can fully display the power of this combat skill that was specially designed for dragon warriors. I really look forward to when you successfully cultivate the 9 dragon scripture, the cultivation method that surpasses the 3 martial realms. What kind of terrifying power will it display? The descent of the 9 dragons. What kind of spectacular scene will that be? Even a person like Han Yunqing held the 9 dragon scripture in such high regard. Without a doubt, the value of the 9 dragon scripture surpassed that of a 9th grade divine skill. The most that Han Yunqing could give to Long Chen was a 9th grade divine skill. Chapter 11:16. Long Chen was overjoyed. It wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate to the 6th level of the 9-dragon scripture. Now that he had obtained 2 dragon scales, it felt great to have someone protecting him. These are the 2 dragon scales. They were supposed to be a reward, but I gave them to you directly. Han Yunxing didn't bother with trifles. There were many people above him in the true martial emperor palace, but he wasn't afraid of any of them. Out of nowhere, 2 scales the size of a cattail leaf fan appeared in Han Yunxing's hands. A familiar feeling rushed towards Long Chen. One of the 2 dragon scales was emerald in color and was burning with emerald flames. In the middle of it, an emerald divine dragon was flying and roaring. It had a rather terrifying aura. The other blue dragon scale was emitting white cold air. In the cold air, there was also the shadow of a divine dragon. Long Chen took the 2 dragon scales carefully. Just like the scarlet blood desolation in his hands, these were left behind by a true divine dragon. Although time had left many traces on the dragon scales and the owner of these scales had passed away many years ago, Long Chen still felt a little emotional. These were left behind a long time ago. Dragon. A true divine dragon. To Long Chen, cultivating the 9-dragon scripture was the thing that excited him the most right now. Hence, he tossed everything to the back of his mind and focused on the 2 dragon scales in front of him that made him tremble. Emerald Fire Dragon Scales and Azure Sea Dragon Scales. In the 9-dragon scripture, the first 6 attributes of dragons were wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, and wood. The dragon scales that Long Chen had obtained were water and fire. Which one to cultivate first was a problem. However, Long Chen had made up his mind. All along, Long Chen was closer to fire as compared to water. Fire reminded him of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. This reminded Long Chen that he had to go to the desolate Emperor domain and meet his good brothers before he could marry Lingxi in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. They had gone through life and death together, following their brothers without any complaints or regrets. After keeping the Azure Sea Dragon Scale in the Great Virtual Realm, Long Chen kept the Jade Fire Dragon Scale in his hand. Then he recited in his heart. Now, Long Chen only needed to cultivate the 1st level of the 9-dragon scripture that he was extremely familiar with. Long Chen had a lot of unique conditions. First of all, his bloodline was unique. The ancestral dragon essence blood was a super overlord among the divine dragons. He was naturally familiar with the battle techniques of the dragon warriors. In addition, under the nourishment of 3/10 of the ancestral dragon essence blood, Long Chen's comprehension ability had reached a very high level. He was definitely a top genius. He only needed a glance to remember any cultivation method or battle technique, and he could even completely understand those obscure expressions. This was also the reason why he was able to reach the heavenly realm so quickly. The 1st level of the 9-dragon scripture did not require the integration of the divine dragon's power. Previously, whenever Long Chen had free time, he would study the 9-dragon scripture, especially the 1st level. Now, he only needed 1 dragon scale to start cultivating. This was the result of good preparation. Seeing that Long Chen was getting serious, Han Yunxing quietly left the wooden hut and left the place to Long Chen. Given his passion for the martial Tao, Nangong and I will definitely make him stand at the peak of the true martial emperor palace in the future. Han Yunxing's cloudy eyes lit up brightly at this moment. While Han Yunxing was muttering to himself, Long Chen had already covered his chest with the azure dragon scale. Suddenly, an azure flame rose into the sky and burned fiercely. In a short moment, it turned into an azure fireball and engulfed the entire wooden hut. The scorching flame forced Han Yunxing to take a few steps back as he looked at the huge azure fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters in shock. Originally, Han Yunxing was a little worried. However, this was his god nation and everything was under his control. He knew that not only was Long Chen not injured by the azure flame, but he was also like a fish in water. It seems that the 1st level of the 9-dragon scripture is not difficult for him. Han Yunxing nodded in admiration. After understanding many of Long Chen's secrets, he sincerely admired this young martial artist, even though Long Chen's life force was only a few % of his. The azure flame did not weaken. Instead, it burned more and more intensely. Han Yunxing had already retreated far away, but he could still feel the terrifying power. Within the jade-colored fireball, Han Yunxing felt as if Long Chen had disappeared. What appeared within the jade-colored fireball was a jade-colored fire divine dragon. A terrifying pressure descended, and Han Yunxing even felt as if the divine kingdom was collapsing. He had no choice but to use his god martial spirit to suppress the divine kingdom in order to stabilize it. The jade-colored inferno divine dragon swimming in the flames should be Long Chen's body. In the midst of the jade-colored flames, he seemed to have become the ruler of heaven and earth. The laws of fire gradually formed on the jade-colored dragon scales on his chest. On his chest, the jade-colored dragon scales gradually shrunk to the size of a fingernail. They seemed to have fused with Long Chen's body and remained beside the void dragon talisman. As long as Long Chen's 9 dragon scripture was cultivated to a profound level, the 9 dragon scales would eventually form a circular ring beside the void dragon talisman. At that time, the 9 dragon scripture would be completed and Long Chen would truly become a top figure in the true martial imperial domain. The 3 regions and 9 realms would have his name. And today was just the beginning. The jade-green flames burned for another 2 hours, until the roar that belonged to a dragon came from Long Chen's mouth. Flames of the 9 dragon scripture. Mysterious sky jade fire dragon. With this roar, all the dark green flames became violent and covered the body of the dark green divine dragon. This was the mysterious sky jade fire dragon that Long Chen had mentioned. The dark green divine dragon suddenly soared into the sky and its body expanded crazily. In the end, it swam in the clouds, displaying the true elegance of a divine dragon. In the next instant, the mysterious sky jade fire dragon in the sky disappeared. Long Chen stood in front of Han Yunxing with a battle halberd in his hand. At this moment, a terrifying azure flame was burning on Long Chen's chest, which was gradually dissipating. This meant that Long Chen had already completed the first stage of the 9 dragon scripture. In the 9 dragon scripture, the first fire attribute dragon was the mysterious sky jade fire dragon. Now, Long Chen could already use the power of a 3rd dragon besides the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Since ancient times, there had never been such a person. The mysterious sky jade fire dragon was an extreme fire attribute dragon. In terms of strength, it was much stronger than the average red dragon. It was on the same level as the ghostly shadow blood dragon and the scarlet horned demon dragon. And when Long Chen used the 9 dragon scripture, he could release the extreme fire attribute power of the mysterious sky jade fire dragon. This was the terrifying part of the 9 dragon scripture. Han Yunxing felt some admiration for Long Chen. Now that Long Chen's aura had become even stronger, and with his battle skill, he would be able to unleash even more terrifying destructive power. The 9 dragon scripture is strong, but it also consumes a lot of power. I estimate that I can only use it once with all the divine energy I have now. If I want to cultivate to the 2nd stage of the 9 dragon scripture, I won't be able to do it no matter how many dragon scales I have. Long Chen said regretfully. It is indeed a terrifyingly powerful battle technique that requires so much divine energy to activate. You should be happy. Even the first stage is like this. What will the later stages be like? Han Yunxing said and finally turned his gaze to the halberd in Long Chen's hand. It was a majestic halberd. It was blood red all over, and the blade was full of sharpness. A wild power exploded from the halberd. It was quite terrifying. Long Chen moved his mind and the halberd in his hand turned into a blood-red long sword. The desolation of blood did not have a fixed form. If he wanted it to become a halberd, it would be a halberd. If he wanted it to become a long sword, it would be a long sword. However, the 9 dragon scripture needed a halberd to display its power to the extreme. Back in the statue of Yi Wushang, the weapon in his hand was a halberd. Presumably, Yi Wushang knew something about the 9 dragon scripture. Unfortunately, he was not a dragon warrior, so he could not activate the 9 dragon scripture. Otherwise, he might not have been defeated by the warriors of Emperor Dong's palace. Long Chen could only express his gratitude to Yi Wushang. Whether it was the 9 dragon scripture or the desolation of blood, they were all given to him by Yi Wushang. So far, the mysterious blue fire dragon had reached the advanced level. It's time to go out. We've been delayed for more than half a day. That girl called Li Qingyue has captured more than 1,000 people. She just locked them up. Now, she alone has captured another 1,000 people. The main thing is that she wasted a lot of time setting up the golden light shield that you destroyed. Now, I guess she's going to activate the magic moonbox again. Li Qingyue is from the Shadow Realm. Although she is much stronger, it will still be difficult for her to deal with a warrior at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm. I don't recommend you to deal with such a warrior now that you have just advanced to the next level. Besides, that little guy from the Shadow Realm will not be allowed to live. However, those 1,000 people and the remaining 5,000 civilians, I think you will want to save them. Long Chen did not expect there to be so many people. It's my fault. So many people have disappeared from those small cities. They must have captured more people. Long Chen took a deep breath. Long Chen was not interested in killing Li Qingyue. After all, for him, the trial battle was meaningless. However, Long Chen had to save the lives of the remaining civilians. In that case, I will wait for you at the true Martial Emperor Palace, Han Yunxing said. Long Chen was not a pushover. He did not need Han Yunxing to protect him at all times. Long Chen nodded. In addition, your master, Jiang Qing, should know that you have the true Martial Emperor soul and he has evil intentions. Of course, he doesn't know what the true Martial Emperor soul is, but he knows some of its effects. You have to be careful of him. Han Yunxing reminded Long Chen. This was within Long Chen's expectations, so he nodded again. Chapter 11:17. After leaving Han Yunxing's God Nation, Long Chen had undergone a huge transformation. Not only had his cultivation level increased to the 3rd tier of the God Martial Realm, he could use Emperor Spiritual Qi in his attacks, and he could even devour the Blood World to level up. Combined with the power of a true domain, he could achieve an even more miraculous effect. 3/10 of the ancestral dragon essence blood had given Long Chen a stronger constitution. Constitution didn't just refer to the physical body. His strongest killing move was the 1st tier of the 9 dragon scripture, Mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon. When he returned to the Moon Demon Cave, Han Yunxing had already disappeared. He might have returned to the true Martial Emperor Palace, or he might still be hiding somewhere. None of this was important. The appearance of Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai did not change Long Chen's mentality. He thought that he could rest easy from now on, but in reality, he was even more worried. His desire and urgency for the strong became more intense. After leaving, Han Yunxing told Long Chen the location of the remaining thousands of people. This was the location of the commoners that Li Qingyue had saved. Although Long Chen had saved thousands of people, Li Qingyue had also taken thousands away, leaving only a few thousand people. Li Qingyue was the only one left in the Moon Demon Cave. She had become a commander without an army, but she still didn't give up on the Moon Demon's sacrifice. Qin Shi still hadn't returned, which made her very frustrated. However, she didn't chase after him, and instead quietly completed the Moon Demon's sacrifice alone. After Long Chen came out, Qin Shi's corpse was still lying on the road. Looking at the tiny wound between Qin Shi's eyebrows, Long Chen felt a little emotional. A true expert should be like Han Yunxing, able to do whatever he wanted without any restraints. Long Chen was glad that he had someone like this to help him. This was probably the wealth that Long Qinglan had left him. Only now did Long Chen realize that this man was such an important part of his life. To him, this was an inspiration, but also a burden. You are the biggest mystery in my life. Long Chen was full of energy. With this huge goal, he could work even harder. One day, he would be like Han Yunxing, standing at the peak of this world. At that time, Long Qinglan would have no more secrets. Perhaps, he would be waiting for Long Chen on the other side. As he thought about this, Long Chen increased his speed by nearly 10 times. He was like a golden bolt of lightning. Even Li Qingyue and the others could not catch up to Long Chen. When Long Chen fought Li Qingyue, there was a huge difference in divine essence. However, in a real battle, even if Long Chen did not lose, with his speed and physical body, the other party would definitely not be able to do anything to him. Jiang Qing's strength was about the same as Li Qingyue's. Hence, Han Yunxing felt at ease leaving Long Chen here. Very quickly, Long Chen went around the Moon Demon altar and arrived at the place where the commoners were imprisoned. Long Chen's great void realm could hold many of these people. After arriving here, Long Chen was blocked by a steel door. This steel was violet flame godly iron. Fortunately, it was only a door. Whoosh! The scarlet blood desolation in Long Chen's hand had already pierced through the door. At this time, Long Chen had rare arm strength. He was like an ancient beast that covered the sky. He held the scarlet blood desolation in his hand tightly. At this time, the scarlet blood desolation was already a domineering halberd. Ha! Long Chen used strength to pull the scarlet blood desolation back. There was a commotion behind the violet flame godly iron door. Long Chen did not look for the mechanism to open the door. Instead, he used strength to pull the door out of the cave. Xueqi's mechanism was completely destroyed by Long Chen. With a clang, the violet flame godly iron door twisted and was pulled out of the mechanism by Long Chen. Long Chen easily pulled the scarlet blood desolation out and stood in the door. Inside, thousands of people looked at this humanoid monster in panic. To them, there were no good people in the Moon Demon Cave. They vaguely knew that every month, thousands of people would be captured and never heard from again. This time, 2,000 people had been captured. Everyone estimated that even the luckiest person among them wouldn't be able to live for more than 5 months. The shadow of death had caused their nerves to be incomparably weak. Therefore, when they saw Long Chen, they all retreated in fright. Their faces were deathly pale, and many of them even started to cry. Time waits for no man. Long Chen did not have the time to talk nonsense with them. He directly used the Great Void Realm's devouring power. With his current control over the Great Void Realm, even if these weaklings had the will to resist, they were all sucked into the Great Void Realm by Long Chen. At the Great Void Realm, Long Chen would explain to the thousands of people that he had saved before. Long Chen did not need to explain at all. At the Moon Demon Altar, there were still thousands of people that needed Long Chen to save. Long Chen did not want to leave those people behind, even though it was very dangerous there. The golden lightning shot towards the Moon Demon Altar for the last time. When it arrived, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Li Qingyue had not made a move yet, so those people were not dead yet. Because of the necessary golden barrier, Li Qingyue had wasted a lot of time. This golden barrier was a good thing that could expand the violet demon moon diagram. Without it, Li Qingyue would not be able to cultivate the violet demon moon diagram. At the same time, this golden barrier was an important means of confining those thousands of commoners. Otherwise, if they were to run around, it would be difficult for Li Qingyue to deal with them alone. At that moment, Li Qingyue finally finished setting up the golden barrier. She looked at the panicking people below and revealed a cold smile. For the weak, death is just a release. For you guys, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Li Qingyue mumbled to herself. Then, she looked at the 7 deputy cave masters' corpses and said disdainfully, "What a bunch of trash." Then, she looked in Qin Shi's direction. "Xueqi is trash. Could it be that you, Qin Shi, are also trash? Were you killed by a child?" This was the most depressing thing for Li Qingyue today. She seemed to be the only one left in the Moon Demon Cave. Although the Moonlight Cache was still the most important thing to her, the feeling of loneliness was a little unbearable. Li Qingyue did not have the time to go over and take a look. After all, the full moon did not last long. She needed to set it up again in order to reactivate the violet demon moon diagram. However, she reckoned that Qin Shi was already dead. This was her intuition. The golden barrier was finally set up successfully. Li Qingyue sank into her own world. She was a slightly paranoid and crazy woman. She was cold and emotionless. The lives of these weak people were nothing to her. The lives of more than 1,000 people were all under her control. The golden barrier had already been set up. Even she herself could not enter it. However, this was a trap designed by Xueqi. Even if she did not enter the golden barrier, she only needed to activate the mechanism to take these people's lives. The mechanism was right under Li Qingyue's feet. "I'm going to take out the Devil Moon Box." Li Tianji smiled. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He was now certain that the Devil Moon Box was with her. Li Qingyue had always been cautious. However, under the suppression of the soul-suppressing stone in the Moon Demon Cave, she did not know that someone like Li Tianji had arrived. If she had known, she would have left a long time ago. However, just as she was about to activate the mechanism, another person appeared in front of her and stood on top of the golden barrier. Li Qingyue's pupils shrank. Her body trembled and she took a step back. She definitely knew Long Chen. It was because of Long Chen that everything she had done was destroyed. What Li Qingyue did not understand the most was that he was clearly no match for Qin Shi. Why was he the one who had returned instead of Qin Shi? It was not just Li Qingyue. Even Li Tianji and the rest were astonished. They had also sensed the changes in Long Chen. The current Long Chen seemed to be a completely different person. Li Qingyue also sensed that Long Chen had become stronger. The bloody aura that resembled that of an ancient behemoth shocked Li Qingyue. To her, This was a mysterious youth. The person who was the most shocked was none other than Jiang Qing, who had been standing in the dark and watching Long Chen secretly. Qin Shi's death had shocked him greatly. Then, Long Chen had disappeared. He did not know where Long Chen had gone, but he was certain that Long Chen had to be related to a powerhouse of that level. Who was that person? Jiang Qing did not know either, but he had a vague guess that it was Han Yunxing. As for why Han Yunxing had helped Long Chen, he was not sure. Jiang Qing had originally wanted to figure out Long Chen's secret as soon as possible. He was Long Chen's master, so he had the opportunity to get close to Long Chen. Others might not have this opportunity, so this was a great opportunity for Jiang Qing. Whether he could grasp it or not would depend on his own efforts. Clearly, he had already lost this opportunity. Now, he could only watch Long Chen's heaven-defying performance. After coming to the Moon Devil Cave, Long Chen's performance had exceeded his expectations time and time again. He was even more convinced that Long Chen had an unimaginable secret on him. If he could obtain this secret, his life would definitely undergo a tremendous transformation. At this point, he no longer had any room for improvement. And Long Chen was his other hope. No matter what, he could only watch Long Chen's performance obediently. Standing on the golden light screen, Long Chen did not say anything. The undying sword body appeared in front of him, and he instantly charged towards Li Qingyue. Although the power of the undying sword body could not defeat her, it was still possible to stop her and prevent her from activating the mechanism. You alone can destroy my painstakingly arranged arrangements. While exchanging blows with the undying sword body, Li Qingyue looked at Long Chen with disdain. Just watch. Long Chen did not say anything else. The scarlet blood eternal desolation in his hand transformed into a sword. The current him was already comparable to a martialist like Qin Shi. God-killing sword formation, sword explosion. Chapter 11-18. This move of Long Chen's was more than 10 times stronger than the sword explosion from before. The expressions of the onlookers, including Li Qingyue, changed when they saw this move. They truly realized that Long Chen's battle prowess had increased by leaps and bounds compared to before. Previously, he had needed to borrow Qin Shi's strength to break the golden light shield. However, he didn't need to do so now. Long Chen had destroyed the golden light shield with just the sword explosion. By the time Li Qingyue reacted, the thing she had painstakingly set up had already been destroyed. This meant that she would need to spend another half a day to reconstruct the golden light shield. However, the real full moon only lasted for a day. By the time she reconstructed the golden light shield, it would already be too late. Due to her previous contempt for Long Chen, she could only watch as Long Chen destroyed the golden light shield. Li Qingyue's face was still covered by a veil, but it was clear that the expression on her face was very interesting. The flames of anger burned in Li Qingyue's heart. She was already going crazy. At this moment, the only thing she could think of was to disregard everything and kill Long Chen to vent her anger. However, just as she was about to unleash her fury, Long Chen's invincible sword body once again rushed in front of her and unleashed a frenzied attack on her. In the past, Long Chen could only look up to the pinnacle of the 6th level of the divine martial realm, Chu Tiange's level. However, Long Chen could now use his own strength to temporarily stop her. During this period of time, Long Chen had finally rescued the last 1,000 people. His mission for the day was considered complete, so he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, Long Chen withdrew his invincible sword body and faced Li Qingyue from afar. He could sense the eruption of anger from Li Qingyue's body, but Long Chen wasn't afraid. His current speed had already surpassed Li Qingyue's. There is only one ending for you, and that is death. Li Qingyue suppressed the anger in her heart and walked towards Long Chen step by step. The pressure of the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm pressed down on Long Chen's body. Li Qingyue originally thought that her pressure could scare Long Chen to death, but it didn't work. Long Chen wasn't affected by her at all. In fact, at this moment, Long Chen's powerful body, the crackling sounds of his bones and tendons had a certain impact on her. Really? Having finally completed the mission, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure in his heart. He smiled at Li Qingyue before he suddenly looked up at the sky and said in a clear voice, Li Tianji, if you don't come down now, I'm afraid your magic moonbox will disappear without a trace. Li Tianji could only smile bitterly. However, at this time, it was time for him to make his move. The reason why he had endured until now was because he was cautious. Only when he saw the magic moonbox would he dare to show himself. Li Qingyue understood that Long Chen had shouted like this even if she was a fool. Moreover, she had heard of Li Tianji's name. Li Qingyue's complexion instantly changed. Her first reaction was to run away as fast as possible. Unfortunately, Li Tianji had already locked onto her. How could he let her escape? Li Qingyue, who had been majestic a moment ago, had now become a stray dog. When she was about to run away, 3 silhouettes descended from the sky. One of them stood in front of her while the other 2 stood behind her, blocking her way. Under such circumstances, it could be said that Li Qingyue had no chance to escape. That man with purple pupils was exactly the same as what she had imagined. He was indeed Li Tianji from the Supreme Devil World. Li Qingyue was originally from the Supreme Devil World. She was very familiar with this youngster. She knew what would happen if she fell into his hands. He was at the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, a worldly Dharma idol. Even if she risked her life, she wouldn't be his match. Being surrounded in such a narrow space, Li Qingyue had already given up on escaping. She calmed herself down and said, "So it's the young master of the Li family. I don't know why the young master of the Li family has come to my Moon Devil Cave. I, Li Qingyue, have already left the Li family. I'm no longer a servant of the Li family." Li Tianji smiled and said, "Don't talk about these meaningless things in front of me. Take out the Devil Moon Box. Speaking of which, only you know that apart from the bloodline of my Li family, 999 lives can be used to summon the Purple Devil Moon diagram. I've been watching from the side for a long time, so don't try to lie to me that the Devil Moon Box isn't in your hands." Li Qingyue hesitated for a while and said, "I can give you the Devil Moon Box, but you have to promise me one thing. You can't kill me, and you can't imprison me either." The maid next to her sneered and said, "You're dreaming. You stole the Devil Moon Box from the Li family and got away with it for so long. Now that the young master has come to kill you, do you think he'll let you walk out alive? Then let's die together," Li Qingyue said coldly. Her voice contained an irresistible will. Li Tianji's face sank as he stared at Li Qingyue. Then he helplessly said, "Fine, I agree to your conditions." Li Qingyue was satisfied. She smiled and said, "As the young master of the Li family, you have to keep your word. If you try to deceive a little girl like me, it would be too ugly. Fine, I, Li Qingyue, will believe you today." As she said that, a purple box appeared in her hand. She stared at Li Tianji for a while until she couldn't find any flaws. Then she handed the Devil Moon Box to him. Li Qingyue was completely under his control. If she didn't do as he said, she wouldn't be able to escape death. Li Tianji's face was full of excitement as he received the Devil Moon Box. After examining it for a while, he placed it in his storage ring. Then his sharp eyes stared at Li Qingyue. What? Could it be that the young master of the Li family is going to go back on his word? Li Qingyue smiled mockingly. "Who said that I'm going back on my word?" Li Tianji suddenly laughed. He laughed so hard that he was rocking back and forth. He looked at Li Qingyue with pity in his eyes. He suddenly changed his words and said, "I really admire you. Don't you know my reputation? You even believe me. I really admire you." Li Qingyue's complexion changed. She said, "What do you mean? You will understand very soon." After he said that, Li Tianji immediately launched an attack. He displayed the power of a warrior at the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Long Chen was dazzled. In the middle of the fierce battle, they were completely surrounded by a purple space. Long Chen couldn't see what was happening inside. He could only see that the purple space was making huge tremors. It was obvious that a terrifying battle was taking place inside. Long Chen was not qualified to participate in a battle of this level. What was certain was that Li Tianji's strength should not only be at the initial level of the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, but he had reached the Exceptional Realm. Of course, it was easy for him to kill Li Qingyue with his strength at the Exceptional Realm. About less than a quarter of an hour later, the purple space disappeared. Li Tianji grabbed Li Qingyue's neck and brought her in the direction of Long Chen. At this time, Li Tianji had not changed at all. He still had an evil smile on his face. Li Qingyue, who was in his hand, was not dead, but her face was pale. The veil on her face had been pulled off. She was a beautiful woman. At this moment, her pink lips were vomiting blood. She looked at Li Tianji with hatred and fear in her eyes. There was a purple needle between her eyebrows. This needle was estimated to be 10 centimeters long. Now, it had only pierced about 1 centimeter in. The end of the needle was still swaying outside. Long Chen felt a pressure from this purple needle. Li Tianji, you actually broke your promise. You will die a horrible death. You don't deserve to be a descendant of the Li family. Li Qingyue looked at the purple-eyed teenager with hatred. What are you talking about? Who said I broke my promise? I did promise you that I wouldn't kill you. Li Tianji said with a smile. Then what do you mean? Why is this soul-shattering needle between my eyebrows? Li Qingyue angrily rebuked. Of course I won't kill you. The one who will kill you is someone else. After saying this, Li Tianji had already pulled Li Qingyue to the front of Long Chen. At this time, Li Qingyue finally understood what was going on. It turned out that she had fallen into Li Tianji's trap. The terror of death had made her crazy. Suddenly she tried to do something, but in Li Tianji's hands, she couldn't do anything. Aren't you in the trial? If you kill her, it will be very beneficial for you. Since you brought me here, I will do you a favor. Li Tianji said with a smile. As long as you push the soul-shattering needle into her body, she will immediately die. Her soul will scatter. Li Tianji added. Long Chen's cold eyes shifted to Li Qingyue. Kid, you dare to attack a girl who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken? Are you a man? Li Qingyue said to Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen's expression didn't change, Li Qingyue immediately pretended to be pitiful. She looked at Long Chen with tearful eyes. Every month, you kill 1,000 people who don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. How can you do this? After saying this, under Li Qingyue's desperate gaze, Long Chen lightly pushed the soul-shattering needle. The soul-shattering needle vibrated and directly pierced through Li Qingyue's head. The soul-shattering needle contained a terrifying power. It was unexpectedly able to instantly kill a cultivator at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen was somewhat frightened. In Li Tianji's hand, Li Qingyue's corpse gradually softened. Li Tianji snorted and casually threw her on the ground. The mission was complete. He could now leave this damned moon devil cave. At this time, Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes discovered that Yi Zhang and the others, after a day of detours, had finally arrived at the direction of the moon devil altar. They were too late. When they arrived, the corpses of the moon devil cave's cultivators were everywhere. When they arrived at the altar, they saw the purple-eyed youngster handing Li Qingyue over to Long Chen for Long Chen to kill with his own hands. They were too late. Chapter 11-19. When they arrived, the first thing they saw was the scene of Long Chen stabbing Li Qingyue to death. This made the originally angry and aggrieved people feel a chill in their hearts. Judging from the situation, they were already too late. If only Long Chen was here, they would have rushed down without hesitation. However, there were 3 heaven-defying experts beside Long Chen. Even Li Tianji's servants and maids were powerful and comparable to Yi Zhang. At least, Li Tianji was an existence that the disciples of the evil dragon palace could not match up to. He was an existence that surpassed Jiang Qing. Therefore, Yi Zhang did not move. The others did not dare to move. They could only watch the situation below blankly. Long Chen and Li Tianji noticed their arrival. However, they did not pay much attention to them. After Li Tianji finished off Li Qingyue, he took everything from her except her clothes. He smiled at Long Chen and said, "Not bad, kid. In just a blink of an eye, you have become so much stronger. Your future is limitless. If you come to the Supreme Een Demon world in the future, just say my name, Li Tianji, and I will personally receive you." After saying that, they completed their mission and were ready to leave. Li Qingyue definitely had a lot of good things on her. However, she was not killed by Long Chen, so it had nothing to do with him. On the other hand, Li Tianji was actually a good person. It was just that he was born in a big family and had the temper of a young master. This was something that Long Chen could understand. In that case, Let's part ways here. After obtaining this Devil Moon box, I have to hurry back to the Supreme Een Demon world. After saying that, Li Tianji was about to leave. Wait. Long Chen suddenly called him and asked, I want to ask a small question. Have you heard of the name Yang Lingqing in the Supreme Een Demon world? Yang Lingqing. When they heard this name, Li Tianji and the other two's expressions changed. They took a few steps back. Among them, Li Tianji said with a gloomy expression, Why are you asking this? You know each other? Although Long Chen was confused, he was still very excited. Yang Lingqing, he, she is a demon of our supreme demon realm, a malignant tumor. One day, our Li family will eradicate her. After Li Tianji finished speaking, he actually left with the others. Long Chen couldn't stop him at all. He was simply confused. Don't go, I haven't asked clearly. Long Chen was about to chase after Li Tianji, but Li Tianji simply ignored him and walked straight away, leaving Long Chen full of doubts. Did he hear wrongly? How could Ling Qing be some devil tumor? Long Chen was speechless. His heart was filled with doubts. He couldn't let anything happen to his sister. Thinking of this, Long Chen decided that after this trial was over, he would make a trip to the Supreme Shadow Devil world. He could only go back and talk to Han Yunxing about this matter. For now, it was better to go back with Jiang Qing and the others. Looking around, those who were required to be killed in the trial were all dead. After Li Tianji left, the evil Dragon Palace disciples landed on the Moon Demon altar. They looked around, then focused on Long Chen. Although Yi Zhang, who was in the lead, had been attacked by Long Chen's corrosive fire, a day had passed. His supreme golden body had powerful recovery abilities, so he had completely recovered. However, Long Chen and Yi Zhang's enmity was already set. Now, Yi Zhang was looking at Long Chen with a strange gaze. Everyone could feel the tension on him. Long Chen, who was that person just now? He was the one who killed Li Qingyue. Also, who was the one who killed the deputy cave masters? Where are the sacrificial offerings? Wu Yu was more familiar with Long Chen. Seeing the tension between Long Chen and Yi Zhang growing, she hurriedly stood between them and asked. Long Chen had nothing to hide. He said, they were from the Supreme Shadow Devil world. The so-called Moonlight Treasure Box was their family heirloom. It was stolen by Li Qingyue and has been returned to its rightful owner. Long Chen scanned the corpses and continued, as for the deputy cave masters, I killed them. I protected the offerings. Also, I killed the royal lion. Of course, Long Chen could not say that Han Yunxing killed Long Chen. Moreover, he now had the ability to kill Qin Shi. Qin Shi's nickname was the Royal Lion. After hearing Long Chen's words, everyone looked at Long Chen in shock. Everyone's expression was very interesting. Especially Wu Yang, who had fought with Long Chen before. He sucked in a breath of cold air. The 7 deputy cave masters probably had the same battle prowess as him. Didn't this mean that Long Chen could instantly kill Wu Yang if he made a move? He was clearly the second strongest disciple of the evil Dragon Palace. How did it become Long Chen? This Long Chen's rise was too fast. Wu Yang felt very uncomfortable when such a person suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As for Du Yishuang and the others, they were already cheering for Long Chen. Wu Yu also trusted Long Chen a lot. She smiled at Long Chen. Her eyes were gentle and sweet as she said, in this case, your score in this trial will definitely be much higher than ours. Long Chen, who was surrounded by everyone, felt a cold feeling. This was coming from Yi Zhang. This guy was not as calm as he looked. He was also jealous, angry, and even had a very weak self-esteem. He could not compare to others in any aspect. Therefore, he could only cultivate like crazy. In the end, he became the strongest. However, before this, Long Chen had used a basin of corrosive fire to tease him. At that time, Long Chen had almost killed him. With the addition of old and new grudges, as well as the crowd's praise for Long Chen and Wu Yu's intimate attitude towards Long Chen, Yi Zhang's murderous intent completely manifested itself and enveloped Long Chen. Seeing the gray murderous aura around Yi Zhang, the crowd recalled that when they had first found Yi Zhang, his appearance had changed beyond recognition. He must have been ruthlessly played by Long Chen. In addition, everyone knew that this was a trick. It was as if they were fighting for love. No one could stop Yi Zhang's fighting spirit. He was a very arrogant person, and he was proud of his own martial path. However, Long Chen's appearance had destroyed his pride. Second senior brother. What are you doing? Seeing the terrifying aura around Yizhang, Wu Yu, who was relieved because the mission was completed, looked at Yizhang with some fear. Get out of the way. This is a battle between men. Yizhang's reincarnation sword was unsheathed. Although he swung it, the people around him were so scared that they retreated, giving him the space. Only Wu Yu stood in front of him, acting as if she was protecting Long Chen. She said to Yizhang, "You've misunderstood. There's nothing going on between us. Furthermore, this is a trial. It's forbidden to attack your own people. As the older brother, don't you even understand this simple principle?" Yizhang suddenly laughed. In his heart, because of his strength, when Wu Yu spoke to him, she always had a look of admiration in her eyes. How could she speak to him in such a stern and righteous manner? To him, this was a change and a blow. "I was wrong about you. So it turns out that you, Wu Yu, are also a master who judges people by their appearance," Yizhang said somewhat mockingly. Yizhang did not have a good appearance to begin with. Hence, he cared a lot about what a goddess like Wu Yu thought of him. In the past, he had always been very respectful. However, after Long Chen appeared, everything changed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" In Wu Yu's heart, the strong and calm image of the #1 person in the evil dragon palace suddenly collapsed. She looked at Yizhang in a daze and said, "Second senior brother, no matter who stands behind me, as long as it is an evil dragon palace disciple, we are family. If you bully the weak against your own people, I will not agree to it." Among the evil dragon palace disciples, Yizhang's strong impression was deeply engraved in their hearts. The Azura killing path was cold and emotionless, filled with the aura of death. At this moment, Yizhang's emotionless nature was completely manifested. In the evil dragon palace, Yizhang had set many records. He was also the only disciple who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a vice palace master. Even among the disciples of the 3,000 palaces, he could be considered the #1 person. As for Long Chen, he was only a disciple who had just joined. Although he said that he killed Qin Shi, everyone knew that it was probably the people from the Supreme Demon World who did it and left it for Long Chen to kill. If Yizhang really made a move, Long Chen would lose his life. When Yizhang truly started fighting, he was extremely terrifying. It was said that he grew up fighting all sorts of ferocious beasts. One year, when the evil dragon palace master went to the Azura sword prison, he brought him out from a forest filled with ferocious beasts. However, Yizhang's murderous nature, as well as his innate ability to kill, were invincible. The cruel competitive environment gave him powerful killing ability. Even some of the vice palace masters felt that they were not Yizhang's match. Furthermore, Yizhang had already comprehended the sword principle to the 4th layer. He could unleash 10 times the attack like Long Chen. It could be said that his battle prowess was close to Li Qingyue, Jiang Qing, and the others. He was also close to Chu Tiange. This was the immense pressure he brought to Long Chen. Previously, Long Chen had used the corrosive fire to trick him. Now, Wu Yu was defending Long Chen. With every sentence Wu Yu said, he hated Long Chen even more. Surging killing intent erupted from his body. Get out of the way," Yizhang said in a deep voice. "No, second senior brother. If you insist on doing this, I will never forgive you." Wu Yu was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. Long Chen could not stand it any longer. Honestly speaking, he did not want to have a conflict with Yizhang. It was just that Yizhang was one-sided and had some mental issues. However, Long Chen was not a person who was afraid of trouble. He had just broken through and possessed powerful battle prowess. He would not mind such an opponent who delivered himself to his doorstep. Lightly walking behind Wu Yu, Long Chen suddenly grabbed her fair and delicate hand. Wu Yu felt a little dizzy. Chapter 11:20. At this moment, Long Chen had already confronted Yizhang. The desolate blood sword in his hand was still in the shape of a sword, pointing at Yizhang. Long Chen arrogantly raised his head and said, "Cut the crap, let's see who's stronger." "Just as I thought." Yizhang laughed maniacally. Long Chen's boldness had exceeded his imagination. He really didn't think that Long Chen would really dare to fight him head-on. Wasn't his head kicked by a donkey? No. Wu Yu was anxious, but Wu Yong pulled her back and said in a low voice, "Don't be too anxious. I think that with Long Chen's strength, he should be able to block second apprentice brother. He doesn't look like a liar. I think he really killed the 6th level of the divine martial realm." Emperor Lion. With Wu Yang's words, Wu Yu felt a little more at ease. In fact, Yi Zheng was really thinking too much. Perhaps his inferiority complex since he was young had caused his heart to become distorted. Wu Yu had only interacted with Long Chen for a while, and at most, they were just friends that she could chat with. Although Wu Yu felt that Long Chen was a good youth, it was not to the extent of falling in love with him in such a short period of time. Of course, Wu Yu knew that Long Chen had always been indifferent to her, and had no such thoughts. Yi Zheng's conjecture and inferiority complex made Wu Yu, who originally had a very good impression of him, collapse. Being together with such a narrow-minded man, even if nothing bad happened today, something bad would happen in the future. I feel that second apprentice brother is a little extreme. Wu Yong also said helplessly. At this point, they could only wait and see what would happen between these two men. They hoped that Jiang Qing would appear and stop them. After all, Jiang Qing should also appear at this time. Actually, Jiang Qing was not far from them. He was just quietly watching them. Qin Shi's death had greatly affected him. Now, he didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. I didn't expect that Long Chen's battle strength would already be at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. This was very unexpected for him. It also reminded him that he had to hurry up. Otherwise, when the heaven-defying guy Long Chen's battle strength surpassed him, he really wouldn't know what to do. It wasn't that easy for him to give up. Long Chen's temper was also triggered by Yi Zheng's torturous behavior. After the two of them finished talking, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. The blood-red and gray murderous auras instantly swept through the area. Everyone could feel the terror of their battle, and they all retreated, leaving the battlefield to them. Yi Zheng's Azura killing Dao was merciless and cruel. He also had the 4th level of the Way of the Sword, which increased his attack power by 10 times. As for Long Chen, who was at the 3rd level of the God Martial Arts realm, the Celestial Being realm, he had just learned how to mobilize the Emperor's spiritual qi and integrate it into his attack. Of course, his divine spirit was 10,000 times more than that of an ordinary Celestial Being realm warrior. In addition, he had a body that was comparable to the most heaven-defying 7th grade or even 8th grade body-refining divine skills, and a speed that surpassed Yi Zheng's, so he might not be Yi Zheng's opponent. Most importantly, the 9 Dragons scripture. At this moment, a gray sword light and a blood-red sword light fiercely intertwined. Everyone was shocked to find that when they fought, they couldn't even see their movements clearly. It was too fast. The two swords clashed in the air from time to time, making terrifying sounds of friction. From the beginning, not only did the blood-red sword light not fall behind the opponent, but it also seemed to be getting stronger. The power of the body could be added to the attack. Long Chen's attack was an attack of the body and the power of the divine spirit. When combined, it was comparable to Yi Zheng's divine spirit, who had just entered the 6th level of the God Martial Arts realm. In terms of weapons, Long Chen surpassed the opponent. In terms of speed, Long Chen surpassed his opponent. This golden bolt of lightning sped through the air. Most of the time, Yi Zheng could only stare at Long Chen. Azura's 7 swords, Road to Rebirth. God-killing sword formation, Sword C. The gray sword Qi and the blood-red giant sword collided with a loud bang, and a huge amount of energy shook in all directions. Yi Zheng's Azura's 7 swords was indeed powerful, but Long Chen's god-killing sword formation was not weak either. This sword directly shattered the opponent's gray sword Qi, and the blood-red sword Qi formed a tornado, instantly attacking the opponent. However, this attack could not hurt Yi Zheng either. But everyone could see that Long Chen had just performed a move, and he actually had the upper hand. Everyone's expression was not interesting. They had imagined that even if Long Chen had a chance of winning, he would be suppressed at the beginning, and then suddenly understand something and counterattack. Unexpectedly, Long Chen was not at a disadvantage from the beginning, and he even had the upper hand. How is this possible? When I fought with him before, Long Chen was not this powerful at all. It was the same move, but now I'm afraid the power has increased by 10 times, Wu Yong said in shock. Wu Yu also felt the same way. He felt that the current Long Chen had mobilized the Emperor's spiritual qi during the attack, forming a stronger attack. With the current combat power of Long Chen, it would not be a problem for him to deal with Xueqi. So strong Long Chen. Is he an expert comparable to senior brother Yi Zhang? The others also began to discuss. Their eyes were filled with admiration. The battle between Long Chen and Yi Zhang could be said to be at the pinnacle of this trial. There were stronger battle combinations, but they both ended so easily. Yi Zhang was also shocked. He could already see that Long Chen was stronger than before. The previous Long Chen would definitely not be able to block the path of rebirth. This ignited the murderous intent in his heart. This was probably the biggest enemy he had met in his life, so at this time, he gritted his teeth and wanted to kill Long Chen. Death space. This was Yi Zhang's understanding. Under his control, the gray domain expanded, completely enveloping Long Chen. Long Chen was a little surprised. He did not expect the opponent's domain to be so strong. In this gray space, Long Chen felt that his body was being corroded by the gray airflow, step by step. Of course, this process was very slow. Fortunately, Long Chen's body was strong enough. The stronger the opponent's body, the lower the effect of this gray airflow. On Long Chen's body, blood-red scales appeared and completely surrounded him. The gray airflow was blocked outside. This gray airflow's effect was very strong. If it was a martial artist like Wu Yang, it wouldn't even take half an hour. However, the domain would be enough to turn Wu Yang into a corpse. But Long Chen was different. To corrode Long Chen's dragon scales, it would take at least 10 to 20 days. But would Long Chen stay in his domain for so long? Obviously not. Long Chen's body was covered in scales, causing Yi Zhang to be very surprised. Are you a beast warrior? A filthy beast warrior is still at the bottom. Yi Zhang said indifferently. Long Chen ignored him. Since the opponent had revealed the death space, then Long Chen did not need to be polite and used his strongest domain. Devouring World of Blood. Compared to before, the name of Long Chen's domain should be called Devouring World of Blood. Because this domain was constantly devouring the opponent's blood, and it was an irresistible process. The blood-red space covered the original gray space. Blood and gray mixed together, blocking everyone's vision. Yi Zhang laughed. What kind of domain is this? It's completely useless. Long Chen also laughed. Yi Zhang did not know that his blood was entering Long Chen's body bit by bit, transforming into Long Chen's divine essence. Long Chen would become stronger and stronger, and he would become weaker and weaker, until he discovered that his blood had magically disappeared. Long Chen's domain seemed very simple, but when used in battle, it was simply a nightmare for his enemies. It was a silent massacre. The original Devouring World of Blood was violent, so the opponent knew how to use divine essence to suppress his own blood. But now, under the control of the domain, everything became slow. A slow-acting poison could make people relax their instincts, which led to more violent killing intent. Long Chen did not say anything. After the Devouring World of Blood unfolded, he launched a fierce attack again, fighting with Yi Zhang again. The true martial emperor soul between his eyebrows had already been opened. As the battle went on, Yi Zhang's actions and his pursuit of martial arts were gradually broken down by Long Chen. Yi Zhang's killing path was of great help to Long Chen's killing path, so Long Chen did not kill his opponent so quickly. Instead, he slowly wore down his opponent, which was of great help to him. The battle between the two was brutal to the extreme, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. Azura's 7 swords. Hell descends. The gray world rioted. This move was quite terrifying. Long Chen seemed to see a tragic and bloody world in the sky, crashing down. It was completely composed of sword chi. The strength of this move lay in the pressure and the fear in the soul, which was greater than the real lethality. It was an attack that was close to a 7th grade divine skill, almost the same as Long Chen's sword explosion. Long Chen could only use that move to meet such an attack. It could be seen that at this time, Yi Zhang had probably realized that something was wrong with Long Chen's Devouring World of Blood and wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Did you notice it? To be honest, Long Chen was secretly happy. With the true martial emperor soul and the Devouring World of Blood, he could absorb the blood essence of others to strengthen his divine essence while analyzing the opponent's martial arts to increase his own realm. Under the double exploitation, he would only become stronger and stronger, and his opponent would be tragic. God-killing sword formation, sword, explode. The blood-colored formation under the sword immediately shrank back into Long Chen's desolation of blood. With a sharp whistle, the runes on the blood-colored formation were all engraved on Long Chen's blade. The hell-like world descended in front of them. The onlookers knew that this was a very strong move from Yi Zheng. At this time, they all exclaimed and sighed for Long Chen. In the next moment, Long Chen's desolation scarlet blood seemed to explode. A blood-colored torrent surged towards the descending hell. The torrent was densely packed with sword qi. It was like an explosive attack that rushed out immediately, whistling as it rushed into the descending hell. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.